PKA 680. Don't know my numbers. With our guest Slush Puppy, frequently requested. Taylor.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Distro.com, Lock and Load, and Blue Chew. A bunch of wonderful sponsors. Talk more about them later. Slush, how was your Christmas? Get any wonderful gifts?
Just golf balls. Everyone gives me golf balls because I keep losing them, and I think they're just mocking me now. Fucked. Yeah. Not super exciting though. Just a little bit of family stuff and time off because the Tarkov wipe always happens around Christmas, so it's pretty much just I'll just stand around with my cock in my hands waiting for Nikita to make up his fucking mind when he's going to wipe the game.
I can't believe you were here tonight. Like when Taylor asked this.
I'm scab running right now. No, I'm not.
I was gonna say,
Did the wipe happen?
Not only did the wipe happen,
yeah.
It's the biggest wipe. I've been playing the game for 5 years. You've probably been playing it longer, but this is probably
it's massive.
Top 2 most impactful wipes ever. They added shifting the weapon from your right hand to your left hand, so they added a whole new armor recoil system. Different game, new maps.
The recoil and armor system just feel like the game is completely different. It's not just like because they've done like recoil stuff before, and they're like, oh, yeah, we'll just lower everything. It just feels like a completely new system. So the game is just completely different now.
You know where every blade of grass is in that game.
No, but it's a new map.
You the guy that discovered the loose ammo in the grass on woods by the rock? Isn't that you?
Probably not me. I'm not that attentive.
Maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know.
No, they've changed maps, like maps like Shoreline. I don't want to get in a whole Tarkov thing, but the thing is, I'm just surprised that you're here. I figured you'd be deep in the grind because I skipped
the last one because I was traveling and I was like, oh, I'm not going to be able to get a good internet connection. I was in the middle of fucking Arizona somewhere, and I was like, oh, I feel bad. You guys asked, I'm here.
We appreciate it.
If someone blows you off twice, you're just like, well, fuck you. So I can't say no twice.
That's funny that you can come to us just fine from Tasmania, and you're like Arizona. Those fucking hoodlums, they got nothing going on out there. With
wasteland.
When you travel with I swear it's like you travel with a phone, you try and get reception on that phone, it's just fucked everywhere. Like you need to have like a homegrown phone in America or something. Like they put something in the fucking chips.
I didn't know that's how it worked.
For some reason,
because I live in the greatest country on earth, and so I want the rest of the world to,
It's all right when you go to Japan, though. I think I just have Japanese chips in my phone, and they just agree with the Japanese networks. But when I go to America, I can't get reception anyway.
Well, you are comparing a very tiny island that probably has concentrated radio towers everywhere to the wilderness of Arizona.
Yeah.
Dude, there's a shit ton of people in Arizona, though. It's like a sleeper state as far as how many people live there. Yeah.
Really? Yeah. Snack rank it.
Where are they?
How many, in terms of state population, what do you think it is? 9th? 7th?
23rd.
I bet it's 14th.
14th.
Just
Zach, quickly, what is the holdup? It's been 1 second.
Looked like you were Googling that.
Yeah, I'm going to say 14th. Because they got 23rd. No. Oh, I thought you just looked it up. 7,431,300.
Holy shit! It's 14th.
Really?
What?
Did you say 14th?
Yes, I did.
That.
Yeah, it is.
That's big. We got to do trivia tonight. We got to do trivia tonight, so I can just tee off another home run derby for me.
I am the holder of the cum cup.
Dude, I love barely winning trivia and talking about it as though I'm like Wayne Gretzky.
You're on a losing streak.
It is. It's true, but the cum cup doesn't count. That was made up. There was rigging going on. You don't know this, Slush. They rigged it. 100% rigged. The 2023 cum cup was rigged. Except there's evidence for this one. Huge amounts of evidence. But so you got golf balls for Christmas because you're just a golfer now.
Yeah, that's the thing. Now I've started playing Tarkov again. I haven't really ever played that much because I've just been fucking streaming nonstop. So now I'm just shit at golf again. I was always shit. Now I'm just shitter. So it probably will take me ages to lose them.
That sucks because if you got slightly better, you probably had that as your new expectation. Because I know lots of people who get better at golf.
Yeah,
like have this new like anchor point of this is the kind of golfer I am, and then they take 6 months off and go back, and now they're having 0% fun. Because I guess golf people just
my streamer mate Red Ops, and he plays off I think a 6 handicap or maybe a 5 at the moment.
Wow!
And he's taken like a couple of months off streaming and stuff like that, and he's like, I just don't want to go back because if I go into a comp, I'm just gonna get fucking destroyed.
You need to go to a new course.
You know? Yeah, exactly. You just never talk to anyone at your old course ever again.
You just treat it like a breakup.
Yeah.
You
just
that's
forget
one
all
thing
your friends.
I never considered that about golf. Like when you hear someone say, yeah, I shoot 6 handicap golfer, I think, oh my God, like you're a semi-pro basically. But those are the guys who are at their same course every weekend playing 18 holes for 10 fucking years. They know the slope of everything,
even more than that,
speed of everything. Meanwhile, you got pros who just bounce around the globe doing that.
Yeah. The funny thing is, like a 6 handicap is so shit compared to the pros. Like the guys that are on the Corn Ferry Tour. I watched one of the Corn Ferry Tours, and there was 5 guys that shot 12 under in 18 holes, and then didn't even qualify. That wasn't good enough.
That's insane.
That's how fucking good they have to be. And and we're like, oh yeah, I shot a 90. I'm fucking balling.
Oh yeah. If I'm if I ever
do it after 20
bogey,
beers.
I'm like, damn, this was a good hole. Like a par.
Bogey is a birdie for me.
Bogey's a big.
Yeah, but a par I basically consider a hole in one.
Yeah, I'm a notorious.
What was that?
I use the old hand wedge sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
I knock it too far into the rough, and I'm just, toss it out.
Yeah.
Give me an easy, give me a gentleman's 30 yards back to the middle of the fairway, and then I can try it again.
Taylor's training, you're just learning to throw the golf ball farther and farther.
Like genuinely, like when I played, I played 36 holes of golf for like a family thing over the course of 2 days, probably 4 months ago now. It was a lot of golf, and every time I'd hit it off the tee box, and it was a scramble. So like there's 4 people in our group. We're using the best persons. Every time I would hit it and it wouldn't go in the rough and it would like land on the fairway, it was like, oh, you're getting the hang of this now, man. Like you're good. You're good. Like I would get more nervous having to hit my next shot off the fairway because I got so accustomed to hitting it like deep in the rough. And then on that second rough shot, I'm like, no one can judge you. Look how deep in the rough your ass is. Like, if you hit it out of here, that's actually pretty impressive. But then the pressure of having to hit off the fairway gets to you. It's tough.
You ever fuck up and just knock a huge divot in the green and be real?
You got to be a real dickhead to knock a divot in the green because you're using a putter. But when I was like 9 years old, I was doing a golf class my dad made me take, and I was like really bad, and I didn't have a glove. And my hands were sweaty. It was hot. And I kept telling my dad.
Any more excuses?
Yes. Yeah. And I was hungry. And
wait, are you 4 at the time of this story?
No, I'm probably 8, 9 years old, around there.
Why are your hands so sweaty? Is this like something the golf pro did to you to make your hands sweaty?
No, it was just
sounds like your story's going somewhere weird.
I got cum in my eye.
I was nervous. It wasn't even at a golf course or golf class. It was just me and my dad and my younger brother. We were all playing, and my dad's always been very good at golf, really enjoys it, and he was like kind of getting on to me a little bit because I was doing badly and I guess not, like pulling bogus moves, like walking through his putt line, not paying attention. And I was like so scared in my head. I'm like he was telling me like, swing it faster, like swing it harder. And I was like, I'm afraid I'm going to let go of the club. And he's like, Taylor, you're not going to let go of the club. Swing it. And so I swung it and it just slipped out of my sweaty grip and like went almost into the woods, almost lost that
accident
club.
Or proving a point?
100% accident. The last thing I wanted was to cause a ruckus. I just wanted to golf decently well. And so I gave it a good, college try swing and let go of it, flies up in the air. Immediately I can see the disappointment in his eyes. Like this one's never going anywhere with golf. Like this guy has no shot. Younger brother was already better than me at golf, probably. Yeah, had to get back to it and make my youngest brother.
Yeah,
but yeah, the golf is stressful. When someone's watching you take a shot, even if you're casual, you're like, oh man, this is.
We just went and filmed some in Western Australia, and one of the guys that we're filming with for our YouTube, he teed up the WA champ, the Western Australian champ for open men's. Turns out it was a 14-year-old kid. So we played, all 3 of us played against this 14-year-old kid, and he just fucking destroyed us, and they just mocked us relentlessly. And he had his little brother there who's 9, and every time I teed off, his little brother outdrove me off the tee box and then was just like, nice layup, bitch, and they just walked off. This is a 9-year-old.
See, that's a kid that has a future in golf.
Oh,
He's already beaten your ass at 9. Yeah, I don't want to play a sport around a 9-year-old who's better than me at it.
Yeah.
I would never play ping pong against like a young Asian kid.
Yeah,
that's asking for trouble.
But that's the same as golf. It's the young Asian kids, man. They're just trained better than us.
I think some of the best golfers, Tiger Woods, Asian.
No, I think it's always, it was the blacks. Oh, okay, the Asian side had nothing to do with Tiger Woods' golf career. Have you seen his mother? Please. That lady couldn't win a sack race. Yeah, Tiger Woods' dad fucking came through for him big time. Genetically,
it's not about whether they're it's not about whether their parents are like athletic though. It's that the Asian way is to just pressure them into living their broken dreams.
Oh,
right. It might not have been her genetics. It might have been her tiger mom.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That could have driven him to succeed.
Yeah. You still so bad at golf.
Yeah. I was listening to Shaq talk about why he's like this became this inside dunking rough player. He's like, you look at today, Shaq's voice. You look at today's big men. What do? They shoot the 3 from the outside. That's what I was trying to do. One time I come in, I let it roll off, and I missed. And Daddy come down wearing his uniform and called timeout in the game. And at first I was like, your dad was a coach? No. His dad stepped down from the stands and called timeout in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Asked Shaq to step outside the court so they could have a talk and said, what the fuck are you doing? And he said, I'm working on and he was going to say Dr. J, but he didn't get the J out before his dad smacked the shit out of him.
Yes. I know the story.
And told him, I don't know, you go for like high percentage shots or whatever the fuck, you play the way I tell you to play.
Shaquille, like, you're embarrassing me out here.
You're not far off.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
And then he said every time he dunked it, he does it with the idea that the rim is like his father and he's trying to hurt him. And he's just tearing rims down and breaking back.
That is healthy.
That's the story. Did you remember that? But I think I watched the same show.
I didn't hear the dunk part. I think that's just him excusing poor behavior over the years. But the father part stuck with me. I always wonder, like, where's the line if you're trying to actually raise a professional athlete, not just someone who makes it to a great. Like, where's the line as a father? Do you even get to be a father, a parent even anymore? Yeah. Or you mostly coach and drill master? Because if you look at Tiger Woods and Serena Williams and Venus Williams, if you look at guys like Shaq right there, I don't remember hearing much about Jordan's dad being like a real, go guy. It seemed like Jordan had that inside of him somehow. Like he wanted it and just did it to himself. But like I think about when I was like in the batting cage with my dad, like, should he have been harder? Nah, you don't have any potential. Yeah, but maybe I could have
right now.
Losing every year. I'd rather not.
I'd rather not play for Braves. You have a great career playing for the fucking Marlins. They trade you to the Braves. Unexpected retirement for Kyle Myers, all-star pitcher. I refuse to play for Atlanta.
Man, fuck baseball in the ass. Let me tell you, like, real quick. Like, I am done with baseball. I'll never talk about the Braves. I'll never watch a Braves game again.
He says this every time he talks about baseball.
Yeah. I'm saying I'm done with being a Braves fan and having anything to do with them. No, what I'm telling you is I'm done with the Braves as a team, the organization as a whole, forever, for the rest of my life.
No, it's not sour grapes about losing in the playoffs, Woody. It's the entire organization. It's their business practices.
It's the entire organization. It's the last 25 years. If they've done this, look, if we take the last 5 years into account.
They won the World Series 2 years ago.
Yeah, great 5 years.
Good enough.
The last 5 years was great. The last 25 sucked. Okay, I don't want to go into it again. I want to talk about the Dodgers.
We're building a dynasty, bro.
The Dodgers, who's like their main competitor on the West Coast, and who they're gonna have to face down every year to do anything in a series. Just got the most expensive player in baseball. It probably made your headlines.
Shohei Ohtani.
It did.
$700 million, and then he did this thing where they defer the vast majority of it, so he's actually only getting paid $2 million a year, so that their salary cap doesn't get impacted at all. And so they get the best player in baseball, who's a pitcher and a great hitter, for $2 million a year. They defer everything toward the end of his contract, the vast like $650 million of it or whatever. Mm-hmm. And so now he doesn't have to pay those California taxes. I'm sure he's avoiding LA taxes. Yeah, and then they use that money to sign another amazing Japanese player that I'd never heard of, frankly, but everybody's like, oh my God, he's like the second coming of Japanese Christ.
Are really good.
Here's my question for baseball. And in football, sometimes players get great contracts, right? Woody's going to make $8 million over the next 8 years, or $80 million, I should say. But the truth is, I won't. The truth is, most of that contract is in the last 3 years where I get really paid, and everybody knows I'm going to get cut after the 5th year, and I'll never get paid that big bucks that's at the tail end. They don't get it. In football, or they call it an $80 million contract. But for me to actually get that cash, I have to hit the Pro Bowl, be an all-star, break some records.
Bunch of bonuses,
it's bullshit money. Basketball, on the other hand, real quick, people get it. You get it. When people have that it doesn't matter if you're hurt. I swear, I think you could fucking retire or just pretend your back hurts or have a mental health crisis, and you still get $80 million a year for not playing. These guys are fucking on Twitch, streaming their video games, getting $80 million as a professional basketball player, and he's playing with Hutch.
Yeah,
anyway,
it's a good deal.
Yeah, they get the money.
They get it for real.
There's situations where guys will be like, sign 5-year contract, destroy their arm, never play again. It's like they're just getting paid. They're just out somewhere getting paid. You know, they're at home, never playing. They're retired from the game, and they're still getting paid. Guys, and the ways that teams, you know, like there are teams that are paying for other players, other teams' players. You know,
funny.
Like there's lots of that incestuous like
that
stuff going on.
Shit, it's fucking weird. I don't know
this thing that Otani did,
Confusing.
this thing that Otani guy did, I'd never heard of anything like that. And it's gonna make a dynasty out of the Dodgers. It's
surely that's cheating, like deferring that shit.
Yeah,
like
baseball is so cheaty.
Well, wait, is there a salary cap in baseball?
Not really. You could just pay a luxury tax and then spend as much as you want.
They have a budget though that they're trying to stay under, and now like they got their cake and they ate it too, and it's like what the fuck?
So they're like, okay, we're
get the best player for $2 million a year.
Yeah. So they're banking on him carrying the whole team for the next 10 years, and then
no, they don't even need him to now.
Money.
They don't need if they paid him up front, that would be true. They're like, oh, man, you better carry us so hard because we can't afford a good pitcher. Yeah. We can't afford that new shortstop. Now they can though. They're like, do the best you can. We know you will for the next decade. It's 10-year contract, 10 years, $700 million.
But are they hoping that he will sell like fucking $750 million worth of jerseys or some shit?
He'll sell a lot.
It's the number one jersey. It instantly became the number one jersey.
He's the most famous player right now. And apparently the best. Shohei Otani, I think it is.
Yeah.
I know Bryce Harper. I think
Bryce Harper's awesome. Yeah, big fan of Bryce Harper. Hate the Phillies, love Bryce though.
Dude, my baseball knowledge has plummeted ever since Yadier Molina and Albert Pujols retired last year. I don't know anyone now.
Albert Pujols.
He was king around here for a long time.
Literally yesterday was just talking about Greg Louganis from the Olympics. And I was like, who's that fucking diver with that fucked name?
Yeah.
Googling it for ages.
I've watched
what do you Google to find that? I'm like, Olympic diver with stupid fucking name.
Yeah, the only famous Olympic diver.
Yeah,
like there's not even a. Did he even have a rivalry?
Like, no, but apparently he was just dominant.
Divers.
Apparently he was just dominant forever.
Greg Louganis and Jason Statham.
Jason Statham? Is
Statham?
that? The actor?
Yeah.
Jason Statham. He was a diver.
He was Olympic diver.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
I wonder how demanding is being a diver, really? You have to be fit because otherwise you're going to make a big splash and look silly.
Aren't they swim team like dropouts? Like they couldn't cut the swim team, but they're around the pool all the time, and you already got the suit and the hat. I mean, climb a ladder. Climb a ladder.
I'm not a swimming guy. I'm more of a falling guy.
That's a hell of a physique.
He looks so different.
Yeah,
he does.
He's not my team.
That's what he looks like.
Looks like he had a little bit of a Tom Brady face there.
I mean, that's Jason Statham.
Is it the hair?
Yeah,
it's the hair.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty low res picture. Oh, yeah.
Dude, he looks all right. So I guess once they stopped testing him, he got a much better physique.
Yeah.
Posture. If he rolls his shoulders back, he's the same guy.
Bullshit.
You disagree? I mean, one picture's. No, I think that's.
Wait, are these different photos?
You don't get those big man tits natty. Those big man tits do not come natty, bro.
You think he's juicing a bit for his titties?
Fucking oath he's Jason.
Yeah, good for him.
He's like 60.
From deltoid to deltoid is where he's most different, and that is where steroids help.
I didn't see a ton of difference. I'd love to know his weight back then.
Like a ton of difference.
I saw differences in the photographs, you know, but the photographs weren't comparable. You know that works. The one on the left is like a screenshot from a VHS recorder at the Olympics in '97. The one on the right is a promotional image for his new movie where he fights the megalodon. So I'm just saying, when you compare those two,
probably
images,
photoshopped it. Yeah,
I give the one on the left some salt.
Yeah,
dude,
that's fair.
just for I don't know, experiments for science, I googled Olympic diver with fucked up name, and it's like Olympic diver Greg Louganis gets back on board in HBO special.
I should have googled that. Oh, why did I Google exactly? I googled other shit.
My favorite is like, what is that song that goes na 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 hey hey, and they're like, I got you. I know that one.
It's like they were like, thank God you threw the hey hey in. That got us to the finish line of this one. We got it.
Now I got to see Remember the Titans. I'm gonna cry when that boy gets crippled. Every time he gets crippled, I cry.
It's a terrible scene in that movie.
That's not the part that makes me cry, though. I like it when they
the part that really makes me confuse me as a kid is like halfway through them winning the championship game, the coach says, "Oh, now we're gonna blitz them all night," and I was like, "Why didn't you do that from the beginning?" we're not gonna let them breathe. Blitz all night, and I was like, "Why didn't we start that from the beginning of the game? If it's so goddamn effective."
Yeah,
there's a football game down here a while back where it's at like the Australian AFL, like Australian Football League. It sort of operates like soccer. If you haven't heard of it, they just like big field and they I call it aerial bush ping pong, but the one team was winning so every goal is 6 points, and this one team was winning by like 580 points at halftime. And I'm sitting there like watching this. I'm like, what is the coach saying to this losing team in like the locker room while they're going at the halftime? Like, is he in there going, "Yeah, guys, if they did it, we can do it. We fucking got this, lads." Like, how demoralized it would be.
Sure, they broke the record for points in the first half, but that just means it's doable for us in the second half. 518 is the most dangerous lead in Australian football. They're sitting on their laurels.
Yeah, they ended up losing by like 1,000. They just didn't let off the gas at all. They were scoring a goal like every 30 seconds.
That's like those Olympic scores where like it'd be like the 1906 Olympics, and it's like Russia or the Soviet Union decided to fight, or like Russian Empire at the time. You know, their hockey team played against Mozambique, who learned of the sport's existence 3 days prior, and it's like 70-0. Like absurd scores because half the different countries back then only had 2 sports they did.
That's why I love the Winter Olympics, because there's just like all these countries with no snow, and then they rock up and they just get annihilated by Swedes, and it's hilarious.
Why do they show up? Why do they show up? I don't get it. Because like I read a whole article today about how most Olympic athletes, work regular 9-to-5 jobs, and a lot of them are really struggling financially to be able to do their training and work their job, and but then obviously there are programs like government programs. The Soviets had tons of them back then, and so did we. The Soviets in the United States during the Cold War were like, let's prove who's got the best rockets. Let's prove who's got the best athletes. Let's prove who's got the best economic system. And all those Eastern European gals, Eastern German gals, just look like men. Their shoulders. You want to talk about Jason Statham's shoulders? You should see some of those ladies' shoulders that set all those fucking swimming records.
Yeah, they're all just high on beaver tranquilizers, just flogging everyone.
Oh my god! I guarantee we have that in Australia.
Testosterone. We only do it for like certain sports in Australia. So you go to the Olympics and we'll only televise like what in Australia we're going to be good at, and so you'll see just on the normal television. The Olympics for us is basically just a gigantic swimming competition, and that's all you see on the television, just endless fucking swimming, because Australia is like generally pretty good at it, but that's the most financed one. You don't see anything else. There was one guy, like I remember when I was a kid, that won a gold medal in shooting, and like they gave him like 2 minutes of fucking airtime, and this dude was really great. And no one gave a fuck. It's like back to the swimming.
Speaking of like the countries that don't know what's going on, it reminded me you're from Australia-ish, that like
close enough.
They had like Australia has a men's national ice hockey team, and they are not competitive. But like every once in a while, like they have like the play-in group or whatever, and it'll be like Finland matched up against Australia, and it's like I just can't imagine the Australian players, like even in their head, in their locker room, they have to be like all we can do is do our best out there. Look around us. You see how many jackets we're all wearing? It's freezing here. These guys know their shit. We got to try.
Have you seen the guy that won the speed skating?
Yeah.
Have you seen the guy that won the speed
we're
skating
looking
for
forward
Australia?
to a nice 30-0 win.
Oh, yes. Yes.
The guy that won the speed
in the
skating.
last 2 races, everybody crashed, but
everyone fell over except for him. He was losing by like a lap, and then he just cruised home for a gold medal. He's the fucking best shit I've ever seen. And you know, he just rides on it as well. He's like, "Yep, I won a gold medal, and like I legitimately deserve that." Like,
he did. He didn't fall.
He was behind by like 60 feet. Like he was way.
Look at him. He's like, "Yeah, I fucking did it."
Should have turned around, skated backwards.
That guy in second place is American, and he was like a heavy favorite. He would just.
What's his name? Is that Anton Ono or something?
Yeah.
It's like some Anton's. He's got 3 fucking stupid ass names. Every year, the NBC picks some. Every year, NBC picks some loser jabroni to be their hero. Like, we give a fuck and give them way too much airtime, and they usually fail.
The problem is some races are kind of a crapshoot. Like I know in swimming, the 50-meter free, the first 6 guys will be like within 100th of each other. So like even if you're the best or you want, like you could have won 3 months ago. It's basically a toss up between this many people, and that's what that sport is for him.
I've always hated the Olympics, like genuinely hated what it does to like TV and TV coverage. Yeah, because they don't cover the sports that I would actually give a shit about. I would like to see some discus throwing. So I want to see the javelin. I want to see the shot put.
Yeah,
I want to see
hammer toss. I like seeing like
all that
gigantic like butch lesbians throwing a fucking hammer.
No running, no swimming, no diving, no
women's
hurdles.
Beach volleyball. I want to see women's tennis. I want to see women's cycling.
No. That works for me.
Other good ideas?
I can deal with that.
Cycling's awful. No, I don't. I want to see the shooting. I want
the
every
swimming
shooting sport to get a little.
Women's swimming makes me self-conscious because I look at them and I'm like, my shoulders are like 1/8 the size of theirs.
Archery.
They have that definition.
Yeah.
I want more archery. I bet there's some cute archery chicks.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
The shooting's kind of boring though. Like like most of it's just like shooting 22s, and they're all like shooting these extremely modified like fucking air rifles that are crap.
Yeah, I like the obese guys because there are some very fat guys
like
in
Olympic shooting.
Which sport?
Olympic shooting.
Oh, the fat guys in shooting.
Yeah. I want to see some IPSEC shooting where they have to like run and gun with like multiple guns and stuff and put that in the Olympics. That'd be cool.
I think that would be
Winter Olympics.
Well, the Winter Olympics.
They have like cross country skiing and shooting, then the biathlon, right?
The cathlon.
What'd you say?
What's it called? The thing where you ski, you shoot, and then you do another thing. What's it called?
It's a biathlon, no?
I think you're right. I think you ski and then shoot and then ski again.
It has like a certain name. It has like a certain name. I can't remember what it's called.
Decathlon has more shit to it, right?
10 things.
Is that the one where there's one where you bike, run, and swim?
I looked it up. The biathlon is a winter sport that combines cross-country skiing and rifle shooting.
No.
That's like so boring though that like they'll show clips of it leading to commercial break, like after Canada versus USA men's ice hockey. It'll be like, and this is what's going on here. You know, Sven Smorgasbord is killing it again, the heavy favorite. And now a word from Discover.
I feel like we're talking about television coverage. Does this even matter anymore? It's the internet. You can watch whatever you want. I bet the entire biathlon is there if you want it.
No one wants it. No one's ever looked.
It's never been observed.
There's one Twitch account.
There's some biathlete's mom who's changing the channel.
Oh yeah, someone's like stealing all that content and they're not even flagging it.
Look, that's my boy. That's my boy shooting. Yes. Oh, it's gone.
What's Australia best at in the Olympics? It's got to be summer. I can't imagine they're doing well.
Swimming.
I think swimming. We were dominated swimming for ages, and then they got destroyed by
dominating in swimming. What
this was before
you dominate in swimming?
What was that fucking guy's name that got caught smoking the bongs?
You're thinking of Michael Phelps, but before him was Gandhi, and before him was I fucking forget. Skipping one. Like Americans have had the best swimmer alive.
We had two guys that were Ian fucking
Thorpe, maybe.
Yeah, Ian Thorpe. He won heaps of gold medals.
I was trash.
And
he
then,
was trash. If he was on the American team, he wouldn't be a star.
I hate that guy.
He won gold medals, and then Grant Hackett as well.
Asterisk.
He won heaps.
Do you think like 3 gold medals makes the news in American swimming?
Didn't he win like 5 or something?
He was really good. But I don't know if he was even the best of his Olympics. He was right there.
Some old chick as well that was dominant, like back in the 80s, and then they named, I think it was like Margaret Court was her name, and then they or something Margaret something, and they named heaps of arenas after her, and then she came out as like a fucking huge racist like later on, and they changed all that.
Against two. Which race did you not like?
What are we looking for? We're
swimming
is down the list somewhere.
Top individual.
Prove me wrong.
Wait, I don't know what I'm looking at.
These are all women's names, though, so you must be looking for the girl you're talking about.
These are like lady medalists from 15
Are these
years
mixed?
Inthorpe would be up the top, wouldn't he? I might be wrong.
Yeah. No, he was really good. Why the top of this list is cut off for me? I can't see.
Yeah, I can't see the top of the list. I need to see the top ones so I can immediately forget it.
There we go.
What was that?
That's not even in order. That's like the guy at the top is 2.
Oh, look at how old some of those pictures are, man.
What is that guy wearing? That wizard over there, top right, Frank Burepair.
Boy Charlton was the first Australian to win with electricity.
Oh, he won 3 gold medals. There you go. I was wrong.
We went dominant.
Gold medals used to be way cooler.
Look at this dude.
He's got the fucking time stone. Of course he won. Look at this shit.
This guy's about to go to one of those the Bohemian Grove meetups after he wins his swimming contest.
Eyes wide shut.
His eyes wide shut, owl mask wearing.
Go drink some owl blood and fuck a virgin.
Pervert parties.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm wrong. We weren't dominant. Other than that, I have nothing. I have no fucking idea.
You're your own continent. You should wear that with pride and just let
the
it
only
go.
thing we win is something Americans don't care about, and that's the cricket. And other than that, if you guys got involved, probably lose. You've got the no healthcare money to throw at that kind of shit. We don't have that. We're trying to keep smokers alive. You guys just let them die.
No one here knows how to play cricket at all. If I talked to every single person I know, there's not one chance they know how cricket is played. Not 1%.
I don't have any idea. I try to watch cricket with this idea, like I think I'm getting it, and you peek down at the score, and it's like 1,500 to 900. I'm like, what the?
Now we're on day 3 of the match. Day 3 of this. There's like days of the match too. It'll be like this is day 4 of the match
on the top of cricket.
In Japan. The bowls.
A test match goes for like 5 days. 1 day is just 1 day. It's just called one day. And then there's
India's in
T20 that only has like 20 overs, which you could consider like an innings in.
A hockey game could last 2 months and no one would have 1,500 points.
Yeah.
But you can score 6 at a time, like.
Oh, that's true. Is that how it works?
You get 6 at a time in football, but I've never seen a football game that got more than like 70, 80 points.
Yeah, that's because a football game goes for like 3 hours and they run for 20 seconds and then rest for fucking 5 minutes.
That's fair. That is what football is.
But they do run those 20 seconds
constantly go. Like in a test match, if you're out there batting, you're just batting for 8 hours straight.
Yeah.
Until you get out. They're just standing around in the fucking sun.
So home runs in cricket are 6 points.
Essentially, it works like a home run. So you hit it out of the field. If it doesn't touch the ground, so if it goes out of the ground on the full, then it's 6. If it runs along the ground and then goes outside there's like a rope around the ground, then it's 4.
Do you have to do the 6 runs, or do they just give you 6?
So if you hit it over, you just get 6 without running. So it essentially functions like a home run.
Something just happened to Slush's mic for me.
Oh,
a little bit of popping when you're talking. I
was scared. I pulled my headphones out. I thought it was me.
No, I started hearing it just a few moments ago. But yeah, I don't know when the next Olympics is. That's how little I guess I actually care about it.
Is that better now?
It's every 2 years.
There's still popping on it.
It's even numbered years, but I don't know. I don't even know if
winter. Winter is the only one because I'll watch some of the hockey games.
You're the one American who cares about Winter Olympics.
Yeah, I'm the only one who's watching the hockey games. And every time there will be a big USA rah rah shish boom ba and then we get paired up against Sweden or Canada, and it's pretty embarrassing to lose to Sweden. Not that they're bad; they're a really good team, but there's only 5 million of them, and they beat us.
Yeah, but they beat us at the thing they try the hardest at. You know,
yeah, they
you
skate
know
to school at 4 years old. Like, it's not the same.
It's true. They probably do. It's freezing.
I mean, they beat us at speaking whatever weird language they speak over there too. You know, we don't count that.
All those goofy syllables.
We only count the sport we win.
I do like that about. There's no sport in the Olympics or like world competition that you can more easily know who's going to win just based on the countries. Like when Italy is playing Sweden in ice hockey, there's not one person, none of the 3 Italian fans even think that they have a shot. Like they're at the game, like getting drunk. They're like, you know, we only lost 6-1. We weren't shut out this time. That's big for the Italian hockey team. Like they just suck.
I bet cricket's like that too. Like I bet in cricket, like there's Australia, England, maybe India, but when they're up against like Dominican Republic or Trinidad and Tobago, everyone knows they're getting their asses kicked.
Yeah. I mean, I would imagine India, I thought cricket was their biggest sport. Yeah. And there's like 1.5 billion. There's more Indians than Chinese now. And so
no gym classes in the whole country.
Yeah. I don't think that India
talking about an entire population that never had gym in high school. Like they don't.
It should be good now.
That's true.
Nope.
Uh-oh. Is it still popping? Can you say something else, Slush?
Hello? Testing?
Popping.
Yeah, it's a little pop still. I'm not sure what
it goes.
I heard it. It's
every time.
Yeah, like a little cat purr. Speaking of cats and tangentially pets and tangentially again to your new dog. How's the new pup?
How's all good?
Little Murphy.
Yeah, I got this tiny little Pomeranian. I weighed him on the food scale last night. He's 1.2 pounds. He's about the size of a kitten, and he's super cute. It's a Pomeranian. I got him a bassinet and like a little baby pen, so I just keep him next to me all day in there. And I'm just terrified I'm going to accidentally step on him. So
is he in there with you right now in a little bassinet?
No, he's in the other room with like thunder and like rain music playing, so he sleeps and chills out. And I'm gonna go and check. I've got to like check on him in a minute, make sure he's not crying or anything. But he can't even eat dog food yet. You have to take dog food, and
you have to chew it.
I chew it, and then I baby bird it to him. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we're really forming a strong bond. That they said I could use like a food bullet, you know, one of the little pods and grind up the food. I was like, no, not for my dog. I wouldn't.
I mean, really,
I
think
the best.
I knew that you would bond with that dog as soon as you told me about how you breastfed him.
That's true. I got to tell you, I'm not
give him the biddy.
All the skin-to-skin contact photos you've been sending, saying how important it is for bonding. I hate those.
Yeah.
Curiously, that dog is getting jacked.
You're like in a bathtub, like holding the dog to your chest.
Yeah.
Like the skin.
How old is the dog?
Rose petals, like floating tastefully on the water, concealing both of our shame. He's 6 weeks old when I got him. I didn't realize he was 6 weeks old. I met the owner in a parking lot, and you know it's Georgia, but it was a chilly day and the wind was blowing, and I'm like, oh my god, it's so little. She's like, yeah, you know, it's 6 weeks. I don't usually give them out this early. I'm like, is that what you were trying to imply in that really awkward text conversation you had earlier, where you had those long pauses and kept asking when exactly he was not ready to be picked up is what it was. But then I was there in the parking lot and I was like, let's get him out of the fucking wind. And I took him home. And
I got 8 or 10 weeks was kind of the minimum.
Yeah. 8. And especially with such a little fucking dog. So I know what I'm doing. You have to feed them regularly or they'll go hypoglycemic, and it becomes a real problem when they're that young, when you're weaning them from milk to food. And I'm not chewing up his food. Obviously I'm grinding it up in the bullet, and then I'm adding, I didn't know they made this, but Gerber baby food. You're probably familiar with those little jars of baby food you can buy. Sure. I always thought of like split peas and stuff like that. They make pureed chicken, and it is the foulest smelling pink liquid. It's what chicken, and it smells awful, but I spoon that into his dry food that's been ground up and add warm water, and he eats that. And but I don't know. I already love the fucking dog. He's got so much personality. He's like fighting with my fingers, and he growls constantly like a little. He
That's
jumps.
Good. You want to nurture that.
Yeah. my other dog's almost 90 pounds, and my 1-pound dog like leaps at him and growls, and Toby runs away. So it's hilarious. It's just real cute. Just very Merry Christmas with that. That's best gift in a while I've given. And then I got my Star Trek picture, you know, for my girlfriend got me, which is like, honestly, this is the best gift I've ever gotten in my life. Like I love this so fucking much. I love this so fucking much. It comes with this like certificate of authenticity and everything, and I know she didn't cheap out on it, and it's fucking cool that all those people that I grew up watching and still watch far too much, you know, touched that piece of paper and signed that photo and everything. I love it.
Does it say so like how long ago it was when they signed it?
I think I can look that up. I've got like a whole certificate with some paperwork for it. I'm sure it was for some show somewhere where some fan was like somehow got them all to sign it. I don't know. Maybe they had to pay. Maybe they all got paid. Maybe they do a thing where they all sign and then split the money. I bet Picard gets the most though, right?
The bald guy.
Like the whole cast gets together and does an autograph signing. Like, how are we going to split these profits up? That's more Sean Connery, but you know what I'm going for.
Yes, that's also my understanding of the character. Master Spock, we have to go to the lizard planet and save my friend William Shatner. We need to go save him from planet Allstate. He's stuck in a time loop doing commercials.
You're not far off from the plot of like one of the movies, unfortunately. If you see that thing I linked there, this real piece of shit went and ruined Christmas for all these children. He went outside of a elementary school dressed as the Grinch, and he's got a big sign here that reads Santa's fake, hey, Jesus is real.
Sometimes truth hurts.
And it's a scary Grinch mask too. Look at it.
That's not a, you know, full of mirth and, you know, tongue-in-cheek Grinch mask. No. That's very spooky. I don't like it because it doesn't match the rest of the outfit. The rest of the outfit is a very silly Grinch, and this is a very evil. I bet there's some like stupid horror movie that's just called like Grinch, and they try to go hard with it.
No, Dr. Seuss would sue the fuck out of him, or his estate would. This though, honestly, I don't like this. That's such a magical part of your life when you believe Christmas is real, when you believe that Santa is real and there's elves and shit making presents and magic, and they're gonna fly down and bring you some shit tonight, so we need to go to bed so they can intrude our home and gift us. It's literal magic that you believe in until you're like 9 or so. And
you got till 9?
I don't, 3rd grade or something. I remember that. I remember my teacher being like, we had to write our Christmas list in 3rd grade, like what we want for Santa. And I'm like, I already told my parents, you know, what I want. Like they have the Toys R Us catalog. I think you're familiar. And
I know, I remember.
And she's like, shh, fucking fill out your goddamn Santa list, Kyle. Stop being a fucking turd in the punch bowl. Everybody else believes in Santa Claus around here. And so you kind of had to keep it quiet that you know, he wasn't real and everything.
Yeah, I didn't get that long. I didn't get any amount of time. The first time I asked my mom, she was like, no.
Well, there you go. Don't you wait it that long when your mother spoiled Christmas for you at an early age.
She shot me right out of the sky with Santa. Boom. No, that's from grandma.
Fuck.
Right away. Shut that right down.
Woody, did you believe in Santa? Did you ever sit on the guy's lap in a mall and tell him what you wanted?
For many years, I sat on Santa's lap. I think we both got a kick out of it. I hope.
Yeah.
That's Stan. That's Stan. That's not.
That's what Lindsey Graham Moonlight says.
I don't know if they still do it. That's funny. But like you'd sit on Santa's lap, you tell him what you want, and then Santa would like rat you out and tell your parents everything you told them. Is that still how it works?
Yeah. And you get your photo taken. And usually the parent is close enough by that they're hearing this, and then there's usually a tiny little train you can get on a track, and right after you talk to Santa with some sort of snack. It's a good time.
I remember
magical.
I remember feeling like, have you seen that movie They Live?
Yeah, yes. Of course.
Yeah,
that's Rodney Piper.
Where the guy, you know, he has the special glasses that he can put on, and it'll take like an advertisement and be like, consume, obey, and then like a scary alien demon face. And I remember, I obviously hadn't seen this movie when I was like 5, but I remember like waiting in line for Santa with my mom and like younger brother to get pictures. and thinking in my head, like, I've got something over on these kids. I know the truth. I know that I'm about to sit on a sad alcoholic's lap right now. They think they're going to see Santa.
That's not a sad alcoholic. Those are great guys. The guys who actually like volunteer their time and grow that beard out are some of the sweetest, kindest men. Like, you know, that's not a job. That's a passion.
I'm sure
project.
they are. That is
love. I had a college professor who was a Santa.
There you.
He said that he worked the chair at like Bloomingdale's or something, and he kind of implied he was on the board of directors, like a chairman of some sort. But he was actually a Santa, and it was like weeks into the semester before he's like, "When I say I worked the chair at Bloomingdale's, I mean I'm a fake Santa."
Yeah.
and then you're like, yeah, I get it, because he had this big beard. He was in like the National Association of Real Santas, and that's people who don't wear a fake beard.
Narcissist.
Commit to the bit enough that they look like Santa all year.
They make you bulk. They're serious about it. No skinny Santas. No. They allow the other races in. I don't care for that. I'm in a different Santa group.
Now that's when wokeness touches us.
Dude,
you can't allow that. Santa's white.
I am starting to align with these MAGA people on the wokeness stuff. I'm watching Doctor Who, and gosh darn, they beat you over the head with it. In the most recent Doctor Who episode, okay, let's go back. In the second most recent Doctor Who episode, the Doctor, who's this attractive black guy now, doesn't wear pants through the whole thing. He's just there in his like tighty whities. You're looking at his bulge all the time. And I'm like, that just feels like a lot to me. Well, they put him in a skirt for the next episode. And I'm like, I guess this is a step up. So there he is at the dance club, like turning and turning and turning as the skirt flays out. And I'm like, I just feel beaten over the head with it. That one of the main character's daughters is she changed her own gender, you know, like that. I don't know, use the word right, but
trans.
Yeah, trans. I was stuck on transvestite, and I couldn't get my head off it. But I feel like that's an outdated term that people don't say.
Yeah, they don't use that. I think they might though. I think of transvestites as the sexuality is completely separate. The gender is completely separate. It's just men who like to dress up like ladies, and they enjoy that. I don't even think it needs to be sexual. Like, I think of those guys from the Birdcage movie, like Patrick Swayze and Wesley Snipes, as transvestites. And like those guys, like imagine it. Well, yeah, but their characters in the film were like drag queens and transvestites. Okay. I don't remember them being outright gay, but of course I was 7 trying to interpret a lot of adult themes.
Yeah. I'm not up on my terms. I don't know what's preferred. But I agree with you. It's like when it's so ham-handed and obvious, and it's like, oh, you gotta, you know, just clearly no one was sitting in this casting room being like, this guy embodies the character we're going for. They're like, well, okay, this guy, white guy, sorry, no, from the start, no, you got to be black, trans, and gay, and have a club foot. And you know,
it feels like 2/3 of the characters represent 2% of the population, and I'm like, I don't mean to be some sort of bigot, but this is like a lot.
Yeah. Like, you do know that most people are either white or Latino and straight and religious in this country, right? Like, you should have 2 brown Catholics on here who are hateful as fuck right now if we're trying to represent the current state of America. Like, give me 2 second-generation Americans who came from Mexico and work hard their whole fucking lives and go to and are Catholic as fuck, taking communion.
Right? And then a redhead guy who hates them.
Yeah,
that's America.
But they fuse together with their hatred for the made-up people who are on the show.
We need 2 black guys catcalling the main character of the show, and a couple of Hispanic day laborers giving side eyes because they don't know what's being said, but they don't like it.
But it's set in London, I think, most of the time, so they should throw in a couple of like African guys who are very rapey. Where is it where that girl got gang raped by the African migrants, and they let 8 out of 9 of them go free? Because they had such a hard life.
That sounds like a Germany thing to do.
I think it's Germany. It
sounds like Germany.
You get what you do. You come up, it's Germany. Well, I don't forget World War II.
You don't forget no one's alive from that. You will not let it go.
Dude, it honestly, genuinely, it seems so petty when they get those Auschwitz guards now. It's like, fuck, dude, what was he guarding? He had to be 12 back then.
Yeah, it's like they're like, he guarded a camp in 1941, and it's like, this guy was born in 1931. It's like, Like, what are we doing here? That's weird.
They're so old, and they throw the book at them every time. You know, they just sentence them to the rest of their lives.
Yeah,
I don't even know what's right. I do like the idea that the people they wrong get justice eventually, but I'm really stuck on the thing. Like, let's not act like they ran this camp. But anyone who's alive now was young when they would do it. They were 18.
Yeah.
16.
It's not good to always be digging up the past, creating division and shit.
I don't know. Those guys aren't Nazis though, so probably punish them. But.
Well, it goes the other way too. Like if there's an American war hero in like from World War II, I say, well, what have you done for me lately? Like, you know,
100%.
At this point, at this point, you know what? I'm revoking your AutoZone discount.
Whoa,
that was a long time ago.
Yeah, you guys have gotten enough discounts over the years.
Yeah, at this point, I'm gonna need you to fight in another war,
dude. Every fucking day, combat veterans with both hands. taking. That's that. I wonder if we'll ever have a politician who like comes out and is like, these pampered troops with their VA care. Do you know sometimes some of them even get in and they get that care for
free? I've been watching more of that YouTube channel where all the participants are in VRChat. So like there's like a fox girl and like Anakin Skywalker will be there, and like there'll be an Ant-Man, like literally like the insect, but he's an ant.
Fox girl is a really pretty girl whose animated character is an animal.
Like a furry.
No, they're all in VRChat. So their avatars that are sitting around a table are avatars. So one of them is like a girl fox hybrid, cartoon character with like paw print tattoos and shit. Anyway, they end up interviewing some of the most interesting people with the coolest jobs, like the guys who do like geospatial reconnaissance or something for the military. I think they're the guys who were in part like controlling the spy satellites and like some of the high altitude drones and stuff like that, compiling imagery and coming up with targets and stuff. Yeah, they're in like a world like this, like chilling, talking about like one guy today. There were two guys that were submariners on nuclear submarines. And so hearing them talk about what life was like in a submarine and what the food was like. But then sometimes you'll have a Marine and he'll be a combat Marine, obviously, and he'll talk about just killing people and what it's like. The really good one was the guy who was the gunner on an AC-130 gunship. And he talked about just all the people they talk about what they watched, like some Taliban guy, like kill a mother's child in front of her. And he's like, everybody's pissed. We're watching. And so when they leave, we follow them and we watch them and we don't let them get out of our sight until the boss hears about it. He said, and he got mad and he said, get them. And we blew that truck up. And it's just like all these stories. Like he starts crying at that story. They're really good. And at first it's silly because, like I said, they're in VRChat, but they're great videos.
And you ever watch it? Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I like talking to people from that have like that military experience that have done that crazy shit like that, because it's never what you think it's gonna sound like. Like I always imagined those guys in that AC-130 were in some bubble of safety, but he talked about getting shot at all the time and getting, a couple of them got shot down. Like not him, but like those AC-130 gunships have been shot down. Because they just loiter over the area at low altitude circling.
I guess it depends who you're fighting, right? And the Russians can shoot them down, but who are they fighting?
I think Taliban shot one down with some sort of missile or rocket or something. They went to nighttime flying mostly after that. But like the fact that some of those munitions, I guess, have radioactive materials in them, and all of them have lead in them. And so when they're firing quickly up there, they're just enveloped in this cloud of radioactive lead that they're just breathing in the whole time.
But myth was busted on PKN. You explained to us that nuclear fallout is actually not even pish posh. No big deal.
Well, no. If you want to talk about nuclear fallout, that's real dangerous. That's the materials that have been
on PKA. You said, Tuesday Kyle doesn't think much of nuclear weapons at all.
Yeah, he was mocking them openly.
Yes.
No. Well,
he said, "I dare someone to nuke me."
Well, the idea
I moved to Atlanta just to see if those motherfuckers would try.
Yeah.
But my point was, if you nuked Atlanta, we'd be able to move back in here in 5 or 6 years, and it'd be fine. Like it's not going to irradiate then poison the ground in some way. Like that's just not how nuclear weapons work.
Here's my thinking on that. I've often I have no doubt that in 5 years they'd tell us we could come back to Atlanta, resume your jobs, contribute to the GDP. It's safe. Trust me. The question I have is, would they be able to lie to me? Like, are there enough Geiger counters? Aren't that rare? People can measure it. Are they going to tell me that it's safe when it's not? Are they going to be able to lie? I don't know.
They probably would. Like
you
they
can
would
visit the
lie,
Trinity test site. You can go to where the first nuclear weapon went off. You can go to a lot of them, I think. Just because it goes off, again, it's not one of those 40K poison the earth weapons. And going back to the Chernobyl thing, that wasn't a nuclear explosion. That was a steam explosion where the roof blew off from steam pressure. There's no nuclear fission happening. I mean, it's just that the radioactive material is burning. There isn't some fissile explosion like with a nuclear weapon, or that starts the fusion.
I get what you're saying, but it just doesn't seem right.
Why?
Because I imagine a big bomb going off in like Nagasaki and everyone having to be like, all right, next 5 years, we're out of here. But you can actually go back real soon afterward, start rebuilding and shit. Like clearly you can do that because they did do that for Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And they didn't have like everyone dying of cancer the next 2 years, So I know what you're saying is right, but it doesn't seem like it should be.
Even Chernobyl. Now, you have to trust the Russians to believe this, but didn't like 3 people die at Chernobyl?
Maybe in like the actual like steam explosion, but like way more people died in issues like following it.
That poisoned a half a continent. Like they kept that shit secret. The cancers and the stillbirths and everything that created. Who knows what the number is on that?
Yeah.
Who knows is perfect because that's where I'm stuck, right? They told us the nuclear fallout was like washing over Europe and then across. Like it went up and then west. It's something to do with the way the winds were going at the time. And that like mushrooms were going to be dangerous for some very long time. I don't know. 31 people died as a result of Chernobyl. The UN estimates that 50 people died, and a further 4,000 might eventually die. Well, it was a while ago.
Well, they're talking about the dosage. They're talking about the dosage initially, like that 4,000 would die. But like again, it was that burning fire of radioactive dust and particulates and goo and vapor and all that stuff that was floating and then settling on people. That ash that lands on you that's radioactive and you stick it in your mouth. That's the poison.
But if you die at 75 instead of 76, did Chernobyl really kill you?
No. But dude, that's one of the best miniseries I've ever seen. I think it's like a top 5 all-time miniseries.
It's
Chernobyl. Solid. When those people are dying of the radiation sickness later on, it's like, man, you got to sneak your boy a handgun into that prison or something. Into that hospital. Like you can't let him go out like that. They kept that one guy alive for so long.
Oh yeah, they were letting that pregnant woman just hang out in the nuke wing. And the woman kept being like, "You are not allowed to be here, but I will like run cover for you, even though that baby good is dead."
Yeah, yeah. The problem was her husband had absorbed so much radiation that he was radioactive. He was giving off the radiation and poisoning the baby that was inside of her womb because he was one of the cleanup guys, like pushing a shovel, like scooping up chunks of like radioactive material, and that whole thing was. Great.
I'm always coming down hard on NASA because I want them to do more cool stuff, and they're on a fucking 60-year drought of cool stuff, and so we need to see something neat. How about this? How launch nukes at the moon? I want to see how big nukes have gotten since we first invented them, because you hear stuff where it's like, the Nagasaki bomb was actually bitch made compared to the Tsar bomb that the Russians tested, and now the Tsar bomb is bitch made compared to this new hypothetical one that we have. I think the Tsar bomb wasn't nuclear; it was just the largest traditional bomb ever, right?
Or was no, it's the biggest nuclear bomb ever built.
We never beat that.
No, it hasn't. It would be silly yet, to beat it. Know.
So they did explode it. They tested it.
Am I wrong? Okay.
They dropped it in Siberia out of a cargo plane. It had a parachute. It was enormous. It couldn't be towed by any, carried underneath.
I want a bomb so big that we can see it hit the moon.
You would see a nuclear weapon hit the moon, but there's a test ban treaty. But I think the Russians just pulled out of that, right? I think they literally pulled out of it. So maybe it is okay to go ahead and hit the moon. It's funny you mentioned that. Werner von Braun came up with an idea. He wanted to he was the Nazi who NASA took to like do the whole space program. He invented NASA. He's the one who got us to the moon, the Nazi man.
Yeah.
His idea, he wanted to colonize the whole solar system, and he thought we could do it by like 2000.
Those guys dreamt big.
well, his way of moving the spaceship is by nuclear explosions behind the spaceship that you would one after another. You would explode a nuclear weapon behind the spaceship. The shockwave would push it forward, accelerating it, and then you would drop another nuclear weapon behind you, let it get to the correct distance, and repeat that process over and over. And they said theoretically it could accelerate a spaceship to like 10 or 15% the speed of light, get to like the next star system in 50 years or something.
Where's it going?
That'd be cool.
Where's what going?
Well, first of all, I had to process some of this. Did you say 50 times the speed of light?
15% the speed of light, he said.
10 or 15% the speed of light.
Oh, okay.
Which is probably fast as shit.
Because based on what I know about the speed
it'd
of light.
It'd be 18,000 miles per second. 18,600 miles per second.
And then you have to slow down, too. So they just put do they just nuke in front of them and push them slower?
Yeah, I guess you would want some retro rockets to do that, right?
When you're like just flying through the void of space at 15% of the speed of light,
powered by
of nukes, you got to push it down.
That would be, well, again, what I'm not talking about like it would immediately go there. Immediately would go real fast, but like the idea was that if you did enough of those explosions over time, it might be years or something of dozens of explosions, hundreds or thousands. I don't know what they said, but just for traveling around in our solar system, I guess that would make you go real fast, because everything else they do seems bitch made to me. Like it's like a lot of pressurized air and I don't know,
pish posh nonsense. We're never going to get anywhere with this pressurized air stuff. Time to harness the power of nukes. Same with energy.
We got so many.
We got to harness. We got to use a bunch of nuclear energy. Get our energy shit solved forever, and then we can focus on the stars.
Renewables
baby.
Are cheaper now. Apparently, renewables are cheaper now than nuclear. Nuclear is so regulated that it's just more expensive. But
it's not like it's doable. Like we could just make nuclear.
You got a lower regulation,
and it'd be way more efficient. Well, then lower regulation, so we can have nuclear power plants. But there's a bunch of money and like the alternatives now. They're lobbying against that. Makes sense. Bunch of silly billies trying to make money.
Wait, what are you for?
I want a nuclear
power plants with less regulation.
If regulation's what's keeping us from doing nuclear power, then we need to get on whatever needs to be handled there so we can do nuclear power, because it's just the most efficient. It's the most effective. It's pretty much forever. It
seems to me we should have.
There's no downtime.
Why is it the most efficient?
It's the most efficient by far. I got into like reading about this like a few months ago. So like I found one site that was like, it's actually the least efficient, and here's the breakdown. And like you click two little things on there and you see it's like brought to you by the alternative energy coalition. And the way that they get those like bogus instruments or measurements where they're like, solar's more efficient in this way. What they assume built into that is that solar doesn't require maintenance, doesn't have downtime. Enormous sums of time on solar plants isn't being used because there isn't sun being absorbed. It's much easier to break. Apparently there are huge problems of this one breaks and therefore a bunch of other ones did, and I have to do a lot more hunting and pecking and trying to figure shit out. Whereas once you get a nuclear reactor going, it kind of just goes. And it's always pumping it out, always. When wind is shut down for huge portions of the year, nuclear is pumping it out. When solar isn't working for huge portions of the year, nuclear is pumping it out. And it's also more central. And so it's not some field the size of New Hampshire that you're having to go through it.
You don't have to sell me on it. I've always thought it was the way to go, just because I thought it was cool. We went and visited the Kiowee power plant when I was in like middle school or high school. I don't remember which, but you know how memory works. I don't remember if I saw it with my eyes or if they showed me a video of it, but we saw like the pool where the cooling rods were, and it glows down there. It's probably light. It's probably lit, but it looks like it glows. And there was a humming noise.
That's pretty cool.
They've got those rods that are in there heating that water up. And I don't know, just walking through there, of course, it's a prop. There, you walk through a whole like learning annex, and it's the other kind of propaganda. They tell you that a banana is actually more radioactive than this entire power plant, Timmy. Well, unless we have an accident and run out of cold water, which would never happen unless, we did.
As long as you keep infrastructure rolling, it'll work just fine.
yeah, it really doesn't seem like a great idea to me to have one in somewhere like Japan, which is like earthquake, tsunami, and Godzilla capital of the world. Like bad things can happen. They can interrupt your supply of water to keep the thing cool, and then you actually do have that meltdown fiery thing that's scary. But Jesus Christ, why can't we fill Montana up with those cooling towers?
Exactly. Dude, nuclear is the coolest energy form by far. By far.
I don't know how energy transfer works as far as like for example, if we made a whole bunch of power in Montana, what happens when we try to like pump it to Georgia? Like if we just run a cable to Georgia,
a couple hundred miles,
far,
is cool.
Right?
Yeah, I don't understand the details of it. I know you can ramp up the voltage, and then the losses are lower, like high voltage AC transfer. But what you called out was probably a little hyperbolic from like Montana to Georgia. Yeah, that's way too far.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, you can't have that.
But so
maybe if you had some Elon Musk battery fields that my nuclear is charging, and then I can put those batteries on diesel-powered trucks and send them to Georgia, because that's pretty much what we're doing now.
I don't see anything wrong with this.
Every time you plug a Tesla
wildly inefficient. You want to ship batteries from Montana?
We're going to support American truckers, Taylor. That's a big part of this bill. I promise you.
You've somehow taken nuclear and made it unworkable.
Hear me out. Electric trucks, and when the batteries get to Georgia, they're not charged anymore, but they're there.
We use the diesel to send them back to get charged.
You back, Slush?
Yes. I have returned.
That's how the Biden economy works. I saw this thing today about all the.
We're talking about nuclear energy and how cool it is.
I think it's
talk about the
I like nuclear energy too, and I definitely like it when we're talking about replacing coal, oil, natural gas, like some of the dirtier ones. Sometimes I hear it like when people pitch nuclear energy, they do it to shit on like hydropower, wind power, and solar. And I'm like, I don't know. These things seem to have some value too. It seems like we're letting a lot of just like free energy just float by not harnessing it.
A good mix would be the way. But
right. And the one thing I like about solar is
like not diesel would be great, because like you can literally see the pollution.
People coal rolling. I was driving behind one of those guys recently. Fuck him.
Patriot, keep your mouth shut.
That guy's cool.
Diesel's fucking so expensive in your country.
So fucking girthy.
That guy was like that guy was trumped out the back of his car.
You didn't have. I had you at roll call. I knew he was voting for it.
I 100%. No part of me was like I was about to see an "I'm with her" sticker. Like there's no fucking way.
I just think whenever I see the aircraft carriers, the submarines and stuff that are nuclear powered, and they're like, a piece the size of a golf ball powers this for 2 years. I think that's fairly accurate. It might be 5 years. It's something stupid like that.
Insane.
And I'm talking about an aircraft carrier, the thing with 3,000 fucking sailors and 150 planes on it or some shit for years. And it's not like they sit still. We move them around the globe all the time. We're cool like that.
The military, like they can't look after anything, and they managed to keep it from not exploding.
It's funny you mentioned that.
A private enterprise could do it.
So the Russians have a nuclear-powered icebreaker / cargo ship. And it caught on fire this week.
Oh no!
In the nuclear part, did they get it put out?
I think the cargo part caught on fire. The foreign minister assured everyone that it wasn't a big deal. We were all blowing it out of proportion. So I'm sure
no more.
I'm just imagining a nuclear cloud will be hitting Alaska right about like. But
the boat didn't sink.
It's not Ukrainian involved. I don't want to imply that. I think it was in the northern part of their country's.
Russia's capable of fucking shit up by themselves.
Yeah, it's just breaking ice. Is that all it's doing up there?
They call it a ice-breaking cargo ship is what the internet.
Those ice-breaking ships are cool. If you've seen clips of those online where they're just powering through.
We have a couple that dock down here because it's pretty close to Antarctica, and they're pretty cool.
I always forget you guys are close to Antarctica because I just imagine it being so hot everywhere. It doesn't snow anywhere in Australia ever, right?
No, it snows down here. Yeah.
Oh.
We're really far. We're 42 degrees south. We're pretty far south.
But mainland Australia, no?
Some places that are pretty high up. Not north of like New South Wales. Like the southern parts of Australia. Yeah, you get snow. Yeah.
New South Wales. I think such a specific name for
Americans. Like I think in general just don't understand how fucking massive Australia is.
Yeah,
like,
I do. It's
Just
a fucking
We don't
continent.
think of it as big compared to us.
Kyle knows, and he takes
there's
offense.
we have a population like.
Is it a
the size of
mercurial
LA.
map? What are the maps
Yes.
called?
Yeah.
That
Mercurial projection is what you think.
Isn't it
yeah.
Mercator?
Thank you.
But our population, like the entire country, is smaller than LA. So it's,
Mercator. Okay.
Really?
people are always like,
What's
oh,
mercurial?
There's fuck all people here. Yeah,
That's
it
a
must
word
be
too.
tiny.
I mean, that's a good. I'd rather have way too few people in my country than way too many. Like
There's a lot of
Australia,
room to
you
do
got
shit.
a ton of room to do so. Well, you got a lot of room, but a lot of it is like I don't want to hang out in this
Crocodiles
big
and
giant
shit.
desert. in the middle.
Outback
Yeah.
is the guess who named the Outback? An Australian.
Yeah.
We'd have called it the Wasteland.
It's
Yeah.
fucking outback, mate.
Oh, Nick, I forgot.
It's New South shithole,
The land that got.
Yeah.
the land
my
of
goodness.
villains from the United
In the
Kingdom.
middle of Australia, is there the infrastructure that you need to like do shit? Like, do you need to carry your own fuel to get
Oh,
from one place to the other?
Some places you do. Yeah, it depends on which roads you go. Some roads there's like warning signs, like bring enough food and water for like a week. If your car breaks down, do not leave your car. Bring spare fuel, spare tires, spare fucking everything.
Don't trade with the Aboriginals.
Well, they're gonna fucking trade.
We're
They don't
stealing
have
our
anything.
gas
We already-
again. We
we already
gotta
took all
get
their shit. They haven't got any trade.
Are there cities
Yeah.
in Australia where it's like mostly Aboriginal people, or no?
Well, no, we killed them all. But the that's how it's done in America. You should learn from us. Don't give them free casinos. But no, I'm just fucking her. There's places with a lot more Aboriginals, like Alice Springs and Darwin, like in the Northern Territory, have a lot more Aboriginals than other places. But like, it depends on the history of it. Like my state has a sketchy history of, like, my great grandfather had a job, and his job was literally just hunting down Aboriginals.
Really?
So
Really?
funny. I didn't
Yeah.
know Alice
And
Springs
business
was a
was
real.
booming.
Yeah,
I only now learned that Alice Springs is a real place. At Outback Steakhouse, just so you know, Alice Springs chicken is very good.
I've never been. Every time I go to America, someone's like, "Go and try out." But
How have you not gone?
I can't bring myself to go and eat a fucking blooming onion, whatever the fuck that is.
It's delicious.
You shouldn't.
It's
Outback is one of the lowest quality steak places you can go in America.
He's so wrong.
We've got the
This
best
is-
beef in the world, and you're gonna go to fucking Outback?
You're in Missouri.
Incorrect. Good place,
How
stuff.
do they not have good beef at Outback? Is good. They have a great filet
I'm
mignon.
saying in the world of
Okay.
steaks, don't go to a real place.
Okay, well, it's half the fucking price, Taylor.
Yeah,
But
I
it's
just
better
don't think
than
it'd be very good.
you get what you pay for.
Taylor's
I don't
like,
wanna be
go
let
to
down.
Morton's, Pori. Like
Yeah, right?
Outback. You can.
Meanwhile, I'm at Waffle House ordering steaks.
Yeah.
Taylor's looking down at me.
They
Fuck
sell
that
more than
steak.
anywhere in the United States. I'll have you know. It says right there on that old greasy picture.
Yeah, it says on that pin, being warded by that violent convicted felon, making your eggs.
Outback's, and they're great. Outback Steakhouse is very good for what it is, you know. And
Yeah.
the
How
bloomin'
much
onion
is a steak
is
there? Like, what are we talking?
probably $30 for like a steak and sides.
Yeah,
If
that's
that,
pretty
probably
expensive,
even
though.
maybe a little cheaper. Yeah,
Like a filet, like a 9-ounce filet mignon with like a baked potato and a sweet potato is what I would get if I were there right now.
Yeah.
And it would be
you get a
that's-
baked potato
yeah,
and a sweet
pretty
potato.
standard then,
You
yeah.
Every
animal?
time.
Kinds of potatoes, you monster.
You eat
Yeah.
two potatoes with your steak?
a baked potato and a sweet potato. Yeah.
That's bizarre.
There's two different.
One's
types of
sweet
potato.
and one's savory.
He's swinging both ways. Nothing wrong with
Yeah,
that.
this is just
Yeah.
okay.
That's absolutely.
I might put some
wrong.
shrimp on top of the steak too and have two different
Oh,
kinds of meat.
Surf and turf. Oh, I love surf and turf.
I like a little surf
Mhm.
and turf.
Yeah.
Everybody
We
likes
have
surf and
one-
turf. The best
Have
combo.
you ever had a carpet bag steak before?
I have not. What
It's,
is
uh,
that?
So you cut a slice into the steak, and then like halfway through cooking, and then you stuff it with oysters. That's fucking good.
I'd try
think-
that.
I
That
think
sounds
White House's claim. I think Waffle House's claim to fame is that they sell the most T-bones in the United States. I think that's what it says, right?
That's such a shit cut though.
Yeah, it's not.
Is it?
And their T-bones are not good.
What am I looking at?
That's a carpet
That's
bag steak.
That's some fine dining right there. They've
Yeah.
taken.
I don't know. I think I can still revive that one.
What? That's not.
Wait.
That's cooked. That's cooked very well. That looks
a
delicious.
little bit of CPR and that thing's.
Don't tell
okay.
me you're a well done steak eater.
I'm
We had
No,
we had
medium
such
rare,
a-
but I don't think that's medium rare. That looks rare to me.
Yeah, that's.
I
pretty
do
rare.
like it more on the medium side than the rare side. If I'm doing medium rare,
I can't be
don't-
friends
you know.
with someone that eats steak well done.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't want
it's
it
a
well
waste of
done.
money.
Although if you get it well done at a very nice restaurant, they do like
They will ask
finish
you
it
to
in the
leave.
oven. Well, they finish it in the oven, and it's really juicy on the inside, but it's it doesn't look bloody.
Yeah,
and some people are just turned off by the fucking blood. I can get that. Like I said, I'm a fucking ass hair away from becoming a vegetarian, or at least like curtailing like the animals that I eat.
That'd be such a funny evolution for you.
At all. If I see the blood, I'm still in it. Let's party.
What if he stops eating meat and like every single episode? Kyle quits eating meat and he just gets gayer and gayer and gayer. Like he's just.
You've seen Robert Downey Jr. lately? He went on like a vegan.
Okay, all right. He's on a vegan diet. That's fucking different. Look, I would never stop.
Iron deficiency, man.
My thing is my thing is I feel bad for it.
I had to process that.
Iron deficiency, yeah. Not so Iron Man. But the pigs and the cows, every time I see those goddamn videos on the internet of people treating them like pets and scritching on their heads, and the cow will like nuzzle into their lap, like, yeah, give me more. It feels good. It's like shit.
Stop watching that shit, dude. Go back to watching people killed by police. Something healthier.
Like
I would eat those people. If you could buy Tyrone burgers, I would sign right up. Like that dude is lean as fuck. Look at him move. Oh, they got him.
Yeah, 93.7.
Describing my diet for 12 years. I was a revenge-based vegetarian, and absolutely that. Like if it was a sweet animal, like a cow, for example, I wouldn't eat it. If it was a mean animal, if hypothetically there was tiger, any kind of fish, any kind of bird, I would eat those for sure. Gobble them with revenge in my heart.
We had chickens when I was little. I fucking hate them. I would kill them, not even to eat them. They just piss me off.
Just they piss you off to pop.
I'm now remembering Woody's revenge-based diet. What made you stop the revenge-based diet? Because those of you who have been listening to us for 12 fucking years or whatever it is, like, remember, this was a mainstay topic. Woody's revenge-based diet, but it's been a
get stepped on by a cow.
The question was wrong. You asked what made me stop. It should be what made me stick with it so long. Jackie said I wouldn't. She's like, you won't keep this up. Fucking like 14 years later, she's like, okay, I was wrong.
Like, so you don't actually have morals. You just wanted to piss off your wife.
No, it wasn't that. I was proving a point. There was a little morals, but yeah. And she's like, can we just have steak? I would like this to be. I was like, all right, as long as you would agree that I was right.
As long as you agree that I could do this pig-headedly.
The same thing happened to me, like in the opposite. My wife got diagnosed with hemochromatosis, and it's like too much iron in your blood, and so you can't eat meat or fish. For 4 years, we didn't eat meat or fish. I was in there with that because I can't cook for shit. So that was I'm just going along for the ride. And then she goes to the doctor, gets her blood test, and the doctor's like, you don't have any iron in your blood. And she's like, that's not fucking possible. Oh, it turns out we misdiagnosed you. And so she had given herself a severe iron deficiency, and in the 4 years it got sicker. And yeah, we just missed out on steak for 4 years.
When trusting the science goes wrong.
Yeah. Blood pudding every night.
That's why
Cal takes off his human costume. We got him again.
Yeah.
Wait, so were you depressed at all, Slush, going 4 years with no meat? Because I would be distraught.
Every time we ate out, well, I would eat meat, but it was rare. But it's only like once every, like, because I'm working heaps, so it's only like once every 2 weeks. So I get a steak like once every 2 weeks. That's bullshit.
Oh, it's not enough.
Come on. I want one at least every week. And, chicken at least 3-4 times a week,
I need meat with every meal, or I feel
those
cheated.
Guys. Yeah, exactly. I need my protein.
Exactly. And I can convince myself in my head that protein is the most essential God nutrient of all time. And it's like, well, you need meat for this late night snack too. Yeah. Make a little steak. Just a little one. Just a little 8 ounce fillet. Just pop it in the pan.
I read it.
A little half-pound steak?
Just a little guy. Just a little guy.
Yeah, like an appetizer.
You know how it is, and you cut it this way to make them thinner, like breakfast steak. So it's like I'm barely even eating it.
I read this thing the other day about a guy who was bulking and he couldn't afford protein, so he started buying chimpanzee food.
Oh, yeah.
And so they're just like little nuggets of protein. And he's like, dude, it's the cheapest possible way to get bulk protein, apparently.
Look at Zach. Zach, if you can pull up the picture of the 4chan post of the guy who says that he's only eating primate food because it was cheaper. If you can do that, and the guy posts like a body pic.
True.
Yeah,
does he look good?
I mean, he looks
like a chimpanzee, I bet.
He looks like he does a lot of pull work, which is what a chimpanzee would be doing. I think he even mentions like in the shit posting of like, I'm doing primarily 8-based exercises as well. So lots of pulling. They're not big on pushing, big on pulling.
I don't know what the cheapest way to get ground beef is. I keep trying to find like a cheaper way. Unless you start with a fucking cow.
There he is.
Oh, he looks pretty good.
He's not bad for someone that's eating pet food.
I remember part of the post being like someone pointing out that it says like guaranteed no more than 8% ash. Like because you're feeding it to fucking monkeys.
No more than, they need to do it the NASA way. No less than 4% ash.
No, we will have the perfect macros for you no sooner than 2028. You'll know exactly what to do.
Ape nibbles now completely ash free.
I guess I'm the only one of us that's never tried vegetarianism at all, or like cutting out meat. You've never gone on a little spree of it?
Fuck no, absolutely not.
Let's stay strong. Let's stay the course. You're already,
and you're like, I don't care what people say. You cannot make it taste as good as meat. Everyone that says that is a fucking liar.
Yeah.
When I'm bulking, I'm eating 2 pounds of meat a day. It's 2 pounds of meat a day.
That's a lot.
It's so much.
I don't get veganism. Right?
How do you shit after eating that much meat?
You shit like 4 or 5 times a day. You're eating so much fiber.
I suppose you're getting the fiber. Yeah. If I had that much meat, I would just I'd shit like once a week, and it'd be like a softball. Fuck.
God, that sounds horrible. That sounds awful.
I just do 1 tree limb a week.
Yeah. I hate my diet. It's so painful.
I'm crowning. I'm crowning. 8 centimeters dilated. It's going to be a rough one.
I had that. I got a jerky dehydrator the other day.
I understood
a jerky deal.
Yeah, you know those dehydrators, and you put meat in them, and you make your own jerky. So I got one of those the other day, and I made 2 kilos of jerky, which is
it's a lot.
I don't know what that is in pounds. But I made the first day. I'm like, okay, this is sick, and I put in this honey barbecue stuff, and it was fucking delicious. The problem was I finished cooking it, and I was streaming. I was like, I'm hungry. I just ate 2 kilos of jerky in the space of like 5 hours. My fucking jaw hurt. Yeah, my fucking jaw hurt so much by the end of it. And the next day, didn't shit. Next day after that, I fucking gave birth to a 14-pound, 8-ounce fucking little baby boy. It was the worst.
One of those shits that's almost like sedimentary layers as you're shitting it, where you're like, I know what this is. Oh, I imagine I know what this is.
The worst part is it's like, like when a dam bursts, like when it comes out, and it's just like,
oh, I'm glad you brought us to this. We got to talk about the rumors that Donald Trump poops himself. So this originates, of course, from, and correct me if I'm wrong, Woody, you'll know better than I perhaps, but there was a guest from Celebrity Apprentice, maybe, but definitely one of Trump's apprentice shows, who somehow got around his NDA. I think perhaps in an unrelated way, like something else happened, and the NDA doesn't apply. Well, just so you know, Trump wears a giant like plastic girdle, and he shits himself very regularly into an adult diaper, but he doesn't realize he's shitting himself. So people have to alert him, and Melania will have to give the poo man a nod, and the poo man will come over and tell Mr. Trump, and they'll excuse themselves from the room, and the poo man has to wipe Donald Trump down with wet wipes. This is this man's story. Now, look, I get that.
I heard a very similar story. The guy, I heard it firsthand, the guy speaking, and he was an employee of The Apprentice. He worked on it for years, and he wasn't the guy that did the actual wiping, though. But most of the rest is about the same.
Yeah, there wasn't a guy that did the
wiping. I wasn't saying that the witness was a wiper. He was what I said was...
You said the witness was a contestant, but I heard him as an employee for years.
I don't know how that matters, but the substantive thing is
a few months versus a few years.
Fair. That he claims that that Donald Trump has this fellow who wipes his butt for him with these wet wipes, and also that Donald is like, oh, I did it again. Well, what what time it is? Get the wet wipes, bitch. Like he's almost like nonplussed by his.
The lying Democrats don't want you to be able to shit your pants.
And then they played me a video, which I can't tell if it I can't verify whether it's been edited or not. However, he's sitting next to Dianne Feinstein of all people, and Trump is speaking. And suddenly you hear a noise, like a pooping yourself noise, maybe. And maybe Trump leans a little at the time, too. And Dianne Feinstein reacts, frankly, in the way you would react if someone shit themselves next to you audibly. She's like, huh. She's like shocked at first and repulsed, but she's also like, huh.
Was that me?
I know what it's like. I'll just lean away in disgust. And so a lot of people are
there's one more.
Oh, please.
Adam Kinzinger, a Republican from Illinois in the House of Representatives, has also said that Trump smells, that he often smells like poo, and he's surprised more people don't talk about it.
Yeah,
there's Dianne.
I don't.
There she is.
I don't buy this one.
She looks like an old doll that's been inhabited by evil.
R.I.P.
And then
old Dianne.
No longer.
After that, it seems
Curses
like every picture of Trump where there's like unexplained bulk in his pants, it has like surfaced, and I can't tell what's photoshopped. I also don't know what pants always look like on a fat person, right? Because
he's a big fat man. Like he's always been caked up and terrible looking in those pants.
Yeah, you can have fat around your thighs and ass and like in your balls, basically.
He seems like the kind of man that doesn't really have a lot of fat on his limbs, though. Like he looks like the kind of guy that's just got like a big gouts and man tits.
Oh, he's got big thighs, big fat old thighs.
It's hard to tell.
McDonald's fast food,
and his weight changed throughout the last 8 years he's been president. Like it had said highs and lows.
Before the wave
chubby.
Right before the wave of doo-doo propaganda that was followed by several TV commercials funded by who knows who. They were like, look at this. Donald Trump has special toe pads to keep him from teeter-tottering over forward. And they show like these sandbags that are meant to like mark your place when you're in front of a camera.
Is that what you think they?
That's what I know they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're these little sandbags. It's literally what Biden tripped over when he stumbled on the stage. He's tripped over one of those.
What was
the one he tripped over was for something else, but I don't know.
I've always seen tape, an X on the floor where you're supposed to stand.
But if you can't look down, he can find
called
them.
Blocking, right?
Oh,
like where to stand on the stage, where to stand in a set.
Oh, well, framing the set. Yeah, sure. But
why does he have two separate ones though? Is that like we need one of your feet on either of these?
Probably because you wouldn't want to have just one foot up. I don't know.
It is interesting. There are two of them. I'm with you. I'm with you now.
I don't know. Some people said it had to do with the lifts that he wears. He wears these like high heels, basically. But would you want those in high heels?
No,
I don't know.
I feel
like
it wouldn't it
make it less comfortable.
You'd bend your ankle. Yeah, right. It'd be worse than.
And he's clearly standing with not things like this all the time in his like lifts or however high.
I want to know who this arsehole in the oil painting behind him is with his hand on his knee.
That's Donald fucking
That's
Trump.
Donald Trump.
Look at that bulge.
Is that Donald Trump?
Yes, of course.
Painted like that.
That's how he used to look, frankly.
Dude, that is so funny.
That guy looks like he eats yachts.
Come on, Woody. You know, when he was like 30, he looked like that.
I need to see the picture again.
Yeah. Pull it up again. Look at the oil painting.
When he was 30.
Of course, it is a flattering rendition of him, but that's what he looked like.
Yeah, it's a painting.
All right, that's not the picture. It was a different picture.
It is a different picture because I don't think he's ever been that.
He never looked quite like that.
I don't think he's ever had shoulders like that.
But he wasn't always as fat as he is now. I don't
that frame is
reality.
Very generous.
He's spent a lot of years as fat though, and when he became president, he got real fucking fat for a good bit. He's pretty fucking fat there. Look at that section of the coat.
Zach is right. Maybe that is
Zach is right. Zach is right.
Yeah.
Just in the background, I didn't see the rays of sunlight coming down from God in heaven and all, sort of blessing him as it were.
That's so fucking Trump to take that picture and put it around like the fake Time magazine man of the year shit he would do.
Dude, he loves that garish shit.
I like that too.
Golfing tournaments that he says he won that he never competed in, like hanging around the clubs and stuff. That's so Trump.
He used a pseudonym. Okay, he didn't want to show up as Donald Trump and get all that.
Some of you might know me as Jack Nicklaus. Pseudonym. I'm really good. Like that. I am, maybe I'm living under a rock. I didn't hear about poop pants. Trump.
Oh, it trended on
I
Twitter for a while. Trump smells.
Are people like actually pretending they believe this, or is it like just another like he drinks with both hands? He's having neurological failure. Look, he held onto this rail walking down a slippery slope. He's going demented.
I like it. Good old fashioned, just slandery propaganda. Just go for it. You know,
may as well.
They do the same thing to Kim Jong-un. They're like, yeah, he's 3 foot tall and has a fucking micro penis. It's hilarious. Like, just fucking send it.
Is it like the piss tapes thing again? Where they're like, he was getting peed on by prostitutes, and it's like everyone was like, we need to talk about this. Up next, Stormy Daniels to talk about the shape of his penis. We're a serious television station giving you the news.
Taylor, you didn't put any weight in the two hands thing when he always drinks with two hands. He drinks like this, like he holds one and goes the other.
When that was a big thing, someone said that to me. Like while I was streaming, they're like, "You drink like Trump. You have a brain tumor or something."
He drinks like it's a chilly morning, trying to heat his hands. Yeah, I didn't really care about him drinking with both hands. I was like, that's a weird look.
When I saw the toe pad thing, I thought of the forward-leading posture thing, which is like another sign of dementia. Dementia runs in his family. It attacked his father, and
it attacked his father.
The
shadow man.
Get out of here, dementia man!
It's like he's drinking water with both hands. Up next, President Biden milling around, not knowing where he is.
Yeah, this is a weird way to drink.
Yeah.
So he made like people probably blow it out of proportion. He's probably just nervous and holding with both hands, so he's not shaking hands.
I try to do this to myself, like Woody. If it was a guy you liked,
this is probably good.
Hands, would you give a shit? And I'm like,
no, look, they photoshopped the left hand out. Look at that.
right.
Oh, really?
Really,
making jokes.
He mostly was drinking water with one hand, and then they got one clip of him looking like a goober doing it with two. And it's like, okay, I guess he does this sometimes. But
he drank with two that's real for a while, and even when it got a lot of attention, he started responding to it. He's like, "They say I can only drink with two hands," and he drank with one, and it was like really shaky and bad. And I was like, "Oh, that didn't really prove to me that you're okay."
It's probably just an old.
It strikes me as silly, like the poop pants thing.
My dad has shaky hands.
It is silly.
When my dad hands something to you, like his hands are like shaking. He's just an old fuck. Like.
Old people get shaky.
Really be about his plans and his decisions. Like it doesn't even matter if he can walk. But that's not even important. Let alone handle a decline well.
I do want a president who can walk. I don't want to FDR it again. We'd be laughing.
Really? I'm cool with the chair. Wheel him around. But hey, get one of those Professor X hover chairs.
Oh yeah.
Fucking flex that new technology. Be like don't ever mention it. Just be like, our president has a hover chair and no one talks about it.
We'll invent hover chairs no sooner than 2025.
Yes.
Some of those Boston Dynamics legs. Like he's just got a pair of those legs and they just sits on top of them and he's just fucking.
I do like that. He's in a mech suit.
What about a mech spider legs? Like
no, we don't want to appear overtly sinister.
President Robotnik. He's like walking around with two big levers. Like,
dude, Trump's got the body to be President Robotnik. Like, that's perfect.
Dude,
egg-shaped torso.
I'm taking the hover chair and going magic carpet. Right? What if Trump just sits crisscross applesauce on a carpet, floating around all the time?
I don't want to see any of our elderly officials crisscross applesauce.
They'll take photos and they'll be like, "That's too Middle Eastern. He's bowing down to OPEC," and they'll freak out.
Yeah,
you can't sit on a magic carpet. It's too Arabian.
If we're gonna take any like other countries' swag look, like their formal official wear, the Saudis have it perfect. No other group of people like the ruling class, none of them are half as comfy, half as like chic looking as the Saudis. They have their comfortable hat. They're not putting product in. They don't care. A nice soft band of fabric holding on their nice draping headpiece, whatever it is. Big, giant white robes, pristine, clean, comfortable, airy. And then we show up. We got a tie on in the desert. Oh, God.
I'm not there. No. I'm going all Scottish. You just show up in a skirt, button-down shirt. Dude, it's flattering for your figure and your balls swing free.
Yeah.
I didn't think I'd be as on board for it, but I like that almost as much as the shirt.
I got married in a kilt, and I like a kilt. It's comfy.
Really? Mm-hmm. Where did you go?
What was under the kilt? What was under the kilt?
But nothing. Nothing. I freeballed it.
There it is.
Yeah, got freeball.
That's a traditional way to do it, right?
I expected nothing less.
For the hill people.
The hill people.
I was informed by my grandmother-in-law that only hill people don't wear underwear, and I was like, well, I am hill people, so.
Do I look classy, Grandma?
Is that like your Scottish, your ancestry, and so you fire up a kilt?
Yeah, so my wife and I both have Scottish ancestry, so yeah, we fired up the kilt.
So you both wore kilts?
I like the Scots.
She didn't go kilt personally. No. She just brought a makeup mirror to look up mine during this ceremony.
I like
herself what she was marrying.
I was like, come on, lady, commit to the bit.
She glued a little mirror to her shoe tip. Hold on to there.
That would be hilarious. That's a great idea.
Let's have a look.
Really,
how big do you think Scotland is?
It was really comfy. I gotta say though, it's warmer than you think it is. If you wear like a proper kilt, it's hotter than you would think it is.
Yeah, I never thought Scotland would be.
You're not really getting breeze, and it was like 30 degrees on the day, so it was like 90 something in freedom units.
I just remember like the memes you see online sometime of like a British weather girl or whatever being like, "It's unbelievably hot here," and like it shows the Fahrenheit equivalent. It's like 81 degrees.
Yeah,
and it's like record break. Yeah, I know, but that still 81 degrees.
Kyle, that makes a big difference. Like in 81,
I would die. 81's rough.
Like in 85, no air conditioning in the UK is probably pretty unpleasant.
Well, they don't have air conditioning in any of their buildings. It's
because it rains. It's all rainy and foggy. Can you imagine how like hot and humid 85 feels inside one of those 400-year-old houses they live in?
Now, I know that a lot of the homes don't have AC, but like professional environments do, right? Like if you're a programmer in UK, like you've got proper HVAC, right?
I would imagine big buildings have to.
I don't think they've acclimatized the weather. I think they've just stayed inside since the Blitz because they're scared. They've just become pussies.
Yeah, a bunch of fucking pussies, but not in Scotland though.
It's raining. Cool. Is it bombs or hail? Holy fuck! Stuck inside.
Yeah, I would like to go to Scotland or really anywhere in Europe, but Scotland would be up there. Seems like
have you been to Europe at all?
Never been. No. I mean, obviously, I think I'd hit the big ones first. I'd want to see like Rome, all that old shit. That'd be number one. Greece. That'd be cool.
Isn't there a ticket you can get so you can just ride that train all over fucking Europe really cheap?
Yeah.
Probably.
Dude, you could do that. Like you don't have like dogs.
Yeah,
you have
a job you could do. You could literally just like, fuck it. No one's traveling right now.
Take your hockey stick with you. When you meet Sven at the pub, he's gonna take you to like a secret rink. Him and his boys.
Dude, I might be able to play on to the Italian national team.
Oh, do this a lot.
Oh, they're like blown away that I understand icing. Like, Mamma mia, this guy, he's going to take us to a victory against the Swedes. And then we just get absolutely.
I really want this for you. I think I'm pushing too hard, but I'm like, just do it.
Yeah, just go.
There's no reason
you have nothing.
What's strapping you down to fucking Missouri winter?
That's true.
I would fucking live, man. I live here in the winter.
Why are you in
Chile
right now?
I live here in the winter, man. It's shit. I don't want to sit around here. It's fucking cold.
Wait, you've been to Europe, right, Slush?
Yeah, heaps of times. Yeah,
heaps of times.
I try to avoid Tasmanian winter as often as I can.
What are the good places in Europe that you like, and what are the places that you're like?
Possibly pick a bad one. You're going from fucking Missouri, man.
How are you going to find a place better than
you could go to Eastern Ukrainian crack den and you'd be having more fun.
There's not a single city in Europe as terrible as St. Louis. That's true. As far as like you'll see those videos of like Berlin or whatever. Where it's like crime wave.
I guarantee
this. And it's like, oh really?
I guarantee Kiev is safer than St. Louis.
Yeah, but those are some bullshit figures.
By any metric you want to use, Kiev is a safer city to live in than St. Louis.
Yeah,
like cook the numbers, it still won't work.
St. Louis County is very nice. I live in the county.
I watched the internet. Okay, it is a terrifying place.
The city itself is really scary. That's true.
I keep seeing these articles about awful things, like lots of child murders and like pedophile rings, and then just the general violence. It's a scary place. I worry for you on a nightly basis.
It's not a great city, but we did win a Stanley Cup 4 years ago. And then we have one more Stanley Cup than all of Europe. So you can get fucked there, Germany. Yeah, so everywhere's good in Europe, You're saying, Slush?
I haven't been somewhere I don't like. I've been to been to France, Italy, the Netherlands, all of the UK. I haven't been to Germany yet, and like further east, but I've liked it all.
What about Spain? You been to Spain?
No, I haven't been to Spain.
I've heard Spain's really cool.
I've heard it's good.
So Taylor, I'm on the internet. I just found a Royal Caribbean cruise. Italy, Spain, France, Italy, including Rome and Naples, which I think you'd like. But $900.
Cruises. What? Cruises are for old
$966.
You have to sweep.
Don't go on cruises. They're for old people. Just rock up there, find somewhere to stay, and then.
Aren't there sluts on cruises?
Like
they have to choose
sluts.
The right cruise.
There are loose women everywhere.
I think there's basically like girls like who don't consider vacation sex on these cruises, and that's where you need to be.
Yeah, that's it. That's everywhere. You just go everywhere. Just pretend you're Canadian, and everyone will like you. It'll be fine.
That's a solid strategy.
Yeah,
just say you're Canadian instead.
Bring your hockey stick; it still ties in.
That's true. I could pass the test of Canada. They start quizzing me on hockey. They're like, "Oh, no Americans care, so it must be him." Must be That'd be good. Yeah, I wouldn't imagine. Are Americans actually disliked a bunch over there, or just is that more tongue-in-cheek jokey?
No, there's you will see some Americans like because Americans the way they speak they're very like the way they end their sentences because they go down at the end of their sentences. They sound very blunt to other language speakers. And so Americans are very straight to the point. And a lot of people, if you're like more of a louder American, a lot of people will think you're being rude even when you're not. And so, and you'll see it in like restaurants, like you'll see an American sitting in a restaurant expecting American level service from a country that doesn't do tips and where they don't give a fuck about service levels. They'll get pretty pissed off, but it's, like they don't really care.
I'd be pissed off too. One thing I don't like about Europe that I've heard is that if you get like a Diet Pepsi, no free refills. You're paying for every refill on your sodas, which is fucking communism. It's despicable. What kind of bullshit continent can't do free refills on soda?
How is that communism?
I'm trying to process the same thing. I'm like, that's the opposite.
No,
of
those pinko non-soda drinking
capitalism
bitches
all the way.
Yeah, I don't actually know how it's communism. That's what you do. You just go and throw communists at things you don't like, and then you sell T-shirts about it.
It means bad.
Communist means I don't like
no
it.
refills is communism.
Yeah, it is. Not in the land of the free, baby. You can drink them till you get a headache here.
Yeah, 99 cents per cup the size of your head.
You go to Quick Trip,
refills.
You buy soda from Quick Trip, it's like they're daring you. 79 cents for 102 ounces. Do your worst. You're walking with both hands. That's something Trump would need both hands for. those Quick Trip giants.
It's so cheap. You'll have a coronary before you make money off it.
Like, you look at the little side panel, and I mean, I'm only getting diet soda if I get it, and it's rare I've done this, but like it'll tell you the calorie count. At restaurants, it'll be like, or at the gas station, whatever. It's like, oh, the 64-ounce soda can be between 0 and 1,800 calories. And I'll like look and I'll wonder. I'll be like, all right, clearly Diet Coke, Diet Pepsi, that's the 0.
That's how you get
Mountain
fat.
Dew, Powerade. What's the real big spender here?
Who's the winner?
Yeah, probably Mountain Dew.
America does the empty calories the best. Like shit like Doritos, so you can buy in like a garbage bag size fucking bag. Like you don't really get that much in Australia. Like the Doritos bags are tiny. We don't do empty calories as well as America. That's why I find you don't see as many like of those. Like if you eat enough of those, you become one of those fucking mega fat people. Like I'm out of shape. I'm not mega fat though. But the empty calories I think is what pushes it over the line.
Slush, have you been to Mexico?
No, I haven't. No.
Dude,
I've been to LA. That's basically a suburb of Mexico.
No, in Mexico, first of all, it's very hard to buy protein there. And even if you order like a chicken dish, there's like a hint of chicken and it's all carbs.
Yeah.
But the like Doritos and Cheez-Its and shit like that they sell, they're like body bags. Like they're huge. You couldn't ride a bicycle and carry this bag at the same time. But you could literally fit adult humans in the size of like cheese puffs.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, I know that they're we've said it before, but they're the fattest country. We are not as fat as Mexico per capita.
Really?
Yeah, they drink more Coca-Cola than anyone. But they
don't have any clean water, do they?
Yeah, maybe they're doing it the same reason like they drank grog on.
Can't Mexicans drink the water?
Ships. I think they can, but I don't think they want to. I think they
I wonder
love
how long it takes to acclimate. If you're there for 3 weeks, are you still?
I feel like the water in America, like out of the tap, I wouldn't drink. Like
dude, I couldn't avoid it. I had to take. I forget what the medicine was, but something for a loose stool basically just became something I did 3 times a day. There's no, that's my life now.
This is my life in Mexico, shitting constantly.
Yeah.
Every so often, I'd think that like, all right, I'm getting past this. I'm good now. I'd stop taking the medicine. That was a mistake. That's an unforced error.
Yeah, we do junk food really well.
Yeah,
probably better than anybody in the world. We got to hang our head on something.
I do wish we had like stuff like that here because I hate going to the supermarket and paying like $5 for like 10 Doritos, like 10 chips. It's because they're tiny and they're a ripoff.
I don't even like Doritos. I think Doritos are the most quintessentially like American chip I can think of.
Yeah, but
I hate them. For my American palate, to eat something and be like, nah, there's something off. This doesn't taste. This is like so artificial. Like for me to notice that as an American, there's some devious stuff in there. I've
had Doritos like once in the past decade, but it was 2 years ago, and they were amazing.
What kind?
Those and Fritos. That's normal. Those and Fritos are so good. I am glad that I don't have access to them.
I am in on Fritos. Fritos are solid. Doritos low tier.
Fritos are filling. Like what you're at a hotel, it's late at night, all you have are vending machine food options.
Mm-hmm.
If you're responsible and you get that smart food popcorn, you will still be hungry afterwards. Fritos are the opposite of that. That is a solid fill you up food.
It's dense. Those smart pop things, it's just a scent. It says on the bag.
A rumor about food.
Yeah. So it says on the bag, like entire serving, 45 calories. And it's like, why even waste time eating it? Like just throw this away.
Eat the bag as well, just to get through the night. Eat the entire bag. The foil is the 45 calories.
Yeah, right.
Are there any like national snacks of Tasmania that we would know about?
See, I'm not really a snacky kind of person, so I find it hard to sort of nail it down. But we have like the Doritos and stuff like that you guys have. It's stuff like chips, like, well, we call them chips, but like crisps or whatever the fuck you call them.
Mm-hmm.
What do you call them there?
We call them chips.
Chips, yeah. Oh no, wait, we call the other one chips. That's right, hot chips.
French fries are the
French fries. That's one. Yeah, so we have a lot of that stuff, but it comes in a lot smaller bags and it's a lot more expensive. So you don't really people don't go out and buy fuckloads of it. It's more of a I'm having people over and we're going to have a few drinks. I'll just get like a couple of bags of chips to put out with some other stuff like cheese and crackers and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't really, like in my experience, maybe it's just me, but like I don't go and buy like fuckloads of Doritos to just keep in the cupboard in case I get hungry or something like that. So
yeah, that's a bad move. Yeah. I always, when I do have company over and like I buy snacks and like a meat and cheese tray or whatever, like I will find myself overdoing it sometimes, like subconsciously. And then like the end of the night, everyone leaves and it's like, we got 2 bags of untouched chips, a bag of barely touched pretzels, meat and cheese tray mostly still there. And then it's like, I've set myself up for failure. Because what I'm gonna do the rest of the evening is I'm gonna go, well, you're already in deep. Like just forge ahead, eat as much as you want tonight. You know what? If you finish this meat and cheese tray, you won't even be tempted to eat it tomorrow.
Yeah. So I did that on Christmas Day. We took over to my brother's house, like we'll call it charcuterie, but just meat and pates and crackers and stuff. And we all just got shit faced, so we didn't even like lay any of it out. And we brought it all home, and then about midnight on Christmas night, I'm like, no, I'm a bit hungry. I ate like fucking 3 pates and like half a kilo of meat, and I'm just laying in bed. The dog's eating off the other end of the plate. And I'm like, so drunk, I don't give a fuck. I'm just like, whatever.
But your dog had a great evening.
He loved it. He loved it.
Yeah, I don't really do pate. I mean, we have potted meat product and like weird spreads like that, but I think of that as like trucker last resort kind of food.
I think pate is like kind of fancy sometimes.
Yeah, I do too. But I'm talking about like what we have, which is like potted meat product. Those little tins of mystery meat that are mushed together. Like,
Yeah.
I think maybe I can't remember what game I played or movie or book I read, but I got interested in patés. I was like, I ordered all of this goose liver pate from Europe. Man, I did not care for it.
No, I wouldn't imagine
it's
so.
hit and miss. Some of it's good, some of it's really shit.
I don't want to
mic's popping again.
Oh, is it?
I think it's Slush as it was before. And Taylor was talking about overbuying with the meats and stuff. I used to do that at Halloween. That was like 10, 15 years ago. But my wife would be like, we don't need like 6 bags of candy bars for this house. We don't get that kind of traffic. And it's like, oh no, whatever will we do? As if I wasn't intentionally buying myself.
Oh yeah. I ate through like this year like a fool. I bought candy on like October 24th or something. And
why is that foolish?
Because I had it for like
way too early
days before it started. And I put the bag on like my like foyer table near my front door. Like I was going to put the bowl there and then have the candy in there. And then for like it didn't last until I got to the 31st. Because I'd just be walking by and I'm just like, little treat. Why don't I? And I'm like, how do you do, Mr. Snickers? And like before I recognize what I'm doing fully, I had picked it down till it was just like because it was like an assorted thing with like Snickers, Twix, Reese's, and then Three Musketeers, the fucking loser of the group. And before I knew it, there was just a bowl of little Three Musketeers in there, and I'm like, well, this won't do. I gotta go out and buy more candy.
Come October 31st, first guy here gets a candy corn.
Yeah,
Three Musketeers is good.
No, Three Musketeers is
Wait, hang on. Is it the one that's just nougat?
It's just
peanuts, right?
Inside. No, Three Musketeers is like a mushy. It's like a mushy chocolate, it's almost like a dry.
Windy what am I thinking? Oh, I'm thinking of like what's the one? It's like it's kind of like Snickers.
Milky Way.
Milky Way and Snickers are the exact same, except Snickers has peanuts. Milky Way does not have peanuts.
Aren't they nougats?
Yeah, they both have nougat.
I got to do some candy research. I'm lost.
No, I'm positive. Mm-hmm. I'm positive on this part about candy research, but yeah, Three Musketeers has like that whipped part in the middle.
Subject matter expert on the call. Just
once a year, I like for Halloween, I'll usually go a little too hard with candy, but I figure like I haven't eaten candy since then. It's fine. Like no big deal.
You've been a good boy all year.
What's that, Slush?
You've been a good boy all year. Why not?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been a good boy.
It's my understanding that calories don't even work on some days. Like if it's Christmas, Thanksgiving, or during a UFC fight, you can eat whatever you want.
Oh, calories don't count at my grandma's house, and that kills me sometimes because she'll just make so much. Actually, it's candy adjacent. She made a ton of fudge when I was down there for Christmas just this past week, and so I just kept like standing up and going in there and just. She cut them into these little squares. She had regular chocolate. She had the chocolate with nuts in it, with like walnuts in it. I really like the kind with nuts in there. Adds a little texture to it, a little nice little pop. I love that.
Slows you down a little,
which I desperately needed. And like, it got to the point that I was like, man,
in mine.
You put a BB.
They last forever. You just gotta suck it or else.
There's airsoft balls in there. Yeah, I ate so much fudge, but I hadn't had fudge in years, and so I just can't go on another candy binge for a while. And
fudge might be fudge is the top tier. Yeah, it's better than any candy, like for homemade fudge with walnuts in it. And in the South, we do a thing called divinity, and it's pecans. It's like white fudge. It's like pecans and this confectionery, white, fluffy, cakey, gooey, sweet shit, which I'm sure is just sugar spun a certain way and mixed with cornstarch or something. And it's so fucking good. That's way better than candy.
Oh yeah,
now
I want some candy.
So hungry.
Yeah,
I won't want candy.
Woody Taylor and I won the inaugural Codenames bracket off. We took down Team fucking losers in
the axis of evil.
And
that's them, not us. That's them. We're the allies. And I call America.
Wait, what's the Codename thing for?
Oh, so Codenames is a game where there's 25 words on the board, and your job as the code giver is to say a word that will have your team choose the right words and not the wrong words. And the board is often filled with related words. Like there'll be ocean, sea, sailboat, and then whatever, something else, assassin. You need to give a word that will get people to choose ocean and boat, but sea is the other team's word. So what do you say? Like, how would you get them to choose your words and not the bad words?
And the opposing team is trying to do the exact thing with their team. So it's who can do it in the fewest amount of turns. So ideally, you would give a clue that makes them pick multiple words off the board. So, you know, while at the same time, as Woody said, not getting any of their words, because then the turn ends and now it's their turn and they fuck you over. But we play this in our Discord with our patrons, and we take it very fucking seriously. And people we take it very fucking seriously.
But Kyle takes it very seriously.
I take it so fucking seriously that it oozes over and they absorb my seriousness, and we then take it seriously.
Some people would say it's way too serious.
They would say it, but I'd mute them if they did.
That'd be fucking wrong.
Because it's my Discord.
If something that happens and Woody and I are on the team and someone really beefs up, Woody and I are like, oh, come on, man. You'd be clicking the word. We didn't even agree on the word. You do that on Kyle's team. Scorched earth. No survivors. What are you? Fucking dim? Are you retarded?
You need to get back on your beds.
Someone will jump in, try and defend the guy, and Kyle will be like, I'm speaking to the retarded person right now. Just click the thumbs up. Now, tell me, what do you think? The thumbs up, man? No, nobody speak up. Tell me, what do you think the thumbs up meant? and I'm like, this guy's not going to click anything ever again.
That's my goal. A competition between our family. So do we different heats and everyone's trying to beat everyone. We're super fucking competitive. We play one of the heats this year was table tennis, and I made two of my nephews cry.
He beat them so bad.
I was just like, you fucking suck, you little bitches. And they keep in mind, these guys, they're 6. They cried. I won. And then my parents tell me off. They're like, why are you being such a cunt to your nephews? I'm like, it's not my fault that they fucking suck ass at table tennis.
Yeah, it's not your fault. You're a leader. You're showing what champion blood looks like.
Exactly. So I eliminated them from the competition, and then the competition stopped because apparently I'm too fucking competitive.
Which is actually win for you. They couldn't even handle the heat. So they just
clear. All of the people I berated were grown men.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know. We had a grown man one. We had a one for the adults later. So it was I got a breathalyzer, and whoever could blow the highest on the breathalyzer won. We had a competition to see who could get the most fucked up.
Did you win?
No, I didn't win that one actually. I was surprised by that. But my sister, she's really short and skinny, and she was just absolutely wasted. So she just caned us all at that. She's like, oh,
cheating.
That's almost like a performance-enhancing body to have. A small, skinny woman is going to win the breathalyzer.
She's a runner and stuff, and it's
are bullshit. We bought one for the show so that we could prove how drunk we are. Yeah. And if you take a drink and then blow into that thing, you get a really high score.
Yeah.
You just pause for 5 minutes, it goes down tremendously.
Yeah, because
I think my dad might actually be immune to it, because I watched him. I watched him take a drink of. He had gin and tonic, and it was strong. He took a drink and then just blew zeros, and then we tested him again and just all zeros, and he was visibly drunk. And he just kept playing zeros. I don't know. He's just. I think he's he has.
He keeps one of the lungs clean.
Yeah.
The police breathalyzers are better than what we've acquired from Amazon.
This one was
really?
$350. This is a proper one.
$350?
Yeah.
Okay, you guys take that competition seriously.
Wait, what kind of dollars? Were they real dollars?
$300 Australian dollars.
We have about 150 American. So I brought one because I got done for drink driving. So I put one in my car, and I was like, okay, I'll test myself before I drive now, because clearly I don't know my limits. Yeah, I just deliberately drag drive. I do know my limits, but the tester thing, it was $350, and it's pretty accurate. It's accurate to the same ones that the police have. I've had a few times where I've tested myself and then driven and got tested, and it's the same.
Have you ever won the competition, the drunk off?
My sister did.
Oh, yeah. I thought you meant this was a recurring, just a Tasmanian tradition.
I won it. Yeah, I won it. I blew 0.36 once. I was fucking paralytic. I could barely blow into it.
0.36?
Yeah.
What's dead?
0.4.
Damn, dancing with the devil.
You
to
had
win
400s to go.
If it's
You're fine.
it's 0.5, that means that your blood is 1 in 20 parts alcohol, I think.
Yeah, the vampire would get trashed.
I think it's like parts. I think it's expressed as a percentage, so it's less than 1%. Yeah. But if you're half a percent, so you're 1/200th alcohol.
Can't be good.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know if this is a global thing or perhaps they have them there, but in America, you can, if you do have too many DUIs, they'll put this sensor in your car that you have to blow into to start the car.
Yep.
So people have all these awful ways of getting around it. Now I've seen videos of people having their kid blow on it, which is come here, honey, get daddy's going. Come on, like kid blows, look can start the car.
I know a lot of people that have done that.
Oh my god!
And one guy has some sort of balloon set up or something.
Damn, that you always
you just fill it before you go.
I don't remember. I remember a mechanism. I don't remember
reason.
Exactly how it worked. I just remember somebody had to create like a fucking mechanism to fucking fake the thing.
I remember reading a story, and I don't know if it was true or not, but a guy found a raccoon and then like knocked it out, and then had it in his car and was like using it as some kind of like blow up thing, and then it like came conscious again and went like rabbit in his car. I don't know if it's true or not, but I thought that was hilarious. Like a dude getting.
So he was like pushing down on him like a furnace bellows.
Like just using him like a fucking a bag, like you've bagged someone in the hospital. And I just the thought of someone wasting a raccoon just coming alive, just bowling the fuck out of him while he's driving.
That's a very Fred Flintstone of him to like have a raccoon whose whole purpose is bellowing out, kind of like the. Well, what was the shitter on the Flintstones? It was just a bird with a big mouth, right?
Yeah, shit in its mouth. Yeah.
Oof. Oh, that's awful. I just remember the one bird you like pulled its tail or something and it screamed, and that was the steam whistle to leave work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I never could get into the Flintstones.
And he slid down like a brontosaurus's tail into his car, I think.
Yeah, and then he's yabba dabba doing all the way home.
Yeah.
And then like he's with his wife, and then Barney's got that hot wife.
They're
Betty.
both hot.
Yeah. Betty was
Peggy. Who's
Barney? It's Barney and Betty, and it's Fred and Wilma.
That's what it is.
You ever see the live action version?
Isn't John Goodman in it?
John Goodman's Fred Flintstone. Yeah,
I think
feels like a fucking dream, but I have seen that.
Yeah, I remember. I would have been like.
That's probably one of those Mandela things that didn't actually exist, and we all remember it.
Yeah.
Oh, it happened. I was 6 or 7. I remember.
It feels like
VHS.
one of those things, you know.
There's some good Mandela effects.
Yeah.
That underwear one always gets me.
What's it? Where did that get its name? The Mandela Effect.
Because a lot of people
Nelson Mandela
misremembered at one point. Like, remember when Nelson Mandela died? And then at the time, people were like, "No, he's not dead. He's still fucking doing whatever he does." And so people were like, "Oh, that's crazy." And so it just took on as like a mass misremembering of an event.
Berenstein Bears.
Yeah,
is a good one.
Berenstein versus Berenstain Bears.
The one with the Shaq movie where he's a genie.
Shazam.
Yes, that's a big one.
Shazam did exist, by the way.
No, there was that other guy that like just had a genie movie.
Shazam isn't Shazam. The one with
Sinbad.
Sinbad.
Steel is the Shaq movie. He is a steel armor covered superhero, and I think just honestly, if you covered Shaq in like indestructible armor, like Prime Shaq, set him out on the streets, like.
I don't even think it's Mandela Effect. I reckon it's just like people couldn't tell the difference between Sinbad and Shaq.
Actually, no, this is it. We're doing it right now. Sorry to interrupt. There was a movie called Kazam where Shaq played a genie. The movie we all just remembered, Sinbad playing a genie from Shazam. No movie has ever existed where he plays a genie.
All right, well then Sinbad definitely played a movie where he was like a kid's imaginary friend or some shit though, right? Like where he was, one of those, there's another one where the guy's like, Kazam. Okay. Shit. Okay. I never saw this.
Sinbad movie.
Yeah, I thought this was a Sinbad movie.
I'm going to look up Sinbad movies and try to figure out why my brain is doing this to me.
Let's get to the bottom. Sinbad Shazam.
Apparently that's not real though. Apparently that's not real.
No, this one is real. Yeah,
this one is.
Shaq Kazam is real.
Yeah,
Sinbad Kazam is not.
I've seen him on ESPN.
Yeah, Shaq is a real guy. He's kicking around. He's making jokes about basketball or whatever.
Shaq does exist.
I'm a Shaq truther. He's not real. He's a series of smaller black men in a robe. It's all camera tricks like Gandalf.
I love that take. One of our
Shaq, you're a Shaq believer? You'll believe anything.
You ever watch the extended edition of the Lord of the Rings, like the director's commentary thing?
Only that, yes.
100%. Yes.
There's a wicked scene where Viggo Mortensen's talking about one of the midgets that played one of the hobbits, and they're in the boats, and he's got like a hilarious accent, and he's like, Hey, Viggo, if I fall in, I can't swim. Just let me drown. It's like covered in armor in these little fucking canoes, man.
Yeah, covered in armor, the sink like a stone. Just right to the bottom.
Taylor, have you ever seen the still images from the Lord of the Rings? Like it's in the movie of like the midgets, you can see them. And
when you can kind of see like
faces.
A side profile, and it's like, that's not Elijah Wood.
No, there's one where like there's just a little midget tucked under Gandalf's like fucking the elbow or whatever on a horse or something. You're like, whoa, that looks like a fucking doll or something. It looks his little face is all contorted and tiny.
Because you can
definitely
tell
not
that,
Merry
like,
or Pippin.
You can tell from like without it being close enough, because like dwarfs have like the certain shape head. Like,
sure,
but like it's the same as like you can tell an Asian person from behind because they all have that like really sleek like haircut. Black hair. The same fucking hair, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You just can. You just know.
You can.
You just know.
Yeah. You can tell what race most people are from behind.
Yeah. I can always tell a black guy from behind.
You can always see his black neck clued me in.
I can tell how tall someone is from behind.
I could tell by the way he is.
It takes me less than a second to identify height. I can do it instantly. I'm somewhat of a savant. You can do it on the phone a lot of the time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can easily tell when someone's from India on the phone.
Oh, I can always tell a black person over the phone. I would love to. There's this game. I don't know where it is, but I see the YouTube videos of it. And you take like 4 black guys and a white guy, you blindfold them, and they don't know each other, obviously. And they have to figure out who the outsider is, who's the whitey. And so they all like answer questions and question each other blindfolded. And just so we're clear, the white guy, he is a black man's white guy. He is so much better at sounding black and being black than most of the black people they have. Yeah, like for real. Like he's been down. He's got his hair's all braided in cornrows and shit. But the best was it was all tall guys and one short king. And the camera is careful to stay on their faces. So we as in the audience don't know who the short king is or whatever. But one guy you could tell he's like a giant motherfucker. He's and someone's how tall everybody, and everybody's like fucking 7 feet, fucking 6'8", fucking 6'9" and shit. And then like they're like, what sports you play? You know, asking this question, that question. And the question that I knew this is how I knew who the little guy was. They asked him how tall his dad was, and he was like, about 6'8". And it's like, no. Your dad is you know exactly how tall your dad is if he's some giant. Everybody knows. It's a question that gets asked every fucking day of your life, your whole life. Oh, he's 6'8 3/4. Like you would know exactly. He didn't know.
Yeah.
But
as a tall man,
there's this moment though where they vote out the giant black guy, and he's like, "What the fuck? Y'all didn't believe I was tall?" Like, and he takes his thing off, and he looks, and this dude is so little. He's like Cat Williams, and Cat Williams is looking at him like, "Yeah, motherfucker. Yeah, motherfucker. Walk on your big ass on while I run this game." The best though, the white guy who's faking black, there's a moment where they're like, all right, now y'all get to vote.
Now everyone's going to go down the line and say it.
No. Oh, they go, who, raise your hand. They're still blindfolded. Raise your hand if you think you just voted out the whitey. And, or no, excuse me. If you don't think that you just voted out the whitey and you want to continue the game, the white guy votes. That's how he's so confident that he wants to continue showing that he can fool them, that they can't pick him out.
I like that.
He plays another round and then he doesn't vote because it's down to like 2 or 3 of them at that point. We're gonna start rubbing each other's heads in a minute. It's gonna get weird. That's my favorite scores? YouTube series now. Oh, what? Correct answer, a white guy would be like 450. Who cares? But the correct answer is, huh? A what? All right.
What an absurd show, dude. I like that. Just call it The Chameleon, and it's about pretending to be a race you're not, and you just stereotyping.
I like it. I think it would work for all sorts of groups. Like if you had a non-American in the group, and like anything, like name a fucking thing that makes us different. It's endlessly fun. Yeah, you should do the ads now, eh?
Oh, you're right. You are right. This episode of PKA is brought to you first by Pharoah Distro. Attention PKA fans, PharoahDistro.com is doing an exclusive giveaway for listeners and viewers of the podcast. Over the next month, your first $50 spent on PharoahDistro.com will get you 5 entries to win a Dab X Go, best dab on the market, in my opinion. Not only that, but every $10 spent past the initial 50 gains you an additional entry. And the cherry on top, oh, not that one. This giveaway will run from November 30th, 2023, episode 676, to January 2nd, 2024. The winner will be announced next week, January 4th. Use the same email from PharoahDistro.com so that if you get an email that you won, you don't miss it. Whether you're a connoisseur of smoking flower or a dab enthusiast, we have something very special for you. Indulge in our brand new Pharoah Exotics THCA buds, our strongest flower yet. For the dab aficionados, savor our THCA diamond sauce. And don't miss out on our mouth-watering selection of high-quality, high-milligram edibles. But that's not all. If you're on a quest for holistic wellness, explore our range of CBD products and therapeutic mushrooms. Use code PKA20 for 20% off your entire order. Our THCA double doinks have been flying off the shelves. I believe there still are. Get these while supplies last using code PKA20 for 20% off your order. That is PharoahDistro.com, code PKA20 for 20% off. And that 20% includes everything from the edibles to the Dab X Go. Very high quality stuff. If you're looking for the absolute strongest smokables they have, it is the double doinks and the THCA flower. Much stronger than HHC or Delta 8.
That diamond sauce in the Dab X. Like, I put way too much in, let's be honest. But oh my God, it was this thick, viscous cloud of hateful highness that erupted out of that Dab X. That diamond sauce is very potent stuff, and it works like it makes a thick, heavy cloud of.
Yeah. If you're looking for the strongest thing I've ever smoked from Pharoah Distro, it is the THCA diamond sauce out of the Dab X Go. I was goofed up. I was high as shit. And so if you're just looking for strength, looking for power, THCA, either the flower or the sauce, even stronger. You smoke out of a dab rig. And then the edibles, of course, say it every week. Don't start, if you're eating 100 milligram pieces from the fucking gas station, don't do a 1-to-1 ratio. Start lower. This is accurately dosed, and it is very, very potent. When they tell you it's got 200 milligrams in it, or 300 or 500, it fucking does. So don't dance with the devil. Have fun. Be a responsible user and enjoy everything at PharoahDistro.com. PKA20, 20% off, and get the Dab X Go. Get the Dab X Go. It's fucking high quality shit. It's fantastic. Super small footprint, really clean smoke. Easy to clean, which is a really big benefit. You know how annoying it is if you use glass and dab rigs and all that. It's just a pain in the ass to clean that shit after a while. Not this. It takes 2 seconds. Super fucking easy. So PharoahDistro.com, code PKA20, get 20% off everything. And who knows? You might win a Dab X Go out of it. All right. This episode also brought to you by Blue Chew. Blue Chew, folks. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2023 and 2024 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at bluechew.com. Chew it and do it. And we got a deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew for free when you use promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's bluechew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit bluechew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. Bluechew.com, code PKA. Just pay the $5 in shipping and experience a nice hard dick for you and your girlfriend, you and your boyfriend. We don't judge. We don't judge whether you're dating a boy, you're dating a girl. You want a nice hard dick when you're getting down to business, don't you? And we can help.
Horse. Whatever.
Yeah, maybe not that, but get that get that dick nice and hard. Blue Chew. And as always, Kyle, he's a bit of a shaman with this stuff. Tadalafil is the way to go. The Cialis version, longer lasting, better effect. And Woody and I never turned back. We took Kyle's advice off the first time. Never turned us wrong. So check it out. Bluechew.com, linked below. Just pay the $5 in shipping. This episode also brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement, taking the world by storm. I know maybe we're either close to sold out or might still be sold out, but check it out. Lock and Load. You want to stop coming like a bitch. You want to come like a man. You want to be absolutely spurting. You want to be hydrating your woman as she's swallowing. You want it to be a huge amount, pearlescent goo shooting out of your penis. And it's going to mean more pleasure for you. And that's really what you want, right? You want more pleasure. You want your woman or your man at the end of the sexual tryst to be like, wow, I really did a good job. I really got that guy to bust. I feel good.
Make sure you get it now for maybe a Martin Luther King Day.
Yes, get yourself code MLK. No, we don't have an MLK. But let's run an MLK special. We'll talk to Derek about that. Code PKA, code Jizz. That's 10% off Lock and Load. And it's not just Lock and Load. It's the protein powder. It's the energy drinks. It's the weight loss supplements. It's the energy supplements. It's the dream supplements. It's every single efficaciously dosed product that Derek has over there on his fine website, Gorilla Mind, linked below. But first and foremost, get Lock and Load. Check it out. See what all the hullabaloo is about. Start coming hard. Come like you mean it. Oh, come all ye faithful. What are more sayings that have come in it?
You could probably mix up that.
Come as you are.
Come as you are. Come sail away with me on my river of cum.
Do we do topic or are there more ads?
No, there's no ads.
There's more ads.
No. No, we're done.
I want to ask Slush. Slush, did you play Arena?
I did. I'm. Am I popping again?
Yeah.
You're gonna.
Yeah.
Real bad. Is it good now? We good?
We need a longer.
Actually, yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that is.
So you're gonna love my microphone fix here. Okay, so there's liquid in this microphone for some reason. I opened it up, and the way I'm fixing it is by holding the actual capsule on it and grounding it out with my hand so that it's not popping. I am in the ghetto right now. This is
so there's supposed to be
wheels.
liquid in your microphone.
No, there's not supposed to be liquid. I am on wooden wheels.
What kind of
right
liquid
now.
is in your microphone?
It's definitely vape juice. And
I think you've been busting in that microphone.
It's the lock and load.
It's the lock and load.
Lock and load.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So how deep did you get into Arena, and what were your thoughts?
For the first 2 days, I played the shit out of it. All right, so we got a team together. We were stomping everyone. We didn't lose. We went on a 50-game win streak. We didn't lose, and then we got to the higher ranks, and it won't match you against people that are lower ranks for a good 20 minutes. So we played for actually even longer sometimes. We played for 9 hours, and I had 8 matches. That's how long it took to match it in. So for me, I think shit. I think it was shit. It's unbalanced.
Well, that's fixed.
But it's like the way you unlock the kits and stuff. Like you have people coming in just like the motherfucking Terminator against some Timmy with a shotgun. It just makes it impossible to play and enjoy. You can't. You
they
can't
fixed that to some extent today with the matchmaking. As they rolled it out to more people, the first 2 days, especially if you were in that first wave, it was just you and streamers and a few lucky fans. But they've opened it up to enough people now that there's a field of applicants. But they also added the gear score, like the average gear score of the team. to make the teams more balanced. Because it's like you said, if you're just starting out in the assault tree and you have some little SMG, there are guys you'll get matched with if you've been winning your matches that have Altons and armor that you can't penetrate, and they'll just run over you. It's really upsetting. It's no fun. I've played a ton. I don't know. I'm like level 20 or something. I've gotten down to like the AK with the BS ammo, like one of the really good kits. But I think I'm done now. I'm glad. I'm going to take some time away from it, and maybe I'll feel different later on. But I think it's going to be excellent for like warming up your gunplay for real Tarkov.
Yeah, I feel like once they get the like everyone in and they have the good matchmaking, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. But I don't understand why they only let like 100,000 people in, if that, and tons of the people didn't even play. The servers were fine, but it just took forever to match. So I feel like they just completely balked the launch. It was
I got more gunfights in this last week than probably in 5 years of playing Tarkov, because you're just continuously in a gunfight, and you don't care about gear, you don't care about anything. You're just trying to like work on. For me anyway, I'm trying to work on movement and like getting my headshots and getting that ratio high. And
I do like that you can get like that PvP experience without you sort of having to play Tarkov. But I suppose like when I first started playing Tarkov, you pretty much just had factory, and so my sort of way of playing Tarkov was just load into factory continuously and just punch on for 10 hours a day. And so I've sort of done that, and it's I definitely think it's good for people that are joining now, because the game's so fucking complicated. That just takes the complication out of it, and you can learn how the mechanics actually work. Because like taking your 20 minutes to put together a kit, and then you get into a fight and you've had no practice and you just get instantly beamed by some god is pretty shit.
It's a real frustrating game to play, and it gets more complicated and frustrating every year. Like I've been watching people streaming a little bit, and they added new tasks and new things to do right from the start. There's a new map that you need to be, that you're not going to customs, you're not going to woods. I mean,
I feel very sorry for the people that I killed on that map. You can only play it if you're under level 20, apparently. I don't know if it'll actually lock you out. But my first raid on there, one of the quests is go and find this mounted grenade launcher. I walk up onto the mountain grenade launcher, and there's just people walking in the street just fucking lost. And of course, I just opened them all up. I'm just like, fuck these little bastards, and just destroyed them. And I feel bad for them.
So Tarkov, like
it's toxic as fuck.
It's just built to be abusive. It's built to ruin someone else. You're fun.
Yeah. One of the spawns on that map, this is meant to be the beginner map. One of the spawns, if you walk forward like 2 meters, there's just a landmine.
That's a mistake, though. They're fixing that.
No fucking way. One of the rooms, you open it, and there's just a landmine on the other side of the door. It just kills you instantly. Like it's a complete troll. They're just fucking with people.
Map?
Yeah,
that is a mistake.
Well, I mean, it's a big map.
It's big enough, but there's landmines everywhere. There's places you can walk where you just get shot by invisible snipers.
The beginner map, right? So if people don't know Tarkov at all, as you play the game, you probably get stronger and wealthier and etc. And if you've been playing for 3 weeks and I joined today, you have a tremendous advantage in that your character's better. He runs faster. He needs less food. He has less recoil problems. His footsteps are quieter, right? And I'm a brand new kid. Even if we're the same talent level, you're going to kick my ass. Same talent level? I don't know if I said it right. You're going to beat me because your character's better and your equipment's better. But they have a new map. This wipe, it's something new where it's only for newer players. But that new map shouldn't be filled with deep knowledge things to avoid.
No, it's not that. It's not that it's only for newer players. It's only for low level players. So it's not
there is
that
a
you're
difference.
new to
But I think
Tarkov
the
experience,
intent is that it's for you're not going to get beat up by landmark.
But even then, the once you go over level 20, you can still take your scav there. So you can scav in with a pre-made kit. And if I'm, say, someone that takes them months to get to level 20 and they're just hanging out on that map, even if I had a chopstick, I could still kick their ass in their best kit. And so I'm just going to run my scav runs there and just piss people off, because that's what I find fun.
I can't play with the cheaters. That's the only reason I didn't play this wipe. I'm excited about the additions they've made, the armor system, the recoil, all that stuff. It sounds like the game's going to be a real game one day for real.
Yeah,
but I can't deal with the
last
cheaters.
wipe. There was very few cheaters on the servers I was playing on. It was it was a lot better, but the wipe before it was really bad. So I don't know if it's going to be good this wipe or not. I feel like they've made some headway on it, but I don't know if it's gonna,
at least in Rust. It
always takes a couple of weeks after the wipe to sort of know.
At least in Rust, which is that similar, heavy, very punishing aspect to it.
The way to fill your bucket is to empty theirs. That's how these games are played.
At least in that game, I can DM the admin or a mod or somebody on their Discord, and I'd be like, hey, will you take a look at this guy? Spectate him next time we get in a fight. This is bullshit. And you'll watch him get banned. You'll watch him fucking drop dead. They'll go tear his base apart, give you all your shit back. And it's this moment of, fuck you, you cheating piece of shit. And he gets banned. He gets banned on Steam now. Everybody knows he's a cheater. He's got to buy a new account. And Tarkov, I think they do give you that notification. Maybe if you report somebody,
they do now. Yeah, that has not been a thing for very long though. It's like 6 months tops.
I've gotten that a couple of times.
Yeah, but I find I don't really run into that many if I avoid labs and play. The Australian servers seem to be kind of shit for it. I think people get salty and then they start cheating. But I just sort of bounce around like the further out servers from where I am, and it's a lot better.
If a first-person shooter type game, if their main thing wasn't, we've got this game mode, this BR, or we combined platforming and this. If their main thing that they were selling was, we don't have cheaters. It's impossible to cheat at our game.
Yeah,
that would interest me. Like even if the gameplay was a little lackluster, at least I'd know that we're all fucking playing the game for fun, and nobody has paid money to a computer genius so that they can shoot me in a goddamn virtual video game, which is always so upsetting to me. Like
it is. It hurts a lot in Tarkov though, because the load times and stuff they're brutally long. You got to set up your whole kit again. You lose a lot. That's very frustrating.
It's your time. It's your time that you're investing. It'd be like if you got into fucking putting little ships in a bottle, and every now and then someone will just come and break your goddamn bottle for no reason. Like, what'd you do?
Dude, the ship in the bottle hobby is so impressive. Have you ever seen the videos of them? Like those little tiny, smaller than chopsticks implements they'll be using to reach in there and like fix a fake grog barrel on the deck of the ship and like arrange the sails correctly. It looks beyond frustrating. The kind of thing, like I can't put together some furniture without absolutely losing it. And seeing someone do that, I'm like, wow.
I'd be more impressed if they did it in something different. Like they assembled assembled a tiny ship inside their own stomach,
What?
And then they get an X-ray. That's what I want to say. It's like
they eat all the ship parts and then create one in
shit out the ship.
They shit out the entire
ship. That's what I want to say. Yeah, something just a little bit more hardcore,
That'd be hardcore.
That would be real hardcore.
I feel like a stationary bottle and you've just got tiny tools is not as impressive as it could be.
I mean, have you ever built a model anything? I have not.
Yeah, I think like model airplanes maybe. Like when I was a kid.
I didn't really know anybody who was into that.
No,
I wasn't into it. I think I just built like one.
Yeah, me too.
And then I was like, I'm over this.
I wasn't good at the painting part, so even if I put together really well, it would look
still just grey.
Yeah,
it's just a grey thing covered in glue.
just
like shit. Yeah.
Little glue blobs.
You're just high as fuck painting that thing out. All that airplane glue. That's my favorite.
Oh,
I was gonna say I see these internet videos of car crashes and they go to check on the guy, like, is he okay? And he's in there with like an air duster. They're like, bro, you just hit a fucking oak tree. And he's like, ah. And that shit apparently fucks you up so much. They
air
look
dusters?
like, it reminds me.
They had something to make it horrible.
It's so horrible. Like you can't even imagine how awful it tastes. Maybe they can. Maybe there's a brand somewhere that like airheads know of. I'll call them that. That's fun. That like doesn't taste awful. But my experience is I dusted my keyboard, then I typed, and then I got my finger in my mouth at some point, and it was like like deodorant mixed with the bad part of a pecan, and it stayed in my mouth. I was like rinsing my mouth and getting Listerine to try to get the flavor out. And I just imagine shooting a can of it upside, into your fucking mouth and inhaling it. You must.
Dude, it must feel great.
What's it got in it?
It looks great. Oh, I don't know what's in it that does it, but the effect that comes
is it nitrous oxide?
Oh,
maybe?
No, it's something much worse for you.
Do you guys have nangs in America? Like those little nitrous oxide canisters?
Oh, yeah. People do that. They have the whole
those are whippets.
Whippets. Have you ever done them before?
No, I've never done whippets.
You should do them.
But never the real one.
You should do whippets on the podcast one night. It'd be funny as fuck.
Whippets are dangerous. You are out of it. People fall down and stuff. Like it's a thing.
Just do it while you're sitting down, man.
But you can do too much.
I'll buckle up.
No. You just do one. You don't like.
Imagine if I pull a racing harness up.
Whippets feel really unsupervised and kind of loosey goosey to me. But in my high school. Maybe your high school had the same thing, like 5 guys whose entire identity was how much pot they smoked. They dressed in like Jamaican colors all the time. Their teeth were fucking Jamaican colors, really. And they were just a mess of patchouli, bad hygiene. Everything about them was, I smoked pot. It was their sense of identity. Anyway, the whole group of them got a job at the grocery store so they could just do whippets off all the not Cool Whip,
what like that Ready Whip stuff?
Ready Whip, thank you. Yeah. And they would just go in the back room and like get a little bit of like 24 Ready Whips as they put them on the counters. And that was why they worked there. They just pretty much got paid in Ready Whip.
Yeah, I remember a couple of my DGen friends in like college. We were like home for break. And so a lot of people who, just came back to St. Louis, we all didn't go to the same school, obviously. And I remember we were having a party at my mom's house. And I came up to like get a snack or something into the kitchen from the basement. And I just saw like 2 of my buddies like huddled near the fridge. And they were just sucking all the air out of like 2 Ready Whip cans to the point that like, what happens if you take all the air out and all the Ready Whip is still in there? Like you can't use it. It's just you move the top part and it goes.
That's not their concern. That's not where the value is in the Ready Whip.
I was like, how do you scumbags. Like, why would you?
So the Ready Whip, you turn it upside down and you press the little thing sideways. The nozzle. Well, you don't turn it upside down. You keep it upwards so that you can suck on the nozzle.
And you only push it a teeny tiny little bit to let the air out. Because if you like go full on push, it'll even if you're holding it upright, I guess it sprays out. Yeah, I've never
use the canisters and then put it into balloons, and then you like put like fuckloads into a balloon, and then like inhale the entire balloon.
That's how I did it. I went to a concert where it looked like they were filling helium balloons, but it wasn't helium.
This definitely was that. That's when he's just like, "Hey, listen to my voice." Oh shit!
Listen to my voice. Oh, this is the video I was describing. Skip to 15 seconds in this video and watch. This guy just crashed his Mustang. The video is called "Dude Crashes Mustang into Parked Car on Ocean Ave in Santa Monica." But when he gets out, it's like something at a trailer park, boys. There's so much smoke. it's like a cartoon. It happens around 25 seconds.
Yeah, Ricky, were you doing fucking whippets in the back of your car again? Jesus fuck, Ricky.
And he does not give a fuck that he just crashed.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, whippets must be a great drug. Mitty, he used to work security at that store, like a Home Depot type store that sold those things. And he said that sometimes they'd come in the morning and like a hobo or whatever had hidden in the bathrooms. And then when the store closes, he comes out like fucking Home Alone, Sticky Bandit style. And
Wet Bandit.
And they just find him in the goddamn, they were Sticky Bandits in Home Alone 2, Taylor.
Oh, you're right.
So they just find him passed out in the duster aisle with like 6 empty cans around him. And it's like, God, he had a hell of a night. He's been here all night hitting dusters. Like he didn't make it 6 feet from the shelf that they exist on. Like that's the kind of party this is.
Yeah.
It must be wonderful. Like I remember I saw that guy smoke toad venom in that video clip or whatever.
That looked hellish.
And he's rolling around in like a brook, I'll say, like a very, very shallow stream. And I think he's saying over and over, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. It's something like that. But he's out of his gourd and completely out of control of his body. And they're worried he's going to drown himself in what amounts to a 3-inch puddle. And that's what air duster looks like whenever I see people doing that shit. They're just out of their minds at that point.
Yeah, the only inhaling drug I've messed with is weed.
Nitrous oxide is very short-lived, like less than a minute. It feels like longer.
This isn't a drug, and I know years ago I mentioned this on the show, but it made me laugh just a minute thinking about it. When I was like, I don't know, 7 years old or something at a birthday, I don't remember if it was my birthday party or a friend's at Chuck E. Cheese, there were all our understanding of helium and like making your voice silly was just that balloons contain helium. Like we didn't put the pieces together yet that like, yeah, the floating balloons contain helium. The decorative ones like on the ground contain the birthday boy's grandfather's breath.
Yes, right. So, just inhaling your
so I remember seeing people being like, I don't know. No, there's nothing happened. So there's just a bunch of like 7-year-olds just huffing like whatever the father's breath. All of the balloons.
Oh, it's moist.
Back, I know. Looking back on that as an
adult. There's so much liquid in this one.
Some of these taste like cigarettes.
They're all spitty.
Oh, that's so disgusting to think.
I hate that.
You mentioned your friends coming home from college and like doing the whippets. Dude, I had that same experience. It was like there were amateur druggies in high school, but they went to college and turned pro. So when they come back, they're like putting acid in other people's food and stuff. And it's like, God damn, you guys are next level.
Yeah, I knew people that like went off to college as like potheads and then skipped like 5 steps of drugs and like showed up the next winter on Christmas break. And it's like, oh, so you're addicted to Oxy. Okay. Like, so you're not even having fun right now. You're just, you need some.
Oxy's.
Oh, once you run out of Oxy money, because you can't lie to your parents anymore, they go further down. They go to heroin.
Yeah. Heroin. Like cocaine addicted people looking down on crackheads with their monocles, you know?
Like, that's what you need. You need like a peacekeeper. Like, don't you see? The guy's scratching a hole in his neck, scabs. We're all the same.
Yeah.
And then the coke people will be like, no, we're not. We have jobs.
Taylor, did you see that we witnessed the return of Frank Underwood this week?
I did see that, and it was beyond psychotic. What I saw was a man on the brink of insanity, breaking the fourth wall in a way that I think is frankly unprofessional.
Not unprofessional. Just
they brought him back into the show.
No, it was worse. Like him and Tucker Carlson. I couldn't even watch the whole thing because Tucker's like doing his shtick, and then he just turns and it's Kevin Spacey, fresh off the 7th convenient death of an accuser.
Third.
Okay.
He's 30-0 in sex assault cases. I'm not even joking. 30 up, 30 down, baby.
They're putting up Lemieux numbers.
You've got to accuse someone that's a millionaire, not a billionaire. That's just silly.
Yeah, he was acting like he was going to run for
president. Money, but not.
He is in character.
Yeah.
So this is.
But I think he might have killed people money.
Nah. So Kevin Spacey is in fucking character as Frank Underwood, which is a little pathetic at this point. At first, it was funny, but it's been like half a decade or something now. It's removed. Like the people who, like most of the people watching it are like, what? Why is Kevin Spacey doing a Southern accent? Like they don't even fucking know. And I think Tucker Carlson at one point goes, what are you doing right now? Are you you're kind of are you the character or the man, Kevin Spacey, who may or may not have, whatever. And he's well, the lines have always been blurred for me. I feel that art is better. And he goes on to this fucking diatribe.
Age is but a number, Tucker.
Yes means no means yes. Who knows? It's so blurred.
In the world of politics, you learn to read between the lines.
I think he took some credit for the success of Netflix, which it's probably in some way due. I think he did have. I think he brought a lot of eyes. That show was huge.
Yeah, but I mean, who wants to be associated with Netflix now? They fucking suck.
They do.
Well, they didn't at the time. I feel like he brought in the Netflix original content success.
Yeah.
Prior to that, big successes were there on Netflix.
I don't know.
Probably sinking.
To me, it was one of the first shows, and maybe I'm wrong, but I remember it as one of the first shows where you had an A-list actor in Kevin Spacey doing a TV show, and they really were clearly taking it very seriously. Like Robin Wright Penn's in there too, obviously, but it's just really well made, really well written. He's such an interesting character, I guess you call him an anti-hero. He's really just a villain. He's not an anti-hero. He's just a villain. Your protagonist is a villain. He's an awful person. There's two kinds of pain. Get out of here, dude. You're scary.
And I love this.
I think the best one was in when he's like when there's that kid in his office and he walks out and he just like looks directly at the camera and just says, "I detest children," and then just walks off. Like, yeah, I feel that. So do I, man.
I don't believe you.
Yeah.
I read the court documents. Honestly, I did read the court documents on one of the cases, and what it amounted to was a guy went to meet Kevin Spacey, and him and his girlfriend are entrapping Kevin. He's like, he grabbed my dick again, ha 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 ha, and they're basically entrapping Kevin with this whole thing, and they're and getting a story.
He's holding his luscious hog out there.
Yeah, absolutely. What I took from the whole thing was that Kevin Spacey is a habitual crotch grabber. He will absolutely grab your crotch without, any asking for permission or anything at all. He's going to grab that dick.
But he would make a good president.
And I think you really have to rebuff him.
I know how to whip the votes.
When you're a celebrity, they let you get away with it.
Yeah,
I mean they do. They do let you get away with it when you're a celebrity. It just as long as you're like a good, fun celebrity and you play it right.
Hey, I raped her. So what? Yeah, let's party.
You can't say that.
Well, if he would have said, I bet he could have said that and then banged his hand on the fucking countertop. Yeah.
Season 2, he could have, but these days it's like, I don't think so.
Damn, he was probably upset when it came out and it was like, fuck, we're a season and a half past our best content. They don't need me that much anymore. Ratings are going down.
Yeah.
That whole thing still upsets me. Like lost media bothers me. I bet.
I mean, you're Kevin Spacey truther. You think that not only is he not guilty of anything, that he's just an all-around great guy.
I don't think that he's guilty of anything that amounts to anything with anybody underage. There's also text message of that supposedly underage boy that Kevin was on top of. When he described Kevin Spacey's apartment as being like he went to a separate bedroom, he said, and then to get away from the group of the party, and Kevin followed him into that bedroom, and that's where everything took place. But they showed like the apartment, and it's an open floor plan. The bed's right there. Like there's no bedroom to go into, and you can see the text messages of him and whoever the fuck no, don't say that. Don't be too specific about when, because then he might be able to come up with an excuse or like a date that he was It's like, what do you mean? You don't know when it was? Like, you're clearly framing this guy for something that didn't happen. But he is a dick grabber.
Yeah, seems like he likes grabbing dicks.
Yeah,
aren't we all after?
And if
Travolta,
if a grabbed a dick with that got us Kaiser Sose, who really won?
I would let Kevin Spacey grab your dick if it meant we got another season.
I would let Kevin Spacey fuck Taylor for a good season.
I want 2 seasons for anal. Okay, like that's Taylor's contract, and we won't budge.
Mm-hmm.
I'll let him grab my dick just to say he did. I'll be like, hey,
he's only into Taylor.
He only wants to fuck. He'd look at my ass and be like, there are some thickets even I will not tread into.
Why is there a dent?
Politics. Kevin Spacey is gay. Check Snap. I'm gonna get the pic. Oh, this is him joking around with his girlfriend about him flirting with Kevin Spacey at the bar to get more like, I don't know, pictures together for like Instagram or whatever, and like more stories and just just having fun rubbing elbows with a celebrity and flirting with him, even though he doesn't. I don't know if he fucked him. They said they were deleted messages, so maybe I'd feel a little flattered if Kevin Spacey flirted with me.
Me too.
Yeah, I would.
I think we're all out of his age range.
There's nothing higher than a
really
compliment from a gay man.
Yeah, a compliment from a gay man.
That's the top of the line. That compliment from a gay man, and then the bottom is a
gay
compliment
woman
from your mum.
Oh,
and then there's everything.
Grandma.
Yeah,
why grandma and the time? I feel like
because they know bodies.
It's if you get complimented by a gay man, it's the ultimate.
Yeah, it's like him openly telling you, if you played for the other team, I think you're hot.
Why wouldn't a compliment from a woman be the?
That don't exist.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're very rare.
Yeah,
but
I'm still riding on one from
and they're always based on lies.
What's the compliment you're writing?
Guys are the people that give out the compliment.
That's a nice shirt.
Getting one from a game.
I'm still there. I'm still in that moment with that shirt on.
Oh, dude, I remember getting high on being like, you've gotten so big. It's like, you don't have to tell me. Like being a 7-year-old.
Grandma said that to you every year.
Let me show you, Grandma.
Every single year. I remember like getting to the point when I was very young that I was like as tall as my grandma, and being like, yeah, I'm pretty much an adult. I was like,
I can run this prison.
10 years, because she's like a 5'2" woman, and so I was like really feeling myself like, yeah, I'm the same height as an adult, no big deal.
I got fucked on the height front. Like I'm 6'2", and I'm the shortest male in my family.
Yeah, you mentioned that you've got giants in your family, Scottish giants.
Oh, it's bullshit. All my dad's family are giants. Even my aunties are taller than me.
Your aunts?
Yeah, my aunties. They're just all fucking so tall. I don't get it.
At least you got 6'2" though. Then you got into the regular world, still very tall.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is Australia? They're probably about the same average height as America, right?
Yeah, like 5. Yeah, I think I looked it up the other day. Like 5'10", 5'11" is average. Like for both our countries,
Maybe I thought we looked it up and it was 5'9" in America.
Or 5'9", maybe, whatever.
Actually, you know what? We did talk about this. We talked about how we need to shut down the border and get our height under control.
I didn't consider that. Yeah,
because we're getting shorter, baby. These Hondurans, these Mexicans, they're showing up and they're throwing the average off.
Don't we want that though? Because now we're just taller and taller
we want a tower.
Than the average.
Sweden is laughing at us.
Who cares about other countries? You weren't going to fuck those ladies anyway. In your own country, you're end of the bell curve. You're getting closer and closer to the other edge because all these shorties are coming in. Now all of a sudden the average is 5'7".
Kyle's winning me over.
Now you're like half a foot taller than the average. Like
right?
Drive it down, baby.
America gets shorter and fatter, but
not those tall Spaniard Mexicans neither. I want them untas.
You don't want one from you don't want a 6'3" guy from Spain. That's not what you want.
No.
Yeah, you'd take see, think of how seriously we'd have to take immigration, like people sneaking in. If it was a bunch of 6'4", blonde-haired, blue-eyed Swedes and Finns who were sneaking into the country, I'd be like, "Shut this down! No, we're not going to allow this any longer." I'm looking like a bitch.
That's what I have.
Says here, mechanical engineer Finn. Is that correct? MIT. I don't. Never heard of Mr. Mitt. None of this is going to work out. I don't think. What is that?
Yeah, but that's why they let them have the tunnels, so only the small people can get through. You know,
you have to send him on his way. I want all Hondurans that are under 5'2". Nothing but that.
Yeah, but think of how think about the future of our Olympic squads.
I mean, we've got that, Taylor. We've got that.
We're going to win hockey.
No, we're probably not going to win hockey. Well, we've won before. It's those fucking Canadians.
What year did we win? Oh,
it's the only sport every country has like one
it's been a while.
Sports.
Yeah,
like every country just has one of those sports. Like the Kenyans always win the long distance running. Like you're never going to win that because they're just like that's their life. They just run around chasing zebra and shit.
Yeah, if you're going to bet on a sport, long distance running, bet on a Kenyan. If you're going to bet on one of those lifting events, pick the guy from Northern Europe or Eastern Europe who has the most consonants in his name.
Yeah,
and you will win. Those guys know lifting. Oh, you're popping again a little bit, Slush.
Is he?
Yeah. Do you hear it? He goes.
I do now.
This is out of control. This is a home job. This thing. It's half a microphone now. I'm holding it together.
Yeah.
You know, I don't give a shit about Grand Theft Auto 6. Probably not even going to play it. But I do remember when that kid hacked it a while back or hacked Rockstar's servers, and they got a bunch of images and screenshots and information about the game. It turned out that guy was like 17, 18 years old, and he was already under some sort of house arrest or something for other hacking crimes. And he hacked into Rockstar using an Amazon Fire Stick and a cell phone.
Yeah, I think a smart television as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty good effort. I don't reckon he's going into a home, like into mental health, because like they're probably like, all right, this guy's got a little bit of, but they're probably like, this guy's got a little bit of talent. Let's just, the NSA just scoops him up, puts him to work, you know? Like,
you would think so.
Let's get him to hack into Kevin Spacey's phone. Like,
oh, you don't want to see that.
No, that's a crime looking at it, I would imagine.
But I think they sentenced him to life is the wrong way to look at it, but an indefinite sentence in a mental in some sort of medical hospital. They like threw him away and then threw the key away.
So, but it's not life.
It's an indeterminate sentence. He's there until he's well again.
Yeah, they don't know how long he'll live. So it is kind of indeterminate.
He's there until he's ready to leave. Basically, it's one of those sentences, and it's like, why is he in a mental hospital if he can hack into Rockstar servers using a smart TV and a Fire Stick? Like it seems like a bright fellow.
Have like
I mean, I get the difference between mental illness and intelligence, but
I think the idea was that he was just like, yeah, if I get let out, I'm going to do it again tomorrow. And they're like, okay, this guy's just doesn't understand the consequences of his actions, so fuck it.
Yeah, there's serial killers who have like.
I wonder how he got in. Like that we're praising him as some sort of genius. I've never been impressed by hackers. I fucking hate them. It is so much more difficult to build robust systems that don't get hacked than to hack them. Like the same thing is true in like the physical world, right? If I was like, Kyle builds shit houses, his windows break. It's like, well, we fucking needed windows and doors in this.
You have a hammer,
otherwise they're unfucking livable.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It turns out that one of the employees, their password was password. That fuck. What, I'm going to hire a place with no idiots? Everyone's got idiots at work. It is impossible to build secure systems that don't get hacked at all. It is easy as fuck to find some sort of flaw in every system, whether it be electronic or physical. It's not as impressive. People praise these hackers as if they're geniuses, and then you find out they social engineered a secretary to let them in or whatever.
Yeah. What was that? That one? I can't remember which part of the American government it was, but a penetration test. They just went and threw a bunch of USB sticks in the parking lot. People just went and plugged them into their PCs at work.
Right? That kind of shit works for. That's clever-ish, you know. But I'm not impressed. He's not a genius.
That's so stupid. It just works. You know?
Yeah.
Would you plug in a random flash drive into your PC that you found at the park? I would not.
I have. I forgot.
See, this is how hackers get it done.
Yeah, So I found a USB outside of my work once, and it was really, like, at the time I think it was like something like 50 gigs or something. It was just a long time ago. At that time, that's an expensive flash drive. Like it was like in the hundreds of dollars flash drive, and I'm like, oh, sick, fucking score. I'm gonna take this. I'm going to use it. And I plugged it into my PC at home, and I had two things on it. It was every season of Sons of Anarchy in 4K, which is fantastic. I watched that. That was amazing. Great fucking show. And then it had a folder that was just full of homemade porn from this old man. And it's just like this, like
solo porn.
Yeah, this 60-year-old dude just spreading his ass cheeks in his kitchen wearing a maid costume. And I mean, look, I wait to it.
After this, I'm going back to Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah, I was like, this was Jax Taylor, man. This is bullshit.
Oh no!
Yeah, a weird, an eclectic mix of bullshit on that USB. There was. Yeah.
Oh my God. At least you got a TV show out of it. You did have to pay for it in a way. Looking at that man's
free porn.
I did, yeah. I only looked at it. I opened it up and I was like, okay, this is just all old man arsehole. Okay,
how many pictures did you get into it before you're like, I think I get the theme?
Like three's a pattern. Yes. 400 to make sure, you know. There could have been something good at the end. Maybe his Bitcoin password.
Oh yeah, he's hiding his crypto password amongst a bunch of butthole pictures of him in a fucking kilt.
That's security, isn't it?
That is.
My Xbox login got hacked once back when I was a bigger deal. And I remember the way they hacked it was this. I was already doxxed, right? So my name and address and stuff like that was on the internet. He called up Netflix using that information and had Netflix give him the last 4 digits of my credit card. So then he called up Microsoft having my name, address, and he used the last 4 digits of my credit card to like authenticate himself. So then they gave him the password, and there was nothing like technical about it or anything. He just figured out the Netflix employees are idiots, and you leverage that, and the Microsoft employees are idiots, and you get it all. So he reached out to me, or I reached out to him somehow on like AOL and talked to him, and I'm like, why are you doing this? Like I have all this time in games, and I'm like at this like little business that's YouTube at this point, and I'm my branding, my Xbox password, my Xbox username was Woody's gamer tag, and I didn't want to change it. You could see it in game. And the reason he gave me for hacking my Xbox login was that my breath smelled like cum.
There's no way you could know that.
How did you know?
Well, I called your doctor and gave him your Xbox login.
Fuck. That's a valid reason, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I had it coming.
See the world burn.
Wars have been fought over less.
He's a real joker.
Yeah.
A real devil may care guy.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of,
that's how me and Woody met.
That's how, and 13 years later, they're still doing a podcast together.
Yeah.
He forgave me, and here we are. I never did give it back.
Oh, I thought in this story you were the reason my breath smelled like cum. That's where I thought we were going.
That's how.
No, it's funnier if I steal your account.
Okay.
Damn, that sucks. What a shithead. That's just so.
He went to prison. It wasn't for me, but he also had some. He was also fucking with people's credit cards. He stole some outrageous number of like cards and numbers, like 5,000. And when he got caught for that, like FBI investigated him. He was convicted, and I think he was sentenced to like some sort of house arrest, but he wasn't allowed to touch computers or phones or any electronics until he turned 21.
For a hacker,
he was like 16.
It's tough.
I feel like you get one anyway. You just can't sign in. You know, you can't have.
He did. Like I kind of sort of contacted him before he was 21, and it's like,
okay, Kevin Spacey.
Yeah.
He said 21.
Maybe he wrote to me. I forget. There was like his name is Cosmo, and that's the only name I know of as
Cosmo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like old
Cosmo the God, maybe something close to that.
Like, did he look like that guy over my shoulder? Did he look like that?
Kramer?
Yeah.
You wouldn't believe it, Woody. They're giving away gamer tags.
Oh, I really want to.
Woody, you're not going to believe it. I'm getting free stuff just by calling in and pretending to be someone else. That'd be.
Have you? Has anybody watched him? Have you? First of all, think about this while I continue my questioning. But have you seen any movies or TV shows that are new lately? And I wanted to mention to our Plex man that if he could add Eli Roth's Thanksgiving, I'd like to see that. That's the horror movie that came out this year from Eli Roth, where this Thanksgiving themed murderer, preys on a town, kills everybody. So it looks like he's got an axe, and I think he cooks a lady like a turkey. I want to see that, and I really want to see Godzilla -1. I think I'm going to go see it in theaters. I think tomorrow, like during the day when it'll be dead in there. I haven't gone and seen a movie in theaters in forever, and it's because I let Red Letter Media's YouTube channel affect me so much, and they always talk about how obnoxious people are when they go to the movies. How there's like, I think one of them went to see Jurassic Park, like the OG Jurassic Park. They brought it back like a couple years ago and like did a re-thing. And he said there's a teenage girl on her phone the whole time. He's like, and I heard her on the way out. She said, that was the most boring movie I've ever seen. And it was Jurassic Park. And then I hear about people getting beaten up, like some old man speaks up, hey, could you please keep it down? And they like beat him into a coma in a movie theater somewhere. And I'm like, man, maybe I'll just pirate this shit. So one way or another, I'm watching Godzilla.
I don't really understand the point of going to the cinema. Every time I think about it, yeah, but like I have a massive television, I have a great sound system.
Not that big.
I have a comfy couch. Yeah, but I'm sitting further away from it.
So snacks.
You have to sit further away or you'll go deaf.
Yeah, but I'm going to pay a bunch of money to go and sit in some sticky fucking chair and watch a movie with strangers.
$17. I sneak in a burrito.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it's the snacks. You go. I go with my wife. It's like, yeah, I want 2 jumbo popcorns to make the experience, and now I'm forking out 100. It's fucked.
You always sneak your own shit in. I don't buy. What I do is I and again I haven't been in years, but what I would always do was go to like Moe's or
Indian
Chipotle. Yeah, Indian. No, I take a whole goddamn burrito because things wrapped up in aluminum foil, and then you just stuff that in a couple
Dude,
of those.
I would not. I'm all for sticking it to the man, but if I see you in my row taking out a whole burrito, I'm gonna say something.
Dude, I'm with Kyle though. So my whole life, I thought sneaking stuff into the movie theater was buying the things they sold at the movie theater at the grocery store. So you get your peanut M&Ms or whatever, and you sneak them in. Cool. And then years and years ago, I was working at Cisco, and all the boys decided to play hooky one afternoon and watch Star Trek. And we snuck into the movie theater with beer and burgers from Five Guys. I was like, I didn't know you could do this, but we did.
That sounds awesome.
A whole burger. I mean, that's going to be a good movie. You're hyped. You got movies. You got burgers. Like,
yeah, and friends. It was good.
You bring a little grill.
The only time I really go to the cinema is
Weber, just fire up the I'm still waiting for the coals to turn red.
You're just running a propane grill inside. Everyone's getting dizzy.
This sucks. The floor's not level.
This is terrible.
The only time I really, when I go to the cinema, I always take beers because I'm smoking up beforehand. So I'm like, I go and see. It's like, hey, I'm going with my mates, and the fun of it is getting extremely high before going and then going. And then I want a beer afterwards. So you got to sneak in beer.
No, I can't drink. I don't want to piss. Like, I don't want to have to get up to piss. So even
you're going to drink sodas. Like you're going to have a giant
I'm really careful about like when I order my soda at the movies. Like I'm thinking ahead. Like I don't want to have to get up to piss. And if I drink this 64-ounce cherry Coke, which is what I would want in a dream world, then I'm going to have to get up and piss.
Right?
Piss in the can. That's the other thing. Like if I look over, I don't care if you got a burrito over there in the aisle, but if I see your cock out, I'm talking to management. I'm sorry.
We're all Lauren together, and that's
Lauren Bobbitt's in here. I don't want to see any old bitches getting fingered.
Okay, number ones are okay, but no number twos. Yeah. All right, can we all agree?
Movies. I'm trying to see Lauren Boebert's nice ass tits.
You got a fucking plastic bag over there like Borat taking a shit. Like, dude, this. It's just a comedy. What are you doing?
You asked if anyone had seen new movies, and it's rare that I've seen like a new one. I saw at my grandparents' house with my brothers over Christmas. We got Murderers of the Flower Moon. Killers of the Flower Moon.
Yeah,
it's the Scorsese movie about Indians getting fucked up by people who are trying to, infiltrate their community and basically marry into an Indian family that has all these rights to drilling land, and then kind of knocking off all the Indians, killing them until they're the sole remaining, like pretty much white guy who's got all the shit. And really cool premise. There were some great scenes in the movie. Like it was a good story, but it was insultingly long. I'm not one to complain about long movies. I love a long, like Lord of the Rings. That's a long story. It needs that amount of time.
Like there'll be a shot, and it's like a 40-second shot of someone just breathing and staring at the camera.
Dude,
it's like, we don't need this. It's meant to be a drama. This is ridiculous.
3.5 hours long.
All of his movies.
If you look at the Lord of the Rings like theater version, it's 2 hours 48 minutes, something like that. Yeah. So it's 42 minutes longer than Lord of the Rings, and it is not a Lord of the Rings style epic of storytelling. It is almost insulting. Like as I'm watching it, I know because we like pay-per-viewed it or whatever. Like I know it's going to be 3.5 hours long, and we're like an hour into the movie, and I'm watching a 3-minute drawn out scene that isn't helping develop character, just like watching fire burn down a farmhouse, and it's like this is so fucking fart smelling. This is so huffing your own fart bullshit. Like this is like it's a test. It's an indication of a bad storyteller. If it takes you an additional hour, he could have gotten rid of a fucking hour of this. And I'm not exaggerating. I'm not being hyperbolic. An hour of this movie could have been removed.
I will agree with you that his movies are often overlong. The Irishman,
at this point in his career.
The Irishman a couple years ago, it was
ridiculous.
Hard to get through that thing. I like the long version of The Godfather. The version of The Godfather I watch is they take Godfather 1 and 2, and I think they add some extended scenes, and they make one gigantic movie where it's all in the same chronological order, because both films bounce back and forth. This is the one chronological order all the way through without the bouncing back and forth.
I've never seen that, but this is not the
5.5 hours.
This is it's called Killer of the Flower Moon.
Yeah, it's a Leonardo DiCaprio movie that just came out. It's in theaters now, but I think you can rent it on Apple. I think it's an Apple produced film, maybe.
Sounds like I shouldn't.
It's still entertaining. Like the core of it is good, but like I was getting frustrated watching it because
sounds great.
How much time was wasted. So actually, Woody, you would hate it.
I would hate it, dude. I get fucking angry over YouTube videos with bad pacing. Like my wife and I watch fish videos together. This is about coral reef tanks, like aquariums.
I thought you meant just like fish swimming around, like it's like a background.
Not far from
I know what it is.
and you know, we're there to learn new things or see equipment reviews or whatever, and just watch and learn. Okay. The whole like coral reef aquarium thing, the talent level of those YouTubers is very low compared to say gaming or the other things you're watching. Like in gaming, man, it's been an intensely competitive environment for 15 years. These guys are good. They're all professional communicators and practically comedians in that space. In the fish world, they'll spend 2.5 minutes telling you what they're going to be telling you in this video. And I'm just like, you fucking suck. It's been 300 seconds and I don't know anything new. You're just talking about what you're going to talk about. You're thanking people. You're going back around. More about that later. Never more about that later. Right now is the time to tell me what you want to tell me. They're often awful. There's like 4 people.
Dude, there were scenes in this movie where, like, let's say I'm a character and I'm telling Slush, another character, hey, you need to be wary of this guy, Joe Smith. He lives on that farm over there and his wife just died and I think he had something to do with it. And this and that and this and that. And I keep explaining it to you. And then the next scene, you, Slush, tell the whole story to Kyle. The whole thing again. Like, it doesn't even cut in at the end where it shows Slush talking to Kyle going, and that's what Taylor said. Like, it's the whole thing again. It's so fart smelly. He's smelling his own farts with that movie.
I watched a good movie yesterday, Saltburn. Have you guys heard of that one?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I haven't heard of this.
Is that the movie? Is that the movie where the guy eats the cum off the?
Yeah.
I sent that to you in confidence.
Wait.
Is that the same movie where the guy fucks the grave?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Let's continue.
It is okay. So you've ruined that. You've ruined it. But
I should write this one down.
I meant to.
It's about like 2 private school kids that go to Oxford, and it's just got. There's one kid, he's like a scholarship, like poor kid, and he just sort of he's trying to get in with these cool kids and be like part of their, like, essentially like this British royalty, like Viscount levels of fucking castle rich. But it's just, it starts out very placid and then it becomes just fucking unhinged. Like, I just didn't see any of it coming. Like, some of those scenes in it, I like the eating cum. It just comes out of nowhere. Like, I'm sitting there just watching this. I'm like, oh, this guy's
usually
having a fun.
Why is he eating?
No, it comes out of somewhere very specific.
And how much was there?
It's just, but it's so visceral in the way he does it. Like, it literally shows like this guy wanking in the bath, and then after, like, he gets out of the bath, and then you hear the bathtub draining, and then it shows the plug hole in the bath, and then his face just slowly lowers to it, and then he just starts licking the plug hole, and he's like, but it's not in like a, oh yeah, num 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 num. It's like he's fucking making love to it. It is fucked.
What is the point of? Is that like a character building to show what a fucking scary guy this person is?
Fucking weird psycho, and it's he's just psychotic. So
he ate his own cum, but he didn't even do it.
No, he ate another bloke's cum.
Oh, he ate another bloke's cum, but he didn't do it like from the tap.
No, he could have
from the plug drain.
Yeah, from the plug drain.
That's even grosser.
It's near the tap.
It's strange.
Near the tap.
Yeah.
But now his meaning is penis, Kyle.
It's a pretty interesting watch though. It's because it's just all the shit is just so out of left field. You never see it coming, and it's just fucking weird. It's worth a watch. I think
I know about it because
it is. It's good. It's fun. It's a great cum-eating experience.
I found out about it because it was Google trending, like something like what is the controversial scene in Saltburn, and I was like, what is the controversial scene in Saltburn, and what is Saltburn? And I clicked it, and it was that. And then I guess at the end, like like one of the dudes dies and the other dude fucks his grave or something. Like I think literally like fucks his grave, like the dirt,
and the
cock in earth. like
it's
his grave.
laboriously long as well. Like he's on
it's loamy soil,
fucking the freshly tilled earth. Like it is.
I would have a hard time finishing in that scenario.
That would be hard.
No, it's very loamy, Woody. You'd love it.
Yeah, it's so fucking funny.
I shouldn't have done this in December.
Yeah.
Why couldn't he die in June?
I wish I brought a balloon and
and
some whipped cream.
Yeah,
It's a rainy day.
So is he fucking it like he's fucking the ground like fuck
this is the
you,
guy,
I
like,
hate you, or is it like a love?
He ate this guy's cum, and then later the guy dies, and then he's just fucking his grave. But I don't know, because this guy's just so unhinged. You just can't even really tell. Like his character is just so fucking weird. You can't tell if he loves him or he wants to fuck him to death. It's very strange.
Is this a comedy? Is it an adventure? Is it a mystery?
Maybe I'm just a sick fuck, but I thought it was hilarious. It's
probably a thriller.
It's a thriller, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But it doesn't start out as a thriller. It sort of starts out. It's just as like it's not. You don't really know what's happening until it's like right in front of you, and you're just like, he's eating cum, and then it
comes out of left field.
Yeah, and then you're
like that.
Oh, it's a fucking weirdo. Is he just like super repressed homo, or is he like
dude, you are not a repressed homo if you're on your knees in the shower with another man sucking cum.
No, he's not in there. He's doing.
You're all in.
Now this guy whacks off and leaves, and then he like sneaks in there and eats his cum.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
there's nothing gay about that. Chill.
Yeah, that's just cleaning. That's
I don't know.
Clean the shower.
You're a hateful
clean
bigot.
The shower. I can't believe you don't
That's
clean
what
the
I
shower.
say.
It's pretty. It's pretty gay.
Yeah, it is.
Could be.
Yeah.
I like movies that have
Could
twists.
be.
I like movies that have twists like that, and I like especially if they haven't been spoiled for me. That's why I don't watch many trailers now. I only watch trailers of movies that I plan not to see. And
well,
I'm interested enough.
That's why it was so good for me, I think, because my wife was like, "Have you heard of this movie?" I'm like, "No, I've never fucking heard of it." And she's like, "Apparently, it's really weird. We're gonna watch it." And so she had probably seen some of this shit. I did not see this shit coming. I was fucking super hungover and just completely boggled by this.
Was it a good hangover movie? You got a headache and you're watching.
Honestly, it fucking just made me nervous to exist. To be honest,
you're like, I'm in a bad mood, and it's
I
not
already
hangover.
had the fear. Do you guys know what the fear is? Is that a thing in America?
No.
Oh yeah, where like you're like higher level of anxiety.
Yeah, and you're just like, fuck, what did I do last night? I have no memory of this. Did I fucking murder someone by
body's
accident?
still working through the poison.
Yeah. How did I get home? Did I run over 3 kids? You know, that kind of shit.
That's a real fear, man.
Yeah.
Jesus. If you like twists and like movies that kind of change pace suddenly, have you ever seen Bone Tomahawk? I recommend it to everybody.
Yeah. That's a good movie.
All right, so don't look into it at all. You do want to see it, I promise. It's a Kurt Russell Western movie from like 8 years ago, and it starts out as a very cool Western that's slow paced and lots of conversation between him and his fellow cowboys about cowboy shit. And it's a little bit like a movie called The Searchers from back in the day with John Wayne, where a girl gets kidnapped by Indians, and the boys go to save her from the Indians. And it's essentially that, but then about 3/4 of the way through the movie, it really shifts gears into a completely different genre of movie, and it is very shocking, and it is one of the most visually shocking things I've ever seen in a movie, especially since it comes out of nowhere. It's like things had been violent, but then things got gory out of nowhere, and it was like, whoa, 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 and it's like a roller coaster when you get to that top, and you're starting to like teeter off, and there's no going back. You're stuck in this scene of like craziness for like a solid minute. And it's wild. It is a very impactful scene, movie.
What's it called again?
Bone Tomahawk.
Bone Tomahawk. That's a cool name, too.
It is a cool name.
Yeah. I think I'm going to change my name to that in real life.
What is that like?
Seen it.
What is that? Oh, I was going to ask Slush, what is that like potion bottle you've been holding in front of yourself?
That is my microphone. I told the other boys before, it's shorted out because I've been vaping next to it, and so I'm holding it to ground it out, so it is the electricity is not making the buzzing, clicking noise that my microphone has been making for the last hour and a half.
I thought that was like some weird little bauble, or like, because the other top looks like a cork. I'm like, what sort of decorative jar is he?
It is, yes, that's cockroach potion. I've been working on that.
There you go. Mystery solved. Sorry,
my Christmas present. Yeah.
It's an anal salve.
Yeah, an anal salve. Yeah. It's a salve, mate.
I've been. I really wish that you would get into For All Mankind with Woody and I, so that we could, chit chat about it.
Sounds gay.
But yeah, I know you keep saying that. It's actually one of the straighter shows on television. Not a lot of gays on there. Yeah.
I'll only watch a show.
Early on in the space program, they decided that homosexuals in space wouldn't work, and they rooted them all out.
There is one gay woman, but it's
there's one.
They're both chicks, so it's cool.
Yeah.
If you're going to a new planet, you can't bring gays with you. You need to be firing out babies the second you get there.
No, you don't want babies.
You do. You're trying to populate a new planet.
No, you're not trying to colonize. You're just trying to do a job. What if you have a baby in the middle of your science station? We were here to test rocks for fucking goobly goo.
Okay,
we've got enough food for 5 people.
We're trying to test rocks, and Taylor's going number 3 over there shooting people out.
This is little Taylor. He's going to be working here too. How old is that young man? 4 days.
Still talking.
Your Mars.
Right, well, then if you're going to space for one of those missions, if you're a populating mission, can't allow any gays on there. Dead weight. If you're a research mission, maybe it's safer to use all gays. Yeah.
No, because then you just have
women
become like flamingos.
No, we want to learn.
Yeah, all women, Kyle. We're trying to get back.
Yeah.
Lost.
Okay. That's why a man is going to drive it from Earth.
You can't send 9 gay guys up in the ship. You'll like pop the capsule and it'll just be fucking Mardi Gras inside.
These lady astronauts are going to be in control the same way that you're in control of, like, I don't know, a roller coaster. You're on the ride. There's a guy. There's a man back there with his hand on the lever. Don't worry. But if you want to get them back, as you say, then I want the gals who eat like 40% less food. And look, if they start eating too much food, we can start. Oh, gal, what do you do? And then Woody's household, if anybody's getting chunky, you start doing that to them on the spaceship. Those gals will thin out quick.
Yeah, going like to a fat person, very based, very red pilled. That's
we're manning the red pill mission to Mars. The red planet, the red pill is fuck.
I would only send hot women to Mars.
That would be that Woody take with like the red pill stuff. Where we'll be like, I don't know about a lot of this stuff. Seems dumb, but they talked about how bad fat people are, and it really started resonating. And and I'm like, yeah, he's in. If Andrew Tate talked about, does he talk about fat people at all? Is that one of his things?
I'm sure he hates them. He's very fit himself.
Yeah.
Who are we talking about?
Andrew Tate.
That guy hates everyone.
I'll do some research.
What is he doing now? Still telling people not to look at porn while running a fucking business?
His most recent update was that his mum had a heart attack around Christmas, and then he applied to the Romanian government to be able to go to the UK to be with her, and they denied it. And then he had a massive cry about it.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Andrew Tate thinks fat people are losers, and he wouldn't give them CPR if he saw them dying. Those are first 2 quotes I found.
All right. I haven't listened to anything this guy's been saying, but maybe I've been in the wrong.
He
can motivate me when I.
But the Paul brothers have called out the Tate brothers to fight, and apparently both of the Tate brothers are fighters. One was a world-class kickboxer, and the other's also trains. He's the light work, I guess. But
I think that's a win-win situation for humanity.
Yeah, watch that though. I need a good guy. I need a good guy. It's just 2 bad guys, 4 bad guys.
I don't think the Paul guys are kickboxers though.
You're not.
No, yeah. So I think it would be an MMA or boxing. Both the Paul brothers have been like, if it's kickboxing, we lose. Like there isn't going to be a good fight if it's kickboxing, that rule set. So it would have to be boxing or MMA.
Yes. Americans' way. Change
that
the
won't
rules
happen.
so we can't win.
Yeah,
that won't happen.
They offered him $10 million, which to me makes the Paul brothers
we won
winners.
Vietnam.
I will bet money that doesn't happen. That feels like to me one of those things where they're just talking shit. They're always fucking talking shit.
Yeah.
I've changed my mind a little bit, shifted gears a little bit on Conor McGregor though, because we've been talking about how his inactivity and like poking him with a stick, do a thing. I think he's the one who's been trying to be active, and they've got some very specific lane they want him to be in, or some timing that they're trying to fulfill, because he just seems more and more upset that he's not fighting, and he's talked about it a lot.
So the interviews I saw, he's more and more upset he's not getting paid enough. And well, that is the interview.
I mean, he seems like the kind of guy that would just fight for any reason, though. Like he's down the pub, someone pisses him off, he's fighting. You know,
I mean, I heard him say like, "No one in the history of the UFC has been treated as poorly as I have." They
not talking about money though.
That's how I read it. Yeah,
he's upset because he's been trying to fight for a while, and they keep sidelining him, and they won't give him these fights because they, I guess, need to promote him in a certain way to be profitable. Or they have some idea in mind of what they want him to do. He has to fight Chandler. Like he's signed.
I mean, I've seen him talking about money. He's basically saying he wants to get paid. He's like, for all I've done for this company, I should be getting paid more. This is really what he's paraphrasing.
Okay. That's not what I've been taking from the recent interviews at all. It's been that he really wants to fight, and he's saying either basically make me a UFC fight or let me fight Pacquiao, because that's what he wants. He's like, and it seems like he's spinning wheels, and he almost said it out loud. He like stops himself. He's like, I'm trying to have a fight here before it's too late, like before, while I'm still me, he's trying to, and he's running out of time. I think the months have turned into years, and the years have turned into more fucking years since he's and he keeps talking. I know it's bullshit. And he's like, I want to get back in there. I want to face the best competition in the world. I want to have 5 fights. And he's like, no, you don't. You don't want 5 more fights against the best. I heard
he wanted 100 more.
Today he said, if this was boxing, you'd set me up with somebody who wasn't so good when I came back. You wouldn't throw me right into the lion's den of the top 5. But this is MMA, and that's that. But still, I guess it's got to be Chandler.
If they throw him in against someone shit, and then he's not as fit as he once was, and he loses,
he's just fit.
Yeah, but it's like he hasn't fought so long. Like, what if he does lose? That they've lost a massive asset. If they throw him in against like someone good and he loses, they could just be like, oh yeah, he was just a better guy in the day, and then they can use him again.
They don't see it that way. He needs to win his next fight, or he's done. I think. I don't think he can take another loss and then continue down the road. He needs to win his next fight. So I think they should throw him in against, a Diego Sanchez or a Tony Ferguson type. Yeah.
Bad.
Just sacrifice someone to him.
That's yes. You give him a warm-up fight, and then 4 months later he has another one, but not like the best of the best, like a journeyman, a guy who's maybe tasted top 10 before, or maybe he is top 10. Diaz works. Diaz is washed as fuck. Connor smokes Diaz.
You just put him in the way of someone that's like a rising
Neither
star,
of us.
Like someone that's going to break into the top 5, and then you say, okay, before you get into the top 5, you've just got to like run over Conor McGregor, And
I think Slush's idea is better, and I don't know that he smokes Diaz. I will admit Diaz is washed. He lost to which Paul brother? The younger one. Thank you. Yeah, he lost to Jake Paul. Diaz is not the Diaz of old. Okay, so we agree, but. We have no idea what Connor is. All we see is Connor is a drunk guy riding on a bicycle. Like, we haven't seen Connor fight effectively.
I saw him knock his sparring partner out the other day. Like that's what I saw that. Like I see his physique.
I knocked me out too. That doesn't mean Connor's Connor.
I see his physique staying good, even though he's now being tested, staying big and fit. And yeah, he looks old. He's getting old. He's in his late 30s now. He drinks. He's Irish, and it's a flash. It shows every wrinkle, and he's an older man. He's wrinkled up. He smokes cigars. He drinks whiskey, and he's a pale Irish fucking white man. He's not going to age well. Plus, he's been losing his hair for 5 years at least, maybe more. And but I think his physique looks good. And when I see him move around, it's like, that's a professional fighter. Okay, I don't think he's going to go in there and contend with Islam fucking He-Man Makachev.
Yeah. He'd fucking destroy him, but
I don't know. To me, Connor's a big question mark. I don't feel like you can watch him in sparring or anything. The dude hasn't had a good fight. When was his last good outing? And I don't want to count Cowboy. 2016 or something.
Yeah, probably. Well, that's his last win.
He, like 40 now?
No, 37, I would say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's like a couple of years older than me.
He's washed. He's going to look like Chuck Liddell in his comeback next.
That's old. 37, 38. Like, that has to be fucking old for a fighter.
Especially he's light.
For a fighter.
He's 35. He's in the light weight classes. He was at his best at 145 and 55. And you have to be young and fast. If he was a heavyweight, he could be older.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
The only problem is though he fought for so long at a lower weight that putting him into like catch weights to go higher, he's probably fucked.
Yeah. So Connor has power, right? He always had power. At 145, 155, he had dynamite in his hands. At 170 or 185, I don't know what he'd fight at now. Everyone has the power that Connor did. Like he can get knocked out now. He won't have that power advantage at 170.
Oh, he can't. He wouldn't fight. What he'll fight is, well, he's going to fight Chandler. It's done. There's no getting out of it. Chandler won't allow them out of it. Chandler hasn't fought in like 2 years waiting on Connor. They agreed to fight, and the 5th ranked fighter in the world hasn't fought for 2 years because Connor said he would, and so he's sitting there like, fucking waiting.
It's pretty retarded that you can stay at number 5 after not fighting for 2 years.
The whole ranking system of that shit is dumb as fuck.
Yeah, like you should have to have fought within the last year or something.
I want them fighting
eligible.
I want them fighting like weekly. That's what I want to say. Okay. I want a proper fucking.
We'll run out of fighters quick.
That's true. The NFL they play every week.
We can breed more. It's fine. There's fucking heaps of them. Yeah. Heaps of drunk cunts at the pub want to fight.
I would be happy with 2, and I'd be thrilled with 3 fights a year, and you get it from almost no one. But there's a few guys out there that do run around and
do you think they're like erring too much on the side of not fighting? Because like fighting every 4 months, 3 times a year, that does not seem prohibitive.
That's what you do when you're up and coming and you're trying to get as many fights and as much money. And
I think it's the training and like and the weighing regimen is what fucks them, because they're dehydrating themselves, they're fucking their body. It's very hard to come back from that. Like you can't just fight next week because you've just
and like you said, they spar hard and train hard for like 12 weeks, 8 weeks leading up to the fight, and that's rough too.
Yeah, so
if you just cut off the weight limits, just open and then just fucking fight every week. Go for it. Just free for all. Just have one.
It'd be interesting to see who the toughest
I'd love to see that.
That's how UFC used to be. It started without weight classes.
It's going to be the biggest guy. Like there's no way that a middleweight is going to beat like the best heavyweight.
Yeah, but if he's fighting every week, he'll probably have a heart attack eventually, you know. And then
they did.
John
Jones just like did that, right? John Jones
Isn't he a heavyweight?
But he was a light heavyweight his whole career, and then he went up and like choked out the heavyweight that stood before him, and like what was a minute? It's that picture where the guy looks terrified, and John Jones is walking away going shh. And over his shoulder is a choked out, gigantic black Frenchman who looks scared. Like it was
black Frenchman.
Yeah, I don't know. I would.
Ngannou, is that his name?
Cyril Gagne or something close to that. I'm bad with names, but that's
I was trying to jump in.
Yeah,
no, you did great. You did great. Ngannou's a person too.
Thank you. He's a fighter. He's one of my favorite fighters.
He definitely is a black guy that fights.
Mm-hmm.
We were close.
Dude, his style, it's like hard to define.
He's got heavy hands.
That's how I got it. Just heavy hands. That guy's fucking limber, quicker than you'd expect, with a difficult to define fight style.
No, I don't think the biggest guy would be the toughest guy. They've done freak fights like that a lot. So in Pride, they used to do more freak fights than they do in the UFC. It was in Japan, and they'd have big guys fight little guys. Hoist Gracie would fight sumo wrestlers, shit like that. Yeah. And the big guys didn't win much.
I always like those like 2v1 fights where it's like 2 little guys against like 1 massive guy.
I haven't seen much of this. What I have seen...
There's a wicked one where a guy's like wearing a suit and he fights like 2 little guys and he's just like beating the fuck out of him. It's
like a suit and tie type thing?
Yeah, he's just wearing like a suit and tie.
I saw a fight in Pride. So back in the early days, when people were still figuring out like how to fight and what was good, this guy shows up in a gi, right? Which is the karate pajamas. Probably everyone knows by now. And he's in Pride and he's fighting. And because he always trained in a gi, he was used to using it as an offensive weapon, right? Grabbing his own sleeve, choking you, etc. You know, he would they like untie their belt and start wrapping I don't know what the shirt tail part of the gi is called, but they'd wrap it around your arms and use it. Okay. Well, he gets like 5 minutes into this fight and he realizes that the gi is helping his opponent more than himself. So he's like, fuck, I've got handles all over me. They're grabbing me. They're controlling me. I need to take. So mid-fight, he starts taking his gi out. And the guy knocks him out while he's getting undressed and the fight's over. That's it.
No, that's sporting. I don't like that.
That's what I said. And then I was training at the time. Everyone else in the gym was like, no, Woody, you're an idiot. It's fighting. There's no timeouts in fighting. That's just how it is. So
I don't like that.
This is one of my favorite videos. It's 3 women versus one really fat guy in MMA. and he tuckers out pretty quick, but it's still pretty funny to see 3 gals going at him. I like freak fights. And instead of Dana White doing this fucking slap, whatever the fuck it is, I wish he had. According to him, it's the biggest sport on the planet.
The commish says that.
Wait, yeah, like maybe for like the biggest sport in like half skip TikToks, maybe. Who gives a fuck about slap fights?
Dude, these women beat the fuck out of the fat guy.
Yeah.
At the end, he holds up. It looks like there's 3 teeth and they're still connected. I haven't seen that before.
Oh, maybe he had a piece that goes. Sometimes there's a
lot of hockey players have that.
I think he'd take that out for a fight.
Not this guy.
You'd hope so.
The fighting that I'm not sure if I'm interrupting anyone, but the fighting that gets me all wild is the 5v5s. Like if you've seen that stuff, it is brutal. It's like good fair fights 5 at a time for about under a minute. You know, like people kind of pair up and find like fair fights. You know, maybe we're not all the same size, right? After 1 minute, somebody's lost. So now there's a 2v2, and that guy quickly loses. Now there's a 2v1. Now there's a 3v1 because they're short. And at the end, it's like 4v1, and it's just wrecking somebody. And when one guy valiantly tries to take on 4, I want to be like, take a knee, tap out.
But I tried to fight 5 guys at once. I know it was about 21.
Did you win?
I fucking certainly did not. But I was walking down the street and 5 guys jumped out of a car and one of them I was sort of had my back to them and I heard slapping footsteps running up behind me and I was like, oh fuck.
Are they clowns?
No, just like the slap of footsteps like running behind you.
I just
imagine. I pictured 5 clowns getting out of a very tiny car and the slapping of their big oversized honking.
Just beat the piss out of it.
That's so funny now.
I got confetti flying out of my nose and shit. Yeah. They
want to know how we all fit in this car. Because we're clowns.
So one of them hit me and he hit me in the nose and broke my nose. And so from then, I'm fighting with like a broken nose and all 5 of them were just wailing on me. And I didn't go down to the ground, but I definitely did not win. You cannot win a 5v1. I don't care how fucking big you are. Like that's
true. That's just too many hands to block.
Yeah. All I could do was just cover my face. Like I was trying to throw punches, and it was just like the second I moved my arm to throw a punch, it's just getting punched in the head repeatedly.
Did they rob you?
No. They didn't knock me out or anything. They eventually just got back in their car and ran away. So
they hadn't squirted him with that flour, he'd have had his hands.
Yeah. I mean, I probably want to touch me. I was like covered in blood and shit after I got punched.
Punch me right in the mouth and then pulled 30 yards of tied together bandanas out of my nose.
I had a coworker who won a 3v1. So the coworker wasn't even that tough. Like he was a computer programmer, but he was kind of big and he was fat but big. Mm-hmm. And the people he was fighting were small, and there were 3 of them. And somehow they like got on top of him and he's like belly down on the pavement and there's 2 guys on top of him and they're like ineffectively hitting him. And he realized like, but they're small. So he just stands up and goes, like that. And they both come off him and then like reset the fight. And he ended up, I guess, coming out on top.
I like those video game fights online where like, not like a real fight, but it looks like a video game where like, the big guy will realize nobody knows how to fight. There's one video of this of a guy, big guy, kind of fat, but also like mostly big, like a football player, wearing a Hawaiian shirt with all the buttons down, and like 4 guys are coming after him. And like early in the fight, he starts throwing like hold X for power attack style. Huge. Like you can see these punches coming a mile away, and he's just hammering people with it. Sometimes like hitting them with part of the forearm and like knocking them back with just the amount of force. Those are fun. Amateur fights are honestly for me fighting as a sport. Amateur fights are more fun to watch for me as professional fights. Whereas if it was like, hey, do you want to watch this minor league hockey game? It's like, no, I want to watch the guys in the NHL, the best of the best, like show their stuff. Football, every other sport, you want to watch the best of the best. Fighting, amateurs can be the absolute best fights.
Yes. Yeah, they're the most. My favorite fight is this. It's when one guy's tough and he very much wants to fight. And on like a fighting talent and toughness and physique scale, he's like a 7.5 out of 10, right? A guy that most people wouldn't want to fuck with. But it just so happens that the other guy is a sleeper, right? He's a regular person who barely wants to fight, you know, and like the one I'm thinking of in particular, all the tough guys, the actual tough guys' friends are like, you don't want to do this, bro. You're making a mistake. You don't fuck with Louis over here. Louis's a fighter. And the guy's like, I'm a fucking fighter too. I want some. And it's like, they're all okay. So the guy comes in and he's squaring up, right? So like he's got his hands up and it's like the sign of a guy who's maybe been in a fight before or even had some training. And the actual fighter is just, is it nonplussed? Like he's just like not excited. He's okay. And the guy goes for a fight and he immediately head kicks him. That's his opening move. He head kicks him. The guy, the semi-tough guy drops and it's just like, fuck. He had a hole in his defense and the other guy spotted it immediately, executed.
They're my favorite. I like seeing a guy try to fight and then it's some nerd and then it turns out the nerd just knows like some kind of obscure type of kung fu and then just pulls some ridiculous move on and just fucking executes them immediately. I went to school with a guy who was really into like his martial arts and stuff and he did all the ridiculous ones like Bushido and stuff like that. But he knew how to do those like big like fucking sweet chin music kicks and shit like that. And I remember when we turned 18, we went out to town drinking and we'd all just graduated from high school and we all went and got fucked up. And some guy had something to say to him and he kicked him in the face and it was just amazing because this guy's the biggest nerd ever. Like he ended up going on to be a lawyer and he just looks like a fucking nerd and he just sweet chin music this random dude in the club and it was just awesome. Like one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
Like if someone stood there and presented their chin to me like a 6 foot tall man and was like, kick me in the face, I'm like, can we try this like a month from now? Like, I'm
probably have more
I'm still probably flexible enough to do that.
I probably have more chance of kicking myself in the face than being able to kick someone else in the face.
I probably
I wouldn't do it well
either. As you age, you guys are all young, but athletic ability is taken from you, but it's not. You're not notified that it's gone. You think you're the same person, and I'm like, kicks to the head. I could do that. I probably can't. I probably can't. No,
dude, I'm dreading that. Like, I'm wondering what the first like physical activity I'll jump back in and do where I'm like, oh no.
Like you do that. It depends on the
injuries that would take 4 days to heal now take 2 weeks.
Yeah. The first one that did it to me was when I was about 30 and I was like, I'm going to start skateboarding again. And I fucked my back so hard. Like I spent 2 weeks just sitting on the couch, just eating fucking eating painkillers and fucking, what are they called? The Valiums as well. Just eating painkillers and Valiums. It was so funny. So my wife comes home after like 2 weeks. She's been at work like this whole time, and she's coming home every night just seeing me fucked on the couch. And I'm like, I've given up smoking. You know, I haven't had a smoke in 2 weeks. And she's like, yeah, you're addicted to Valium, dumbass.
You've replaced it with a much more dangerous in the immediacy or in the immediate future addiction.
But yeah, it was skateboarding for me.
Did you at least get a couple cool kick flips in before you?
No, because like I skated when I was like 16 through like when I was around 16, like for a few years around that time, and I was like, you know, you're indestructible when you're at that age. And then I tried to skate again at like 30, and I believe I tried to ollie once, and then the board did that thing where it just sort of like slips out from under you really quick, and then you just pile drive your coccyx into the ground, and then it was just over from there. And like I was just fucked. So
that's an
I
easy
had that
way
with
to get hurt.
surfing. So when I was young, this is like teenage Woody, I was a good surfer, and like I wasn't a pro or anything, but
you could stand up on the board.
No.
Oh, better than that.
I would win competitions. I would get free surfboards, wetsuits, clothing, sunglasses, shoes. Fucking, I had like I'm not exaggerating. I had like 6 or 8 sponsors who would give me shit in exchange for putting their sticker and travel expenses and shit. Like I was a good surfer. But then fast forward to like adult me, and I'm not good anymore, but I'm competent. You know, I can stand, I can do tricks, I can do cutbacks and roundhouses and off the lip and shit. And that's just out of practice me. Sometime in my late 30s, I tried it and I could barely stand and ride down the line. And paddling was so exhausting. It wasn't at all what I remembered. And I was like, fuck, they took surfing from me. Like it's just gone. I don't have it.
I haven't ice skated in like 10 plus years.
Mm-hmm.
You
don't know.
Like you don't nervous that do. Like I would hop back on there and be like, wait, where's all that agility I had? Where's the powerful legs that never tired that you could just skate and not even consider it?
I reckon I would probably get one lap of the ice rink, and then my lower back would just be on fire. I would sit down for the rest of the hour that I'd hired the skates for, just eat a hot dog. It's like,
I know I could. I mean, you never forget how to skate. But I bet if I tried to do like a ladder drill right now, like I'd throw up.
My fear is if my blades aren't sharpened just the right way, I feel like I'm always falling forwards or falling backwards. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I can just imagine myself throwing on some rental skates and falling forwards and
you never know with rental skates. You might get the rental skates that are sharp as a tack, just finished being sharpened, or you might have the ones that kind of slip through the cracks for 2 weeks and so they're dull as shit. And actually, if you're in like bad shape, dull skates might be easier than not like absurdly dull, but kind of dull. I know you're not clued in on this, Slush. You guys don't really do ice skating at all down there, right?
I have ice skating.
Explain your.
Do they have ice in Tasmania?
Oh yeah, I mean it's pretty cold down here. We put it in our drinks sometimes.
Well, that part was the joke, but I forgot. I'm like, actually, probably naturally forms outside.
No, we have a ice skating rink that I know of in the state, and I have ice skated there before. But I know how to like rollerblade. I did like rollerblading and skateboarding, and it was fairly similar. So the times that I have been, I'm confident enough to not like face plant, and I can like get up quite a bit of speed. The stopping is the hard part. I haven't practiced the sort of like the sliding to stop kind of thing because you don't really do that on roller skates.
Yeah. So roller skates, it's way harder to do a hockey stop. You have to do like a little micro jump and then angle your skates further down than you think, and then it goes.
That's the difference.
Drag your foot behind you, kind of thing, like you do with the skateboard.
I'm skating like a
that is not cool enough. No, but I used to play roller hockey too, and like Taylor said, if you tilt your skate a lot, it'll slide, and that's how you do a hockey stop. In ice, you keep it more vertical, and it'll slide. Did you have them backwards? No.
Yeah, you can stop much more vertically in ice hockey because you're just kind of grinding off the top layer of ice.
But if you tilt it a little bit, it kind of cuts in.
You can. I'd be playing goalie, and then the fucking dickheads, I'd make the save, and then they'd still come in really hot, and then just ice me right up in my face. Disrespectful.
Yeah. See, I remember the last time I did it, I was competent enough to like get up like a fair bit of speed to Stephen Bradbury around the rink a little bit, and then realized that I had absolutely no idea how to stop. And I tried to do one of these the slidey moves where you like both, and the skates just dug in immediately, and then just sent me over the handlebars in essential like fashion.
Got a little bit of an edge. That was my favorite thing. Like.
Yeah, just fucking
those like ice skating days for like field trips and stuff, because we would sometimes go like ice skating for field trips, and seeing those people who would get way too much speed and clearly didn't know how to hockey stop. Like if you're expecting to go from very fast on ice skates to stopping and you're doing fucking pizza, that's not going to happen for you, champ. You're going to run into the boards so hard, and then everyone's going to laugh because like you've been to a hockey game, Kyle, like when you're on, the sound of someone hitting the boards when you're on the ice really reverberates. And if you're getting hit by someone else in a hockey game, it's not embarrassing because you're getting hit. But if you're the only guy out there going way too fast for yourself, start falling forward, and you slam into the sideboards.
I've done that.
And then you're the only person as the whole rink goes.
That's how I learned. That's how I learned to skate. I fell maybe a dozen times a day. You know, like when I was done, I still remember. I was like, man, I don't think my ass has ever been this bruised before. Like my ass, my knees, and my palms from just hitting that guy. And you know, I was 20, so I popped right up fast. I don't want everybody to see me. So that's making it worse. You know, like I'm not taking the time to absorb the pain and let it flow through me. I'm just right up and I'm the neck and I'm falling every kind of way you can fall. Like sometimes I'm just getting like head over over my like skates, and I'm just whoa, and I start waving my arms around, windmilling, and now I'm like you said, I'm hitting the boards. It was a fun afternoon. Yeah, my friend could skate very well, so he'd skate in front of me backwards. Yes, very good, Kyle.
And you're skating around like, get the fuck off, man! Stop bragging.
Yeah,
that was a little nice condescending thing to do on the skate days. Just throw yourself in reverse right behind him. Do some crossovers around the back of the goal or the crease because the goal's not out there during free skate.
I don't know what. I remember just being in a big rink. I'm sure they played. I guess they play hockey on every ice surface. Are there just rinks that are for casual skating and no one ever plays hockey there? You would think you would always dual purpose that.
Yeah, pretty much always dual purpose.
Yeah, I don't know what stadium I was watching. Maybe in the one in Texas, that like Dallas Cowboys place, but the grass they play on, they wheel it out of the dome, and it lives outside.
Yeah,
in the
like and panels of it.
No, the whole fucking surface like moves on this motorized track. It takes an hour to make the journey from inside the dome to outside. I'm not sure about which dome it was, but I watched the whole thing about it, and it like goes outside to get sun, and then when it's time to play, they wheel that bitch back in. And I'm sure if there's like inclement weather or whatever, too. You know?
That's pretty cool.
That with the Staples Centers, like dual purpose, so they have like big panels of that ice shit, and they like set it up. They must be able to do it pretty quick though, because they'll have like,
they do. I've seen them do that.
Yeah.
There's videos that like run through, and they did that in Atlanta. I've been at those hockey games,
the Thrashers games.
Yeah, rip.
R.I.P. Two deaths for the Thrashers. People in Atlanta just do not care.
They don't. They really don't. Apparently,
especially when you give them a really bad team to root for, where it's like, oh, Kovalchuk and the rest.
Hossa. I don't remember I don't remember the stadium being empty, but I also don't remember it being like there's plenty of elbow room. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they didn't perform very well.
No,
either on the ice or with attendance. I don't think.
They beat the Bruins that night, so that was nice. But that time that we went to that Colorado game was tremendous, though.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, it's being that close to the ice. I always say it, but that's the best spectator sport to go to. I'm sure if you could afford to sit ringside at an NBA game, that would be not ringside, but on the court like
side,
fucking Nicholson, cool. Like Nicholson or a Kardashian or some shit. Like I bet that's probably the best ticket in all of sports. But man, being right there behind the
I feel like players, I don't want like a $200
$600 or something.
7-foot black man flying at me. Yeah. I don't want to be right on the ring, right on courtside, because I just don't want to get crushed by LeBron.
Oh, I do. I want him to fall on me. Like that would be the story, right?
That would be a cool story. LeBron over your foot, you ruin the game.
He'll usually sign his fucking sneakers and give them to you or something like that. Like they're chill about that if they fall on you.
I've seen a few where he's like jumped over people, and all in my head I can just imagine his nuts bashing against their head and giving him a concussion.
I don't remember what clip it was, but it's from a hockey game probably like 12 years ago. May have been a Thrashers game, who knows? But they shot a puck out into the stands, and it winged this guy in the head, and he's like bleeding. And then later in the game, someone commits like a delay of game, which means that you flip the puck out of your own end, out of play, which is a penalty. You're delaying the game. And it hit the same guy. the same guy got hit by pucks twice in the same game.
Oh, I remember a different but related story. So the hockey player got his nose busted, and the guy in the stands is like, fuck you, look what happened to you. And then later in the game, the guy who was being an asshole in the stands get hits with a puck in his nose, and the player's like, fuck you. And the guy in the stands, girlfriend, wife or something, is also laughing at the asshole.
He's like holding a rag up covered in blood, and he sees the player, and he's like, no, you. And it's like, no, he won. You both have cut noses, except one of you is worth $40 million.
One of them does have his wife also like working against you. Did you see? I'm sure you did. But Bernard, is that the new sensational rookie?
Connor Bedard. Yeah.
Dude, he just beat St. Louis like single-handedly with a Michigan goal.
No, we won that game 7-5.
That's not how I remember it.
It is. He embarrassed us by scoring a Michigan goal, which is where you go behind the net and you quickly pick up the puck on the blade of your stick, balancing it there, and then while still maintaining the balance of the puck, you tuck it around to the upper left-hand side of the goal. So you're behind the net.
A lacrosse player would do.
It's like a lacrosse goal, like originally called a lacrosse style goal. And that was rough. I saw that clip and I was like, this is really embarrassing. Chicago is our rival and they're brand new, fresh off the fucking production line, first overall pick, just embarrassed us. And we were losing 5-1 at the start of the third period. And the Blues scored 6 unanswered goals.
Damn.
And won 7-5, which is really just a testament to how bad Chicago is.
Yeah. he rips one of those and he can brag, but he'll probably just like end up the next game he does it. Someone will just like fracture his C5, just like punching him in the face.
Dude, if they can catch him,
see rookie.
he's only 18.
Effective.
He's good.
He'll end up
it's very
some big guy.
It's rare that an 18-year-old jumps in the NHL and performs really well.
Yeah.
Usually they'll kind of let you develop in the minor leagues because it's the fucking NHL. You don't want to just go in and then get shit rocked.
Yeah, you don't get that big man, like that old man strength.
But Connor Bedard is like one big hit from like one big hip check from a defenseman from being very rattled. Like some 6'7" Swedish defenseman laying into him because he like keeps his head down for a split second. But that might not happen because usually if you're 18 and in the NHL, it's because you're very fucking qualified to be there. You're not going to make that kind of mistake.
Yeah.
Taylor, have you been staying current on Fish Tank?
Mostly, yes. It's going during the holiday season, so I missed some time, but I did see this clip earlier. Yeah.
8:52 p.m. this evening.
Not the whole thing.
Almost exactly 2 hours ago, during her medical examination, judge cuts off Trisha's hair. She bursts into tears and threatens to kill everyone and throws water over the production team. #fishtank.live. and here's an accompanying like 5-minute video of them like sort of torturing her, I suppose. And Judge is Sam, and he's dressed up like Woody from Toy Story again. And he is hacking her hair off with a pair of scissors. And
she's crying.
It looks like she's crying, and it looks like she's got doo-doo on her chin, but I'm sure it's something else.
I'm sure they smeared something on her. Yeah, I'm mostly up to date on it. I was disappointed yesterday that like one of the characters I liked left, and like so far they started with 10 people. No one has been eliminated, and they have 6 people left. 4 people couldn't handle the psychic torture that it is being in that house and having Sam come up there and in like a very low effort, like, well, looks like we're going to take a look at what's going on in Gator country around here. Like just barging into the room, breaking things, yelling, like it's the 70s theme this season. And so there's a huge amount of like cigarette smoking in the house. And you can looking
at it. They're all smoking cigars.
So I imagine very soon they're going to shut the nicotine stream down and really get them upset.
That's a great idea.
I don't know what the amount of money is, but you can pay for cigarette delivery and they will they don't let them save the cigarettes. So they like light the cigarette and like hand it to them and like force them to start smoking it then. And so some of the characters you'll like see Jimmy or whoever walking around and he's got like 7 cigarettes and he's smoking from all of them. And they're all clearly like addicted to nicotine now. And so it'll be like, do you guys like want to not smoke all these? And he's like, well, no, I got to, smoke my cigarettes. It's like there's very funny bits that they're doing in Fish Tank. So fishtank.live, check out season 2 if you haven't.
Christ almighty.
It goes from 0 to 6. I mean, the nature of any Big Brother style 24/7 show is that it's going to go 0 to 60 pretty often, where it's like, oh, they're all just kind of sitting around doing their thing. And then suddenly it's, all right, upstairs because Judge Jebediah Goldstriker is going to administer a physical on you or something like that and cut your hair off.
Yeah. What did the winner get last year? Like I know everybody got a little something, but like what I'm really asking is best case scenario for the torture that young lady is clearly enduring there. What is she getting out of this?
I think this season it might be like, I don't remember exactly. It might be 50 grand, 35 grand, something like that. Last season, the winner got, I think 30, 35. And then they gave the second place person 25.
Okay.
And so I don't know what it'll be. I think it's around
like a reasonable
50 this year.
That's a reasonable amount of money. Yeah, that's a reasonable amount of money.
They're in there for 6 weeks. It's like day 11 or 12. And rough, already 4 people have left. I would hate it. The text to speech is so fucking mean that it's fun to watch.
I think I'd be good in that, but I'm the kind of person that would be pissing people off so much that they would leave, so I'd be fine.
Yeah, you'd be okay.
You say that, but like you're annoying. Maybe you're suggesting that, but I think some of these people are genuinely mentally ill. So
but see, I'd trump them off because I can annoy people when I sleep because I snore like a fucking mahogany cabinet of chainsaws running, being dragged across a polished wooden floor. All I need to do is just take a nap, and people would just fucking die inside. Like you could.
That'd be your secret weapon. This guy's sleeping his way through the whole fish tank, just snoring his ass off.
That'd be easy as fuck. Yeah. Like plus, I've been a streamer for so long that I just don't. I have nothing that anyone says on the text to speech would any way affect me. So
the sleep deprivation would be hard. Like trying to finally fall asleep, and then someone plays yet another mariachi band in your bedroom, or they play. There's one
as loud as my snoring.
The only one that I think would like upset me in that house if I were there is there's a sound effect called hysterical breakup. And it is like 3 minutes of a woman screaming like, "How could you do this to me? How dare you? I've done everything." Like 3 minutes of that, and it's screaming. And so and it'll tail from that. And as soon as that one ends, school shooting comes on. And so it's like a bunch of kids screaming and like firearms and guns going off. And then mariachi bands compared to those is sweet relief.
All right, let me this is just the text to speech just endless.
There's endless text to speech, and
but are people spamming it endlessly?
They will spam it endlessly, and then sometimes they'll turn it off to give them the fish a break. But in like key hot hours, and sometimes like if you're an unlucky contestant, and everyone can say, "Oh, it wouldn't affect me, it wouldn't bother me." If you're sitting in a house with nothing to do around 8 other people all chain smoking cigarettes, and you have to sit there for 4 hours just hearing fucking 4chan call you the worst things in the book, and like that would suck. That would be
that would suck. It would suck, but I think I could endure it.
Yeah. And then like there's
I mean, I'm sure he'd love to have you.
Yeah. Go do it, Slush.
Hit up Gold Striker. He might fly you out just for.
I'll be down to win 50K. I'll do it.
No, you would be they like have difficulty retaining enough contestants. Clearly, they had to do this last year too because people realized like I can't handle this. I got to get out of here. And so they bring on like freeloaders is what they call it, who's just someone who comes into the tank who is intentionally trying to be Like Airsoft Fatty was the best freeloader last year. Airsoft Fatty was spitting on people. He was Frank Hassel was another one. Frank Hassel was very funny on the first season of Fish Tank. But him and I guess Airsoft Fatty were the 2 really big freeloaders that provided good content.
Yeah,
check out season 2, listener. If you have
my role, just going in and just fucking with people, that'd be fantastic.
Do it. Get on Fish Tank, bro. And Brandon Buckingham, shout out Brandon, friend of the show. He was on last year. No, he made them do. He makes them do like karate classes now, where like Sam has them all dress up in gis, and this one like martial arts instructor who's not like faking it, like he's a real martial arts expert, and he makes them do like fighting. Like I saw from maybe 2 nights ago or something, Sam was just like, "All right, you guys fight." And so 2 guys in like sparring, 2 contestants in sparring stuff just had to fight. And one of them fought like the way I imagine an anime character fighting, where he was like charging up his punches behind him and firing these wildly inaccurate ones. It didn't seem to.
A lot of fighters do that.
It didn't seem to work.
In the UFC, they sort of wind it like this, though, always clockwise.
Yeah. I saw
more power.
You're gonna stamp your foot as well, to get the speed up.
Like one of the contestants who was very funny was named Cole, and then he left. They tried so hard to keep him that like he kept saying like, I'm gonna leave, I'm gonna get out of here. Like this is horrible. I don't want to be here. And Sam, like it's a 1970s theme. And so they dress them in like 70s attire. And so it's supposed to be kind of period accurate, tongue in cheek. And they tried to keep this guy Cole so bad that Jet Neptune showed up like in his room and let him set up an Xbox and play Halo 3 in there. And so him and Sam were playing one-on-one Halo 3. And if you went to like the other, and it was like to try and create conflict, they're like, only Cole can play the Xbox. None of the rest of you can. And so you go to the other room where all the other fish are, and they're like, this is fucking bullshit. He's in there playing Xbox with Jebediah, and they all have to call him Jebediah.
I was about to ask, what happens if you accidentally call him something other than Jebediah?
If they slip up and call him Sam or like mention season 1, they'll be like, hey, shut up. Like, don't talk about that.
Oh, I would
the immersion.
Hey, part of me wants to do this as well, but it's only because I want to come up with silly ideas. I don't care about anything else about it. The whole thing is hilarious to me. I liked when Icebeside was doing his thing. Like I always said, that's neat to me, because Big Brother initially on, I don't remember what, CBS maybe. I thought that was a fascinating idea. I was like, what happens when they pee? Like I wanted to see what was going on, and then it became so manufactured and silly because normal people aren't that entertaining unless you make it.
I want to see people get broken,
which seems criminal.
People have been broken on they do more challenges for money this year, where like they identified like, oh, this guy Brian is really attracted to this other contestant Trish, and so Sam Jebediah Gold Striker goes to Trish in private and is like, $1,000 cash if you can get Brian interested in you and like get him to kiss you. And so then she goes and starts the mission. And then other missions will be like, hey, you need to paint this. You need to do that. You need like mixing like semi-innocent ones with like dramatic inducing ones. So
I would have them
entertaining,
stealing from each other. Like
they do. They're allowed to destroy all of their stuff. While Cole did the Xbox thing. And then immediately after that, Sam was like, all right, Cole, karate practice. And so he puts him in a gi with some other guy, and while they're down there like practicing, all the other fish who are pissed as can be that he just got to play Halo 3 go into his room and start like pouring shit on his clothes and tearing all of Cole's clothes apart, spitting on them. Like Sam even made it clear, like someone asked him, I saw a clip, they were like, Jebediah, so like what's allowed? Like what can I do to their stuff? And Sam's like, let's say anything at all you want. Like, so they're just like, one guy was like trying to get changed after a night, and he hadn't checked his clothes bag in like a day, and he like went to go get a new shirt, and he's like, someone poured beans all over all my clothes. So he's got clothes covered in beans now.
That's pretty good, honestly.
It is. It's pretty fucking silly.
Like you could have just cut holes in all of his clothes, like just straight up throw them away. But
dude, one of the guys has no shirts because one of the missions he gave some girl, he's like, Taylor, 20 poker chips, which are dollars at the end or whatever, if you steal all of TJ's shirts. And so this is day 1.5 of the contest, of a 6-week contest, and stole all of his shirts. And then they convinced TJ that like, oh yeah, production came in and took all your shirts. And so for a fucking week, this guy's just walking around with no shirts, thinking that production stole only his shirts. Like everyone else has shirts. There's a lot of very funny little bits in there. So yeah, Fish Tank season 2. Check it out if you haven't.
Well, should we wrap?
Yeah, I think we should. So. Slush, where can everyone find all your wonderful content?
Oh, Twitch. Anything. Just search Slush Puppy. Twitch, YouTube, Twitter. Yeah, those ones. Slush Puppy. Yeah, come and use all your Twitch Prime subs on me so I can pay the flights to go over to Fish Tank and spit on people.
Do it.
Yeah.
Cool. PKA 680.